battle falls silent. The call of the Aegis will not be ignored. It is a tradition that defined the decade. The heartbeat of a community that rumbles worldwide. It is their fire that fuels this contest. A global passion with a hunger for Dota at its core. Will be the battleground, where 16 teams stand at immortality's door. The battles ahead offer no easy answers. Will the defending champions reign supreme? Challengers find the perfect time to soar. Veterans and newcomers alike have earned the right to be here. They fight to claim undisputed glory.
We wouldn't be here without you. This is all thanks to you.
Gracias.
谢谢. Thank you.
现在终于回来了.
Мы вернулись.
Guess who's back? Let's play some Dota.
They fight for the opportunity of a lifetime. They'll make every sacrifice and more. Battle for ultimate glory. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins. Introducing the finest Dota teams in the world.
welcome to the International. It's been a long time since we've been able to hold this event, and I'm super excited to see the best teams in the world come together to compete on this stage. On behalf of everyone at Valve and the Dota community, I want to thank the people of Romania for making this possible. Let's watch some Dota.
International 10. We are ready and waiting to see 16 of the world's best teams in Dota 2 take to the stage to compete for that Aegis, and I couldn't be more excited. And I think I'm speaking for pretty much everyone in the building right now, and probably for all of you guys watching at home. My name is Frankie Ward. I am joined by Trent, Gods, and Purge. And before we get started, yes, Purge will be judging me on how long my questions are, and if I take longer than 8 seconds, he will be reprimanding me. Welcome to the panel, boys. Purge, are you excited after seeing that opening ceremony?
Yeah, it's hard to come to TI and not get excited, especially when they show so many clips from back in the day. You get all this nostalgia, and then just the hype builds, and there's always new cool stuff. The ages passing, and getting to see all those players. Oh, it's so good. I'm so happy.
Well, did you have a favorite moment from that opening ceremony, Trent? Any memories?
I mean, just watching not only the players, obviously at the end, like we're distilling a decade of competition, and the best Dota that's ever been played into that pass-off is pretty incredible to see. But also just reliving all those moments through those highlights and like through those clips. Like you see like 3 heroes, and you go, "Oh, I remembered that. Like I know who did that move at what time, and like how impactful it was." And it's insane that we've just all been through this together for so long, and just really needed it back after 2 years.
Gods, you've been to a few of these TIs now.
Yeah, and it's so great to relive those memories. TI is always this giant celebration of Dota. Obviously, this one I think is extra special in some ways because it's been that extra long that we've had to wait for it. And these teams, talent, viewers, fans, everybody is just so hungry to watch TI again.
Now, there are some people out there, whisper it, they've never seen a TI before. They've tuned in to find out what it's all about. And I have to say, this is my first one as well. So what is the most special thing about TI for you personally, Purge?
The best thing about TI, it's watching the game advance basically from the start of the tournament to the end. You never really know what the meta is going to be like, so seeing what the teams figure out and watching that refine towards the end of the tournament is probably my favorite thing. But prize ceremonies, there's so many things. It's hard to name just one.
I'm going to have to stop you there. That was the wrong answer. It's actually Crimson Witness. And if you bought a ticket to TI10, you're probably wondering, how am I going to get my drops? Well, my friends, what you need to do is go to dota2.com/Crimson Witness, register there, and every time there is one of those joyful first bloods, there will be exclusive drops available. Good luck, my friends.
Hurry up.
We're all waiting. Yeah, exactly. You need to do that as a priority. Open a new tab. Don't leave us because I'll be very, very upset. But you know what? You definitely don't want to leave us right now because we're going to be remotely joined by someone very special. Sound guys, turn your microphones down. He's called Sir Action Slacks.
Thank you so much, everybody. It is I, Sir Action Slacks, here at the International 10. I might be alone this year. Oh, my beloved co-host, my friend Casey, could not make it. But that is okay, because I am still going to bring you guys all of the interviews, all of the everything. What the hell is this? Hello? Ow! Hey, what are you? Stop it! No. Oh, no.
Hello.
No, please, God, no! Not, you weren't supposed to come! They said this was my chance to shine!
I found you. Myron, we get to work together again. I'm so excited.
Myron is mine, as I have told you this year. But no, it's so good to have you back, Casey. Great. I see you're here in your devilish evil robot. So good to have you. How are things at home?
Oh, they're fine, thanks. I see you're here and that you picked a shirt.
I did pick a shirt. Thank you, Casey. It is so great. But don't worry, everybody. We will both be here to give you all of the TI content that you crave live. You ready to have some fun, Casey?
High five, buddy. High five.
Yeah. How about we go? How about we go? Back to you guys.
Put me down.
Can we get a visit from Casey, please?
I don't know. She's gonna track dirt into here, I think.
Yeah.
Using those, she's got wheels.
I don't think she can handle the
first.
terrain of the mountainous region of which we're paneling from. So.
It's fine. Well, I'm going to do everything I can to get her onto this set at some point because I've never got to work with Casey before. It's my first opportunity and I definitely don't want to miss it. And you know what? You guys don't want to miss this. This is our bracket here at the International. So you can see, if you missed the group stage, who we've got in the upper, who we've got in the lower bracket. Now, to be honest, the upper bracket's kind of what we expected, Trent.
Yeah, for the most part. And of course, well, expected in some of the teams, but in terms of matchups, obviously I know there's one everyone's particularly looking forward to because it's never happened. And finally they'll have the chance for Secret versus OG at TI.
And that's coming up today. It's coming up after our opening series of the day, which is going to be Invictus versus Team Spirit. But the lower bracket, we have got to talk about this situation, gods. If you look right at the bottom of that bracket, Evil Geniuses. They are in the lower bracket. This is a best of one situation against Elephant that we're going to be seeing later today.
It's brutal. These are two teams a lot of people had kind of pegged for that upper bracket, and to see them in a best of one elimination, historic players who have played at so many TIs, played in TI finals, won TI, and someone's going home.
Pert, who's it going to be? I'm going to get you to answer me right now.
It's really hard to say. I mean, I had a lot of hopes for EG, as did everybody else coming into the tournament. They did so good in both DPC seasons. They got second place twice. They had the most points. But if you have to do that long road all the way to get to second, it's a long way to go. You got to win your best of ones, and you got to win best of threes against Elephant. I think EG could do it, but honestly, it's one game. Anybody would lose one.
It just seemed like watching them on the final day of the group stage. They got their mojo back. It was just not enough, unfortunately, to get them into that upper bracket. And part of the reason was that was Undying taking one of the games in that last series. Basically, North America grabbing each other in a big cuddle and taking themselves down to the lower bracket. They could have had a gentleman's conversation, but of course, they did not. And why would they? Because it is TI. But you know what? Speaking of gentlemen, we've got another one joining us. He is Tsunami, and he's going to be talking to us a bit more about the group stage and the heroes that we saw.
You're trying to butter me up right now, Frankie. It's working. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here to give you a little recap. I know some of you may just now be tuning in, and you're like, oh, okay, now the tournament's starting. No. We've already played 144 matches here at the International Group Stage. I'm sure inquiring minds want to know, what heroes should I be looking out for? So let's get started. How about the most contested hero of the group stage? It's Monkey King. 110 bans, 31 picks. There is a 98% chance that you saw this dude's face on your screen at some point during the group stage. And I don't really know if you should be surprised by that. If you were paying attention to pubs before this whole thing started, you'd have known that it's usually the most flexible heroes that are first phase banned out in these tournaments. And this guy is he's about as flexible as they get. But how about highest win rate hero? Well, there are a few heroes that had like 1 or 2 picks, 100% win rate, like Drow and Shen, but it's Winter Wyvern that interests me. 9 picks, 89% win rate. PSG LGD even first phased her twice and won. In fact, her only loss was when Quincy Crew picked her against Team Spirit. But I don't want to bore you with the details. I know. You want to know, who should you be spamming in pubs? Who should you be spamming before maybe a nerf, I don't know, 2 weeks or so? I don't know when the patch is, I promise, but look no further than this specimen right here, Elder Titan. Now, I know this may be a little hard to believe, but he had 52 picks, 62% win rate throughout the group stage. And I might have a little theory on why that's the case. I've been talking to some of the big brains here over on the panel, and they say that there's this theory that they have. Doesn't matter how good you are at the game. Everybody's the same player when they're stunned. And this guy, he helps with both those things. Echo Stomp for the stun, Astral Order for the damage, and the cherry on top of his kit is his ultimate, Earth Splitter. You may be noticing there are a lot of high HP, tanky heroes that are popular right now, like Tidehunter, Tiny. Well, what better way to deal with them than the percentage-based damage that comes from Earth Splitter? Now, I don't know if he'll continue with that kind of popularity, because we know main event tends to bring its own couple of surprises, but we'll just have to start the playoffs before we can find that out. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much, Inami. You know what? I was so excited to be part of TI10. And they didn't tell me that actually you're going to be upstaged by a massive Elder Titan who's just going to be in your shot while you're trying to listen to the magic from here. I'm just like, I can't see him. I've literally got this lovely booty in my face. Anyway, probably didn't expect to hear me say that either this morning. But you know what? You probably did expect me to say that we had a fantastic group stage. Seriously, this must be the closest competition we've ever had at TI10. And so we've got to take a look back at some of the epic moments from the past week.
डाल सकते हैं अगली लैपटॉप.
Aster has more of a timing here than EG.
He's jumped in. Oh, Borax. He's headed in. Ice, he's in. Oh, it's a five-man ravage. Ice, that's what you want to see from the man. Gets in, separates the fight completely. As the punch goes down, RTC is able to make a beeline straight towards Monet with the leak building up. The gyro goes down. Lanham as well, he buys back.
Astra versus BB जो out हो गया उन्हीं का दिखा रहा है क्या?
Look at this. Fast Roshan spawn. They know. They need to go in. They know that there's no
Nightfall! Nightfall!
Astra को धोया उन्हीं दिखा रहा है.
That's an annihilation of 3 heroes. My God!
Undying versus EG. इस बार Undying ने धोया EG को.
EG have just killed Tomato with the Weaver. Unreal. Unfreaking real. But the buybacks are there for Undying. Everybody else can come back. Bryle gets off one Doom, pops a refresher.
Back wall.
Yep, Shiva's again. Beautiful back wall. And they're all just stuck inside this wall completely. Arteezy's getting decimated. He has buyback. They're going to expand them knowing that Tomato does not have his.
They still get tied as well.
Triple kill for Saberlight. A god tier back wall.
And EG bought back all of their heroes to get this Roshan. They're in disbelief. Where are you?
ये भी आउट हो गया. नहीं ये क्या है टीम में? थंडर और एस्ट्रे आउट हुआ. Oh है एस्ट्रे है. थंडर और SG. हाँ. एस्ट्रे लोअर ब्रैकेट में.
That just happened. And now just down the mid.
90 seconds also. It was a Reaper.
Oh my goodness, Cuckoo.
फिर OG versus T1.
So many brambles, now silence. Carl's in trouble. Sumail is here to finish him off. The Ravage comes just a bit too late. They might be able to finish off Seb. They will, but it's going to be costing them 2 at least. Now they get the duel off, but Sumail, he's just going to keep on swinging on these heroes. They are getting torn apart by 23 Savage and kited around a little bit. Sumail has nowhere to go, so he's just going to commit for the kill on a Cuckoo and continue challenging. 23 Savage is up next. Now the Doom is faded away, so he can throw out the Avalanche.
सबको मार दिया था यार ना.
Ultra kill. Rampage on the way for Sumail. The king is big and back in play here at TI. Rampage for Sumail. And T1 are not going to call it.
Triple Rampage.
Double Rampage for him. Give him the triple perhaps. And that is it. Triple Rampage. Sumail finally gets it.
Rush is dead. Goes down so quickly. Doom now with the shard.
Schofield, the vacuum combo. Oh, it's glorious. Ice blast.
That's beautiful.
Collapse is dead. Another one drops as Meposhka's found. Yatoro on the run back away. Ice blast ends on end, but the reality rift back in.
as Schofield tosses this Weaver around, another avalanche and another death.
Oh, fanatic
There's a lot to
FNC
be said
लिखा
about
है.
the talent choice
That's
of
okay,
this Luna. The BKB on Tiny had favored that last. Oh,
What a big jumper twin! What initiation of practical ravage that is followed up from the Wukongs, and that's just it. This may just be the game flat out.
Quincy versus VG.
Look at the stomp setup, but too far away for them to maybe try something. They are going to still go for it, but Control gets it back over. Oh, in.
There it
The
is.
three-man slam right back behind the racks, and that could seal the deal here. Buybacks coming out from Leslau and LOA, and now they'll tap out. GG is called. Well and truly over this game one.
Get at least up.
So Raven does get revealed. Looking for the Chronosphere, manages to go and grab two of the cores, but there it is, there's the Windbreaker. Buys them just enough time to end though, not going to be quite as lucky. BKB coming out, they'll be able to go and use the Winter's Curse, holding this Luna in place. As over on the other side, it's not looking great for DJ, not looking great for Jabs. Cores though, they need a bit of help. There's so much damage, the fear, the exorcism, they blow up Raven, and this is looking like a very dead death too.
You'll set up in the pull, and they're going to bring down the puck with the help of the Global Silence. Snowball in, looking for more. They get the punch, they get the...
West Coast ने इस मैच के बाद कमबैक कर लिया था.
If there's a vacuum.
They were just about to get that like last right click to kill him, and the vacuum interrupted it. Holy cow. If you're a secret, you're thinking, hell yeah, that went perfectly.
You probably noticed there we did say goodbye to Thunder Predator and SG Esports in the group stage. No one wants to go home early, but they did incredibly by getting to the group stage of TI. But right now we do need to talk about the main event. This is our schedule for day one. We're starting off with the upper brackets, and Spirit and Invictus Gaming will be taking their seats shortly
RTX graphics
on the
card
stage
उसमें
here
green
at the
screen के
National
साथ भी ये
Arena in
अच्छा बन जाता है ना.
Bucharest. And then we've got the
Green screen की जरूरत भी नहीं
We've got
पड़ता है.
4 best of ones. Can you call
Nvidia
any of these?
sponsor
Can you
नहीं होगा.
predict any of them, Trent?
No, it's best of ones. Everyone's lost a game at TI so far, right? No one's undefeated. So
correct.
It's a best of one. That's sorry. What you want some hot takes
You're
here?
too nice. I'm going to go to I'm going to go to Purge for a hot take.
I was also similar take as Trent here to be ready to be disappointed, but it's very difficult to predict the best of ones because there's a lot of prep that goes into it. You might have some strat prepared. Your opponent could do something different.
इस बार लगता है budget
There's a lot
कम
of
है
different
इनके
ways it can
पीछे.
go. There's nerves. There's so many. It's got to be some more nerves on those best of ones and best of threes, right? Because it's like,
पता
oh,
नहीं
you
यार
mess up
लगता है
one
budget
gank,
कम है इनका.
that gets you behind. Like there was just so many games in the group stage where that's all it took was like one mistake after you're winning, and the team comes back. So who knows? It's hard to predict.
I think the one thing I'd say, you talk about nerves, there's a few teams that have shown more nerves than others. Quincy Crew, Alliance, these are teams that have
Like
constantly
stadium,
not
like
played well on the
stages,
big
but
stage.
like
So I would
totally
look at those
VFX
teams
से बना
maybe
है.
to
दूसरी time पे
struggle in the best of
like
ones.
stage to stage पूरा
But,
normally
you
उससे
know,
बना
I
है.
heard, we have an in on Quincy Crew, of course, because our friend Jack, he said they were in the dumps. It was looking really bad for Quincy Crew. And then SVG, now LOA, he stepped up and he said, guys, everyone's time at TI for elimination, it eventually comes. Ours just came a little early. So they won those games in the group stage. They survived. And now, they just got another day of elimination. It's fine.
We have got a lot of Quincy Crew fanboys here. I know we're not meant to be biased on the desk, but I mean, I'm sat with a load of people who live in North America, so I have a feeling that there might be a little bit of bias. I'm not allowed to have any bias because I'm not meant to know anything. So that's fine. That's why I hold my hands up and say, can't really call it. However, I am scared for EG. I'm expecting to see them make a deep tournament run potentially, but at the same time, they're going up against Elephant, and this is a team that is made up of Chinese superstars that just can't really seem to find their footing, guys.
Yeah, and the superstars that have played at TIs and made it to the finals, made it into third place last year, at least half of that PSG LGD team that went fractured apart. The expectations on them is immensely high, but they've consistently kind of underperformed throughout the year. So I think a lot of people would be sad to see them knocked out, but it wouldn't maybe be the biggest shock.
And another team that maybe
video upload करते जब तब बनाना था. Live stream में होता है क्या?
today it would be Fnatic, because we didn't really have high hopes of them coming into the group stage. We thought, yeah, they're probably going to end up in the lower bracket. But it seemed like they had a really good start. It seemed like Def was really doing his bit for the team. They've
Gold color
really
बनाने
got
में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा
another
time लगा.
solid
बना भी
player
नहीं सही
in
से.
Tuyend as well, who literally was the reason that they made it through to the main event in the first place. Do you think they can continue in this tournament?
Yeah, there was discussion coming to TI about that team, and one thing that came up was this idea of they tend to play maybe a little bit passive, and they tend to kind of wait, and like you end up coming to their high ground, and somehow they turn it around, and like we were kind of expecting these long games, and I believe they ended the group stage averaging the longest games across all the teams right now. So, got to have them hold the line and wait for their time.
Oh, it's the horn, gentlemen, which means one thing. Our teams are getting ready to take to the stage. So we've got about 2 minutes, and then they're going to be taking their places, and we are going to be getting into the draft. Is there anything you're expecting to see? Because we had 104. Oh.
Oh, is it Ricky?
Oh.
It's Ricky Maru.
He looks like he's enjoying the game.
I haven't taught you that one yet. He goes invisible at level 6. That guy's under-leveled, that's all it is.
Yeah. That's all.
He was the
guy that had to go get the drink, so he needs more time.
He didn't get a token,
yeah. You know. It happens.
Is Ricky a classic TI hero?
Classic pub hero.
Yes. He's an initiation hero to Dota, where everyone gets frustrated because like I feel like everyone in Dota is a little bit broken. You know, every hero's a little bit too good, and that's what makes Dota so beautiful. Ricky's particularly painful because you're just like, wait, so he's just like always invisible? Like, well, yeah. I mean, why is that an issue?
If Ricky was in the meta, you would hate Ricky right now instead.
I hate Ricky. I'm not a massive fan of Weaver. However, now I've played Weaver, I'm feeling a lot better about him. In the group stage, I never associated him with that position 1 carry role before this event, and now it seems like we had one team who went for position 4 Tiny, position 1 Weaver. I think it was T1 on the last day of the group stage. I couldn't believe it. He's strong now.
Yeah, he's really strong, but I think at least all the games I caught, I saw him a lot of support, and he's another one of those flex picks like Monkey King. You can pick him early in the draft. You can play him as a support, as a 4. We saw him successfully as 5. His lane harass is just really
already
got, like, 60 damage. You just need mangoes to like keep Sakuchiing through. Forces sentries. It just does a lot.
We are ready to go to the main stage here, which means the International 10 has begun.
Tokyo. But this is not the same Tokyo. आज OG versus
Team Spirit
आज उसका है ना
they may be
OG
the
versus Team Secret.
in this opening upper bracket matchup, but do not underestimate these boys. Led by Miposhka, who did come
मतलब स्टेडियम में एक भी बंदा नहीं IPL से मत मारा चिल्लाने का साउंड.
The rest of the young players are definitely not going to be looking scared on that stage today. Yatoro,
देख स्टेडियम कितना छोटा है इस बार का.
years old and is absolutely fearless. Their off-laner, Collapse, 19 years old, an absolute standout for this team, and will be doing his best to control the tempo. This is a team that likes to play clean, structured Dota, and yet don't think they'll be showing any respect to Invictus Gaming on that stage today. We're going to see some cheeky moves, Trent.
Oh, indeed. And yes, it may be a little chilly out there. They're on a hot streak, 8 straight games, not dropping a match. So Team Spirit coming in completely on fire here
एक भी public
as they enter the main stage.
I cannot even imagine what it is like to be playing your first TI
वही पे
in
बनाता
that
है ना हर
massive
बार.
arena and playing it against Invictus Gaming.
Cool Langsy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your top seed going into the main stage. It's Invictus Gaming. Their position 4 captain Kaka is an intelligent drafter, hugely experienced. This is his 5th TI appearance. He even came 2nd in 2017 with his team Newbie. But meanwhile, he's joined by his teammates JT and Ollie. This is their first TI, and Fly started his career years ago, 2014 he went pro.
इनका मार्क्स भी देखना सस्ता वाला मार्क्स.
TI event serenity. But now he's ready to make his mark, and they're going to do it in flashy form. They're not really caring about pushing towers, These guys are going to be looking for a fight. They are going to be getting flashy out there, and you know what? They're good for it. They only dropped 2 games in the group stage, one to Undying and one to OG. And who can forget the Singapore Major Gods?
A historic moment where IG rocked the world with their historic question mark, turning a reverse sweep against EG, coming back from 2 games down. It was just one of the most unheard of, unbelievable stories of the time.
And you know what? I think it's a moment that deserves revisiting. So let's take a look
Golden theme
into
is
detail at Invictus Gaming.
Dust coming around the back. I like this little wraparound. Dream Coil perfectly placed on it too. They're gonna both snap it, but Earth Strike was on a 3 RP. Huge here from Emo. Down goes Dust. Yam follows into the grave. Kaz is not shortly after dead. And while TZY he'll run, not sure he gets out of this one. Slowed up by Fly, pulled back by Emo, and they are on him and ready to kill off a 4th. Man, what an RP from Emo.
Dark Rift, Aghanim Scepter upgraded by Underlord, so that means 1 second less delay.
Look at the jump on Dizzy, sheeping it.
Oh, शिवास बैठ के इंटरव्यू ले रहा है इनका, समझ रहा है? उसका जो जीतेगा या फिर जिनका भी किसी का इंटरव्यू लेगा बैठ के। गेवन आया था? मतलब इधर नहीं आया था। Even like मेरा पैसा तो नहीं है।
GG's gonna drop. Emo's able to just walk back up to him and out the hex. Emo's able to set him up to crit. The hex into the stun. A question
mark in the old chat. All right, I love that. GG's called. Emo's just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Spicing it up a little bit.
He is very hit or miss on the hero. Sometimes he owns incredibly hard. Nice cut down from a tree. Beer.
Following that up with a spear, so a lot of stun time with the arrow. Really well
done
by GT.
That's just why he is considered the best offlaner in China.
चला इतना मुश्किल से बनाया थंबनेल।
Lotus Orb is done on Underlord, but he needs to like precast it on Sven before Sven gets a good jump.
Now they can start things. Arteezy. It's another fly. They get the drag back. They do turn with the stun onto the 2 of them. But they bring down Arbed. Arbed will go down. Arteezy as well getting turned.
Arteezy's got the one.
Lose हो गया था मतलब like EG 2 मैच जीत चुके थे. Is going to be successful. EG trying to get back in to help him out, but the supernova goes off. They've all been stunned. IG's able to take down Arteezy. Arteezy getting brought down. Arteezy's dead. IG fighting over the magnetized. Crit trying to do his best to rectify the fight, keeping the magnetized going, but the spike carapace trips up Crit. IG turn. They take him down as well. JT, perfect Lotus, lays it down onto Lifelike, causing Arbed to pull himself in with the Vortex. And with Arbed gone, things start to fall apart very quickly. Perfect use of the Supernova to guarantee that stun on Arteezy's revival from the Aegis. Got 10 seconds to Black Hole.
Emo, refresh
इन लोगों ने पूरा comeback किया था इस मेजर पे.
Like resonant pulses, 4 astral chat charges.
He's in straight away with the fingers immediately bursting down. Arteezy's going to get taken down. Jump over with the Abyssal Blade over towards Ice, and Arteezy, they're out of the game. IG, they'll turn towards more. GG is called as IG are your champions of the Singapore Major. And they come in and they achieve the reverse sweep against EG in the best of 5.
किसी को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ा देखने का.
When you look back to Singapore, it's not really that surprising that they're the top seed of the main stage, is it, Gods?
Yeah, after that, they didn't do as well at the next major, but they were there playing with a stand-in, and they were also kind of already secured their TI slot. So we've seen this team just really grow, develop. They've been playing together for over 2 years now, forming in late 2019, and it feels like everything is clicking. They're in that Singapore major form here at TI.
मतलब सीरियसली करोड़ों कमाता है और ये साला ₹5 वाला मास्क पहन के आया ₹5 में वो भी बंडल में मिलता है वो एक नहीं बिकता है वो मास्क
The roster shuffle is a real thing post TI, and yet because we haven't
इवेंट वाले इतना सस्ता नहीं लाएंगे उसमें TI VI लिखा होगा
these teams given a chance to really find that chemistry they need, Trent.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than
उसमें
usual.
Dota लिखा था Dota का ही माउस पैड था
You know, Dota, especially certain regions are known for breaking apart faster and like trying to fix things by swapping
ये देख
players.
चेयर देखा चेयर पे भी TI का लोगो बना के रखा है
And try and talk about your issues, and I think that that's something that a lot of players have even talked about, where people try to be more open.
तुझे लगता है मार्क्स उतना टट्टी मार्क्स लाएंगे
The game and where they think it went wrong, maybe other than just like the coach and the captain discussing it, but trying to involve everyone in your strategies to improve the entire unit.
Who do you guys think is the most dangerous player on this roster?
I think Kaka's a huge one that everyone needs to look at. Like his skill level is just so high that you're going to crush your lanes sometimes. And there's so much emphasis in drafts on having strong lanes that if you just have an overstellar performance in the laning stage, it can completely throw your opponent's plans on the back foot.
ऑडियो इंटरफेस मेरे पास जो है वही है इनके पास चाइना का
massive cascading impacts.
Do we think that Invictus are probably going to have the upper hand in the draft in terms of their flexibility? Because that's what Kaka's known for. He's known for being able to make choices.
मतलब पैसा खर्च करके खड़ा किया या फिर पैदाइशी खड़ा है इसका?
Yeah, I'd give them a bit of an edge. It feels like they have more heroes that they can play in different roles, particularly like heroes like the Tide Hunter. Their carry players play 12 different heroes throughout, similar to Yatoro, but it just feels like IG a bit more versatile and have a bit more up their sleeves when it comes to the draft.
And what are we expecting from their playstyle today? Do you think they are going to literally be heading straight to the finish line as
बहुत
quickly
लेट
as
होगा
possible?
वो उनका
Or do you think,
रोजी के बाद जो होगा वो एक मैच ही होगा
try
बेस्ट
and
ऑफ
keep
वन
spirit on their toes
जो
in a
जीता वो
different
आगे
way?
जाएगा जो
Yeah,
हारा
it's
उधर
this fast
जाएगा
games because that's their playstyle, or fast games.
आज के लिए
you know, and you just end up kind of crushing everything. Personally, I'm hoping for longer games because I do think that their team fighting is some of the most masterful out of all the teams here, particularly out of their support duo. Because like I find like Kaka, he can just like make a good fight because he just gets some stun that you're not expecting, some hex it around the line, and puts you one hero up in engagement you don't think about. And then Ollie on the back line with the Phoenix, I think he's shown to be like the best Phoenix player over the past 2 years, particularly at that major. So I'd love to see more of that.
Well, moving over to the spiritual side of things, Purge, I have a feeling that you're kind of fans of this team from Eastern Europe.
Yeah, I am. It was fun to watch them throughout
सबको मिल रहा है ना
DPC.
फ्री में
Season 1,
सबको मिल रहा है
they looked okay. They had like moments of greatness, and they had other times when they fell apart, but they just got better
₹10 5
slowly over
रुपए
the
में
course of the
बिकेगा
year. They
शायद
were relatively close to qualifying DPC. I think they ended up with like 500 or somewhere around there. But they've just gotten better and better over time. You could see it in their confidence. Toronto Tokyo leading his team on the stage, probably leading his team partially in game as well. I think his confidence seems high. They have high skill. They're going to play their lanes
उन्होंने
well.
पहले टेबल बनाया या पहले माउस पैड बनाया उसके हिसाब से टेबल
They
बनाया
have so many good players, genuinely. They're a great team to watch. So they have a shot here.
What is key to those
Mouse pad डाल दिया
peak moments that you were just mentioning there?
You just doing
घर
things
से
that your
लेके
opponents
आया
don't necessarily expect, like getting advantages or kills, not
वो
overextending. It's
sponsored
hard
by
to do it
होगा
though, because if
Logitech
your opponents start reading your movements, and you punish those mistakes, it's like the game gets
उसको
upended for
सॉफ्ट
at
ग्रिप
least a
पसंद
minute,
नहीं
which
है वो
might
हार्ड
seem
ग्रिप
small,
का इंसान
but in
होगा
a high-level game of Dota,
Logitech
is
का जो
so
हार्ड
much
वाला है
loose
ना
map control
Logitech
that
का
leads the
हार्ड
next game
ग्रिप
to be
वाला है
harder and so
जिसमें
much else.
मूवमेंट
We
स्पीड बढ़
could
जाता है लोगों
talk
का
about inexperience, maybe getting to these players on the stage, given that only one of
2400
them
का
has
है
actually been to a TI before. And yet, this team showed remarkable resilience in the group stage. When you
फिर
think about it,
graphics
they
card
lost
नहीं है
to the
अभी
teams you would expect them to lose to. They lost to the teams that are currently in the upper bracket. So they lost to Vici, they lost to LGD, and they lost to
उसको अभी
Team Secret. But they
CPU
beat
अपडेट कर
all
लेना
the other
चाहिए था
teams that we now see in
ग्राफिक्स
the
कार्ड
lower
अभी तो
bracket
खरीद नहीं
from their
पाएगा
group. I like to call it a
प्रोसेसर
gatekeeper
अपडेट कर
team.
लेना चाहिए
You know,
उसको
they're beating the teams that they would be expected to beat, and they're losing to the teams you would expect them to lose to. Does that therefore mean they're not necessarily going to make an upper bracket run?
You're spelling their doom here.
I am. I'm being a little bit mean, aren't I? It's fine. I dressed as a supervillain today.
I think the other side of that is the way that it happened. They started 0-4, then they were 2-6.
पता नहीं TI
They
में
had to
जो
make
लड़के
this
लोग हैं
red
इनका
hot,
देखो
hot
टाई सूट
uphill
पहन के
run
आते
to
हैं
just really get into the upper bracket. So while they
लड़के लोग
like
like casual dress
team, they're on an 8-game win streak. They beat teams that
बहुत ही
many people
कम लोग
would
होता है
thought
जो
would be
लोग
favored to beat
casual
them.
like
So the fact
you
they're
know
in the upper
t-shirt पहन
bracket,
के
I
आया
think really shows that you can't underestimate them.
There were one trend here. They never went 1-1.
either 2-0'd, they 0-2'd. If they don't get the momentum going out against IG today, can they really get themselves together for that second?
I think so. I think they have a good shot. I think it gives me a lot of faith that they started the group stage with losses, because if you're a fresh team that doesn't have a huge amount of TI experience and you get all those losses, it just feels like, oh, I even heard from one of the Russian talents saying that he saw them arguing too excessively about like mistakes in game, because it was a player that has played high-level competitions. He mentioned that he'd seen them doing it, so he says you just got to move past that. There's too many games. Don't focus on the little stuff. So the fact that they were able to like maybe less constructively argue but still like win all their games afterwards, that looks really good for their overall confidence. So yeah, I could see them losing game 1 and still coming back.
It is kind of hard to talk about Team Spirit without thinking about Virtus Pro, their regional rivals who went 7-0 in both of their DPC seasons. How does Spirit compare to VP playstyle-wise?
Yeah, it is interesting because you don't want to like lump them together just because they're from the same region, but I mean, they're both pretty young teams. They do tend to play like fairly similar. I guess in a lot of ways, Team Spirit is just lacking some experience in certain departments, like particularly, I guess, like the hero diversity. Like I think that's something that VP has, and it's also something that IG has, and so that's a little bit worrisome, I would say, coming into this, that the draft is definitely going to be playing a major factor.
Are we expecting anything in terms of heroes today? We have got our fabulous draft panel coming up soon, but I'm just wondering if there are any kind of signature heroes on either side that each team is going to want to ban, or any kind of combinations that they might be looking to pull out?
It's a Mars fight, I think, for the most part, right?
The two off-laners have a fairly similar hero pool, the Tide Mars being the two big ones. And those two heroes have both been really solid throughout the tournament, so either hotly contested or perhaps banned. I think the carry players both have this huge hero pool. They both play 12 different heroes, so we're much more looking at the small hero pool than the other ones.
And Toronto Tokyo is a player who's like typical spirit heroes, aggressive, but he can also like sit back and do the tower pusher, DP type heroes. He's very high skill, had some excellent games, but probably spirit heroes for him is the other thing that I expect to see.
Any particular spirit hero you think is going to work well against the opposition?
Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, potentially Storm Spirit type of heroes are definitely the Toronto Tokyo specials.
And in terms of the game start, how we're going to see these guys go up against each other. We've already spoken, I guess, about IG wanting to finish fast. Do you think Spirit are going to be in the same boat today, Trent?
It is the best of threes, which is good, because I think like the best of ones, they tend to really stall out. Like we'll see later, like everyone's a very like hesitant, because you're coming with a very like tailored game plan. You're just going for that like one sort of game that you just need to win, right? But a best of three, you do have time to actually look at what's happening in your first game, try and react to it. I would imagine it to be a pretty chill game 1, and we'll see where we go from there, depending on how it feels.
So we're not going to see any showboating later on today.
निकल
maybe we're going to see something flashier today.
Possible.
What are you expecting? What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping to see a game where
Behringer का audio interface इनके पास.
He to me is like the player who could just take over this entire series. I think he matches up really well against the Spirit team that's more focused on team fighting, slowing down the game at times. Outside of maybe their aggressive support play, I could see Emo
PSG LGD का logo भी है उसके ऊपर.
Can you explain to me the question mark, please? There are a few people out there who might not understand what the question mark is. There is a psychological game being played in Dota 2. I mean, you experience it in your pub games, you experience it on a stage as big as the TI one. OG are the masters of that, but at the Singapore Major, it was all about emo.
साला mouse pad अच्छा है इसका, देख white color का कौन खरीदता है mouse keyboard?
Voice lines, and it has been for years.
सफेदी का चमकान दिखाना है क्या?
Question mark. It's common in pubs, but in pro games, that's pretty disrespectful.
There's a line.
That was over the perceived line of like what's acceptable.
सफेद कलर का mouse and keyboard never buy, कभी भी मत खरीदो, क्योंकि इसमें जो कलर सफेदी तो नहीं रहता है, जो येलोनेस आ जाता है टट्टी लगता है देखने में.
Shift entered question mark. It was
हर जगह पे.
And it was this build up because IG had lost the previous 2 games, and throughout those 2 games, EG
तेरे को continuously हर रोज clean करना पड़ेगा. हर रोज कौन clean करता है?
Voice lines at him, and he was playing poorly those first 2 games. So to make this big comeback in game 3, and then he just lets all this anger out with that question mark, was like this huge turnaround moment for him.
But this is actually the opportunity for me to confess to Purge that the reason I have been playing so badly in pub games is because I want people's shards, and I really enjoy being
उनके घर पे ऐसी है.
I mean, that's one way to do it, yeah.
I actually have 5K MMR. I'm getting there.
5K, is that what you said?
Yes. It's more believable if I don't say 7.
Did you say 5K shards? Is that what you said?
No, I said MMR.
You must have played a lot between last time we played, because, great, you got better a lot in a week.
Yeah, it's because Slax has been coaching me.
I don't...
We did
just going to let that awkward silence fall. It's absolutely fine. You know what? We've got about a minute before hopefully we can get into the draft, and I am going to do this thing. I am going to go for predictions, and I'm going to ask, is the winner of the International 10 on that stage right now?
Not according to my bracket, so I hope not.
Neither of these teams have red in their logo, so definitely not. LG is still looking very. IG's looking amazing by all means, but probably LGD, I would say.
I think IG's a contender. Absolutely, they're a tier 1 team. They're on that same kind of group of teams with LGD. I think there's maybe like 3 or 4 teams, LGD, IG, I'd say even OG, potentially Secret, kind of who are the real top contenders right now.
3 match होगा तो लौड़े लग जाएंगे.
I don't have IG in my bracket, but I wouldn't be a huge shock if they do win the international.
Who do you have in your bracket?
I have PSG LGD. Very original.
Very original. Up against who in the final?
I think I had EG because I'm an EG fan.
मेरे को नहाने जाना है.
I'm surprised you admitted that on panel.
आना घर पे बैठ के भी मैच देख रहा होगा.
Didn't want to lie on air, you know, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's EG.
अब बोल रहा था
अरे. Do you think that EG can make it through that?
गया 3 million.
Yes.
5 million.
I hope so.
There is a little bead of sweat on God's face right now. That's why we haven't gone back to the panel and we're still on the stage because the man has gone puce. Okay, Trent, tell me about your bracket. Your
bracket.
क्या होगा? वो जी ढोड़ा लेगा आना
Now
को.
that you guys can't copy it, that's really good.
नोडल वालेगा रुक भोसड़ी के पकड़ साले को.
in the final. I actually have them losing though, I believe, to Vici Gaming.
Losing again?
Yep.
Really?
दो नहीं है.
He's really good too. It's a possibility.
Like retired होने वाला था कौन
You can't go with the obvious
का
stuff. You want to
वो
win the
roster
bracket,
तो मतलब
guys.
पूरा retired हो गया था सिर्फ नोटल ही था.
You want to win? Like, what are you going to compare it to everybody else? Like, guys, look,
Listen, I need
got
that
it
free
slightly
tip.
better.
The free
Jerex
trip to
retired हो
TI,
गया,
if you
Save
go full
retired हो
correct
गया.
bracket, they did that one
आना
year.
चला
You
गया.
know, it's my only hope of getting back here, guys.
There was like one guy that won.
I almost broke a mixer in group stage. Okay, they're not bringing me back.
Like Sumail
I gotta
mid
find a
one.
way.
You just
और
used
वो
your
आया था.
side-eye tone of voice, as I call it, Purge.
Oh, yeah?
You're really down on Vici Gaming.
इस
Why?
पर तो
No,
पहले
I'm
निकला
not like
था.
super down on them. It's just
You're down on them winning TI.
yeah, a little bit compared to IG and LGD. I mean, Vici Gaming looks
जब वो
excellent
last
by
TI
all
खत्म
means,
हुआ
but
उसके
they're
बाद
still like a upper to mid tier.
उन्होंने team
like
change कर दिया ना,
I
Meduan
know place them
ये.
like 4th to 6th somewhere in there is like very likely
Sumail.
for them, but winning the whole thing maybe less likely than LGD or IGD.
I think you need an X factor to win TI, and I just don't see that with Vici Gaming. It's the kind of X factor that OG's always had. I would say teams like Secret have it, IG, PSG, LGD both have it. That to me is
Valorant का
what
price
takes
pool
like
कितना है?
kind of
This is good.
wild card factor.
This is good motivation here. You see, they don't have an X factor, but now they're going to hear this. They're going to find out the English panel was trashing
तो
them.
Valorant
That's
लेके
going
इतना
to
क्यों
motivate
कूदते लोग?
Vici. I just secured this bracket.
So essentially, Vici, they're not a tingle team.
A tingle team.
Yeah, you don't get tingles when you think about
मुझे नहीं मालूम like
Vici, and that's it.
Valorant पे
Yeah,
मतलब
and
लोग
that's
इतना
basically
क्यों
what
hype
Gods was
करते हैं.
saying. Like you have to have the X factor, that like that chaos, that like surprising. Because if you have this like battle plan that's like very
Yeah, like वो
consistent
Shroud
and real,
Routes
these
of
other
Valorant
top
पे
teams
hype
that are
करके रखा
excellent,
था.
smart people are going to be able to figure it out, and they're going to find a solution. They're going to find a hero that counters their plan, something like that. And that's what loses you some like super deep run.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I'm just gonna
Valorant का क्या था?
sidestep
Valorant
what
उनका
you
game
said
था,
then, which
like
sounded like
League
you
of
said
Legends
that
वाले
Vici
का.
were not.
तो League of Legends player Valorant पे जा
No, I
सकते हैं,
just
but
said if you play
Dota का
without
CS:GO है,
tingle,
मतलब ये भी
people are
Valorant पे
gonna figure
चलेगा.
out what your
मुझे
moves are.
मालूम नहीं क्यों Valorant.
And then they're just gonna like eventually.
Valorant जैसा similar game हमारे पास already था, Rainbow Six Siege.
This is great.
Who tingles me on Team Secret Collapse? He uses my voice line, so that's the why I'm.
Oh, that's why you're shilling
I really would love to see Team
जो
Secret
game
go all
popular
the
नहीं
way.
हो पाया उतना ज़्यादा.
Get about 2 or 3 per game typically.
What is your voice line?
Honestly, I'm really impressed
Shill
with voice
yourself.
line usage so far this tournament. It's been really good.
It's quality.
What's your voice line?
I just said it.
Oh, it felt very insignificant. Say it again.
Honestly, I'm really impressed with it. That one. Yeah.
I've never heard that before. I've literally never heard you say that phrase.
Voice
So
line.
it's fine. I don't think anyone's used my voice line.
I was impressed with your last day of streaming we did. You did a lot better. You're getting better.
Yeah, he
Maybe
said
not 5K, but big improvement.
after a year, he said, "You finally played a game of Dota 2."
Yeah.
कितना फर्क पड़ता है?
That's high praise, actually.
It is.
Yeah, that takes a while. That takes months.
Yeah, it took me. It took
ना
about
अभी तक
12 of
start
them,
नहीं हुआ.
and it's absolutely fine. All right then. This is a best of 3 situation. It's our first best of 3, and it's obviously the first match.
आज अगर
of the
OD
main
Pixel ने
event.
casting
Is
नहीं
this
किया और
gonna
किसी
go all the way?
चमन चूतिया को बैठाया
Out of our matchups today in the upper bracket, of course, I would say.
और कैमरा कंट्रोल में उस चूतिया को डाला.
Expecting to be another perhaps IG 2-0, or as you said, Team Spirit also doing lots of 2-0ing, so who knows? But I I would go back to
इस
that
बार
first
का
game in terms
इन्होंने
of like
मतलब
how we're going to set the
जो
momentum for this.
visualization
If they
है
can keep the
उसमें
hot
budget
streak
बहुत
going,
कम
that's like
रखा
the
है,
best
like
possible sign
drop
for Team
नहीं
Spirit,
लिया है
right?
उतना
They
ज़्यादा.
need that emotional sort of high that they have right now, whereas IG just has like so much background skill and background experience that they're not as dependent on that. So game 2, I could easily see IG still turning it around.
Gods?
I would predict
Very quickly?
IG 2-0. I think the preparation time gives them a bit of an edge as well.
But 2-1, 2-0?
10 बजे होंगे.
Okay, and Purge.
I could see 2-1 IG. I think Spirit can win a game for sure.
You've become so much more diplomatic over the course of his last 10 minutes.
Have I?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
You said that in almost a positive voice.
Oh, you said quickly to him, so I was like, I gotta go fast.
No, I liked
Yeah,
it. It was very decisive.
हमें बोलते हैं Indian आना
And
ही
you know what?
चाहिए.
The teams are still in their pods right
गांड
now.
हगने के बाद भी गांड भी धो
We
लेते हैं
are
हम
going to
लोग.
get into the lobby very soon. And we are also going
साले
to get
तुम्हारी
over
तरफ
to our draft panel. Because
टिश्यू पेपर से पोंछते
let me
नहीं है,
tell you,
जर्म्स
I
रह
don't
जाता
wanna
है.
give too many spoilers away, but they have really scrubbed up. Very nicely. Very nicely indeed. We have a bow tie, ladies and
अरे
gentlemen. We have a bow tie in the building.
फिर ये लोग ज्ञान चो देंगे, you know, सेब वाटर, like एक टिश्यू पेपर बनाने के लिए एक बंडल, उसके लिए 20 gallon water चाहिए.
Path, but it's fine. I don't hate it or anything. Just
I mean, you obviously love an
Like
action
20
type
gallon
because
पे हम
he
लोग
came
एक
in
महीना धो
today
लेंगे अपना गांड.
And Purge's face fell because he saw that I had a laptop and there was another laptop on the desk, and he started to get very, very concerned.
Brand
And he was
sponsor नहीं है
going,
ना.
guys, do we have to have the laptop?
नहीं brand sponsor नहीं है ना, उन्होंने plastic निकाल दिया brand
No,
वाला.
he said he's wearing a raspberry tie.
I'm sorry, he's wearing
Very distinct.
हाँ, like बिस्लरी जाएगा बोलेगा ठीक
yeah,
है,
I did actually.
ले
I
लो
wasn't
पानी,
sure I was
मेरा
gonna be
नाम
able
रख
to,
दो
'cause I
क्या
haven't
है.
worn a tie in legitimately 2 years. But the muscle memory came back. It felt good. I was like, oh, I still got it.
बिस्लरी का खुद ही बना लेते हैं क्या बोलते हैं.
All day. Oh,
I don't
okay.
think so.
You know
पानी
what?
का business में उतना फायदा
Because
है.
we're still waiting to get into the lobby, let's have a chat.
अजय
about
देवगन
the
आएगा.
secret, because that is the other upper bracket match we've got
बोलो
coming
जुआ
up today, and this is incredible. These two teams haven't
No
played
tell
each
me
other
बोलेगा,
at TR
बोलो शुभा
before.
केशरी.
What are the stakes in this match, Trent? 'Cause it feels personal.
It does. It definitely does. I don't think the
उसको तो
social media
उर्दू आता
servers
होगा.
can handle it. I'm pretty sure like Twitter's gonna go down. Like I feel like they just need to get like the social media
सुहेल
team
तो
from each
मतलब
of the
उर्दू में
squads and
बोलेगा.
group together, and they can just hash it out there and tell us the results later.
Live
Because my feed just becomes nothing but OG and secret during these
और वो
TI
अगर
days,
उसका
and
अगर
now they're actually
advertisement
playing
किया
each
तो
other, and
क्या था वो
I'm
दूसरा
genuinely concerned
पान
for them.
मसाला
Yeah.
दूसरा एक
He
था ना
thought
प्रियंका
Squid Game
चोपड़ा
was
ऊपरा
viral.
करता था.
Wait till
Yeah.
you see this.
They have to
उस
have a
James
meeting and be
Bond
like,
का
all right,
उसने
guys,
भी
no
किया है.
knives. We're just gonna punch each other. Like
Nothing to the face.
yeah, no personal attacks. Don't slip into DMs. There's rules, man. Gotta follow them.
And we know with OG, there's such a psychological warfare going on. I feel like they plan for that as much as they plan for the drafts.
ओजी का
What do
मैच
we
मस्त
think
होने
is
वाला है.
loaded
Like
up
एक तरफ
on the
ओजी एक
no-tail
टीम
chat
सीक्रेट.
wheel?
Oh wow.
Ooh, that's a good question. Probably, I mean, you got to go for your opponent's voice lines. Ideally, some ones that are like rub it in a little bit. But with that said, I feel like
चला
Team
उधर
Secrets,
सेफ बैठ
they're
के
all
सब खरीद
veterans.
लेता है.
Like,
जो
they're
जो
gonna
आता है
be
टीआई में
semi-immune
सब
to that
खरीदता है
kind
वो.
of thing. I don't know if it's
मतलब
gonna
उसने
work on
लगता
them.
है
They know
अलग
where
एक
the
बंदा
meat
हायर
is.
करके रखा है
They have
खरीदने के
found
लिए.
it. They've been here before.
Yeah.
क्योंकि एक बंदे के पास इतना
Isn't it?
ये
That's why
नहीं
you
होगा
gotta
कि
go
ये
for
मैंने
sprays.
खरीदा है पहले.
Yeah. Can't mute the sprays.
With that said, though, half of it is also riling your team up, and that's something that OG clearly uses to get excited. They use chat wheels to hype each other up, so you know they'll have half the battle. At least the other half is Dota.
I noticed that neither of you, or none of you, I should
नहीं
say,
वो
'cause there's
सेफ
not three
मतलब
of you,
सब
none of you
खरीदता है.
said that OG is going to be doing the three-peat this year. Gods, any reason why?
I just think winning TI, it's the hardest tournament to win. It's definitely possible with OG, but for me, they've still got that magic, but things are a little bit different, not quite the same roster. I just feel like this is a year where they're going to come up a bit short. I don't really have a good
इसीलिए
answer.
तो अब है ना.
It's just gut sometimes. And gut with OG, usually they end up with finding
साइज
one
बड़ा
anyway, so I'm
करेगा
sure.
फ्यूचर
And
में.
everyone
क्योंकि
who
नाम
doubts
के लिए
them,
जगह नहीं
it
बचेगा
seems
ना.
to motivate them more.
So they're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
इस बार भी
It
शायद
feels
लास्ट
kind
भी
of
हो सकता है
similar
ये
that,
वाला
I-
ट्रॉफी.
they
लाइक
still have
नेक्स्ट
the
टाइम
magic.
ये ना
They
TI
underperformed
11 जब
for the
चालू
whole
हो जाएगा
year, a little bit under expectations.
नया
but
ट्रॉफी आ
I think
जाएगा.
that's Sumail Magic this year, and I think that's a really big difference. I think he's been playing fantastic. He was playing well in pubs that I was watching before we came to TI. He's been playing well in the group stage
मेरे को
games.
नहाने जाना
So
है.
I think that's absolutely there. But with that said, like repeating 3 times in a row seems very difficult. And I would also say that like there's a lot of insanely good
6
teams this
बजेगा
year.
पूरा दिन
Like, I
बैठ
feel like
जाऊंगा,
the
कोई फर्क
previous
नहीं
TI
पड़ता
years,
मेरे
you
को.
go into it, you're like, yeah, OG's looking really good, but like there wasn't like extremely crisp competition like IG and LGD G, and maybe like two other teams.
साबुन
So
लगा
I
के
feel like it's just
रगड़
a
के
little
धोना है
harder
अपने को.
for them to get the W this year.
I may be thinking about a conversation that was
time
had
लेके
in
ना
the
आना
bar
यार.
the other day as a
दुर्गा
poster
पूजा
on
का
it,
है.
but hopefully no one will mind it. It turns out, guys, when we're not talking about Dota on air, we're talking about Dota elsewhere, which is the description of OG as 4 supports and a carry.
I think एक ही हारा
Would
है
you
IG.
agree with that, Perch?
I would, yeah. And that's like the top sin X factor that he's always had, that he plays aggressive and
OG
he's
के
not
खिलाफ
afraid to
आएगा
die on
दौड़ा
the enemy
लेगा
side of the
OG.
map because he knows he's going to draw 3 heroes. So it is a goal to facilitate their carry in the past with Ana. With
इस बार
Sumail,
तो
maybe they
OG
don't have to
धोएगा
do
ना.
that as hard.
इस बार OG
Maybe
धोएगा
it
ना.
opens them up to more options. But yeah, it can be like that sometimes.
Why don't they have to do that as much with Sumail?
The
बट
general
तोरी माँ का
perception was that
भोसड़ी का
Ana
चालू
needed to
करो
have
भोसड़ी
a
है.
good game, at least so that maybe to keep morale up, something like that. So I would say Sumail's much more. He's got an ego. That's been clear. It's been toned down a little bit, so he's got confidence.
ये
He's
भी
got
बोल रहे
really
हैं
strong
सुमेल का
confidence.
ego.
Sumail can play from behind, and maybe that wasn't something that they were as comfortable with in previous TIs.
I mean, the man.
वहाँ पे नहीं अभी तक चालू नहीं हुआ.
Team spirits turn to ban.
अभी चालू हुआ मेरा. I don't want to listen you guys. चलो नहा के आते हैं. I have disconnect now. Bye bye.
The Dire get a ban. Radiant's turn to burn. Seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick. Seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Dyer's turn to pick. 10 seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Dyer's turn to pick. Seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to pick. Sack. seconds. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to burn. Dire's turn to pick. Seconds.
चलो आई एम बैक हुए क्या खाने चला गया बेगम ओके ये लोग कास्टिंग में बग है सो बकचोदी तो हम ही पे लेंगे मैंने वॉइस नहीं वॉइस तो कम करके नहीं रखा हाँ वॉइस इनका नहीं आ रहा है तो हम ही बकचोदी पे लेंगे तेरे को आ रहा है इनका आवाज हाँ हेलो चला गया ओके टीम स्पिरिट गॉट अ इन्वोकर एल्डर टाइटन मार्स बेन एंड टीम आईजी गॉट अ आईओ लायन मंकी लिशरेक्स स्लडर एंड इमेज काफी अच्छा पिक हो सकता है आईओ लायन एंड लिशरेक्स प्रॉब्ली मिड खेलेगा मंकी सेफ लेन खेलेगा एंड स्लडर ऑफ लेन खेलेगा स्लाइडर के साथ लायन जाएगा मंकी के साथ आईओ जाएगा ऊपर के साइड में जो हीरो देख रहा है वो थोड़ा सा चेंजेबल हो सकता है लेकिन वो कर सपोर्ट भी खेल सकता है लाइक एल्डर टाइटन मिड जा सकता है मार्स मिड जा सकता है इन्वोकर मिड जा सकता है 3 हीरो मिड के लिए एकदम परफेक्ट है के साथ मॉर्फली जो सेफ लेनर है टीम स्प्रिट के दुर्गा पूजा है बाहर एकदम मस्त मस्त गाना चल रहा है बंगाली सॉन्ग्स इनको मालूम नहीं है बंगाली सॉन्ग्स काफी अद्भुत है मेरे को इस टीम के बारे में कुछ नहीं मालूम दोनों टीम मतलब कौन सा प्लेयर क्या पोजीशन पे खेलता है इतना मालूम है फ्लाई सेफ लेन खेलता है एंड टोक्यो मिड खेलता है या तो रो सेफ लेन खेलता है क्योंकि हमने देखा था बाकी काका इज लाइक गुड सपोर्ट बहुत अच्छा सपोर्ट करता है काका आई थिंक उसके साथ सपोर्ट में मतलब सेम जनरेशन में कौन था टकला निकमा का Kuruke and Kaka is like same generation support. और इसके साथ फर्स्ट मैच चालू होते हुए कभी भी चालू हो सकता है लाइक 10 गिन सकते हो चालू हो सकता है और फर्स्ट मैच की शुरुआत होते हुए 3 2 1 fuck you गलत हो गया प्रेडिक्शन जल्दी यस ओके बच्चा इन्वोकर किड इन्वोकर बच्चों को युद्ध के क्षेत्र में लाके अच्छी बात नहीं है पढ़ने लिखने का उम्र है पढ़ाई करो IAS IPS बनो कहाँ बवाल में घुस रहे हो बच्चा ओके प्लेयर विद द हाईएस्ट नेट वर्थ द प्लेयर इज गोइंग टू प्लेयर विद द हाईएस्ट फिजिकल डैमेज टर्न द हीरो एंड ऑफ द गेम
Hello. Hello there. My name is Sun. Wow, that crowd really loves us. They're definitely real. Sunspan here with Cinderin, main event. Cinderman, stop smiling. There's nothing to be happy about. This is IG versus Team Spirit. We have cast a ton of IG in the group stage. They were completely dominant. And we've cast a ton of Spirit throughout the entire year. And they have kind of had this... I mean, they had this underdog mentality the entire year, and they've just gotten better and better with each event.
Yeah, I think in many ways it's fair to say for all the teams at this event, that might be the team that's undergone the biggest growth from start to finish of the season. It's been really incredible to watch them. And a lot of the times when these young teams come into TI, it can be very daunting. It can be a scary, you know, the stakes are extremely high, but Spirit even started out with a bad beginning to the group stage, and they've just rallied behind, I'm not sure who they rallied behind, but whatever they did, it worked. Managing to get to the upper bracket was something I think a lot of people were not even expecting this team to be capable of, and they did it in one of the hardest ways by starting out with 2 losses, so it's been very, very impressive to watch. I think they have a lot of their, you know, trademark heroes in this game, love playing aggressive style, having a lot of stuns in team fight. It's very classic for the Eastern European region to draft like this, and Team Spirit, I think compared to other teams in that region, are just more stable. They make less mistakes, they make more smart and big plays around the map, and largely a player I look to on this team is going to be Tokyo, and this game he's playing Invoker, so could definitely make it happen.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few beastly games from him in particular, so you heard what the draft panel had to say about the lineups. What are your thoughts going into this game number 1? I
think they pretty much hit the nail on the head. IG's early tri-core presence, if you want to call it that, with Slardar, Monkey King, Leshrac can be really powerful. These heroes work relatively well against BKB, at least 2 of them. Slardar, Monkey King can do a lot, and that is an item you would see a lot picked up against Lion and Leshrac, so you've kind of covered your bases that you don't get like completely shut out by one item. As far as Spirit's lineup goes, a little bit slower to build up. Invoker might need some time. He's obviously more than likely going to be playing Quas Wex here. He already has Wex skill. But Quas Wex Invoker kind of has, I'm not sure how to explain this, but if you think about his power curve, it's like really strong at level, let's say 7 to 12, then he falls off a little bit, and then he can come back later if he starts getting XR points and starts getting some bigger items, but very, very late, both Morphling and Invoker with Elder Titan Natural Order should be able to pull this off.
Yeah, your prediction is looking very, very true, with Elder Titan being so hotly contested, yet not banned as often as you would think, considering his ridiculous win rate of, they were saying 65% so far in this tournament.
1.5, yep, you're right.
Close enough. We round down in America.
Yes, actually. You weren't listening earlier, as usual, so that was...
That's your style, please now, Sinner. This is the TI main stage. You got to take it very seriously, okay? So top lane, we have Fly and Kaka going to be dual laning. So it's going to be the position 1 Monkey King Sinner, which, you know, obviously we talked about how flexible this hero is, but having said that, it's been mostly position 4 in the group stage. So your thoughts going into this game with position 1 this time around?
I think the lane matchup here is pretty good. The one thing I'm a bit concerned for sometimes with carry Monkey King is that some lane matchups are just rough. Like you have a hero that's 100% based around getting multiple attacks in on the same target to really shine in lane. That's why some matchups that have attack speed slowing abilities like Jakiro or Venomancer with all the move speed slows, or these kind of heroes can make Monkey King's life absolutely miserable in lane. This one, however, Mars is not the biggest problem for him, nor is ET. So I do think from a laning perspective, Fly should be coming up to a good start here.
And mid lane, you already kind of mentioned Tokyo playing the Invoker versus Emo's Leshrac. Thoughts on the matchup from a hero-to-hero perspective?
I think it's pretty even. Invoker will usually try to win lanes against other end heroes by burning their mana with Tornado EP, but Leshrac should still be somewhat able to last it even if he's low on the mana. Quas Wex Invoker's base damage isn't the greatest. And of course, I would say that the whole dynamic around Quas Wex mid-Invoker has changed with the addition of water runes. I just think it's easier to get that little bit of mana back that you would usually lose in the past, and then if you didn't find a power rune, you would be very stifled in lane. But nowadays, most heroes against Quas Wex Invoker will find decent farm here, and this is no exception. Emo currently top net worth. He's 15-5 against Tokyo's.
Gonna see a spear top. Mr. Cinderman. Flyfly's gonna try to turn around to collapse, but it looks like everybody's gonna part ways right now. I'm sure a salve is coming for Flyfly. There we go. Has a balance strike still ready to go overall. But yeah, you're right. Emo 15-5, 13-3 for Tokyo. So actually relatively even considering it's the Quas Wex, which kind of surprising actually.
If you look at the heroes tab, Emo's getting slightly more. I would say this is one of the better matchups for Invoker in lane, just because we don't want to face these heroes that either dominate you by playing aggressively or have way better last hit damage than you. Both of these heroes don't have the best base damages, but Invoker is actually slightly ahead of So should be able to find that decent amount here. And Logitech usually delivers the bomb spike, farming, playing stronger, good against these range heroes to secure range beats. And so enough to ward that early bottle that the Eagles overgot. Thermaltake won, recommend the billing. Online, I think this largely, for me, it's an interesting lane to watch in this game just because Morphling is a very snowball hero by nature lane. If you get crushed in the early few levels, you can be slowed down a lot. But at the same time, against a melee hero, Morphling does very well. So getting up to speed levels, just trading with that early Morbid Mask OC here from Yatoro. Playing against Ido and Slaughter. So overall pretty even. But there's relatively high kill potential down here for IG onto the Bane, playing against heroes with high move speed, which you definitely get out of sprint plus tether. You can't really necessarily reset and get away even with a Nightmare cast.
Yeah, we have yet to get a first blood, which actually for this meta, very uncommon. Typically you'll see something, even during the bounty rune stage, the 0-minute mark. Both teams playing a little passive here. As I say that Yataro going to get bashed by JT, but looks like he's going to be perfectly fine with, like you said, that Morbid Mask. Probably not a better hero to get it. Probably the only hero to get this early on is actually First Blood. Kaka is going to be taking out Mira in that top lane. So First Blood goes the way of IG.
This is such a great hero for Monkey King to lane with both Earth Spike and Hex leveled here for Kaka with 2-1-0 build. There's so much time for JT, or sorry, for Flyfly to get in those Jinku mastery attacks and then finish off the kill. So
level 5 pe jaldi pahunchega then Slardar.
Nice for IG to find the first blood there. I want to say this bottom lane, the IO starter, I think this is a lane that has had its ups and downs. There was a phase for, I want to say, 2 or 3 weeks in Europe especially, where this lane was played all the time. Definitely Insania on the draft panel, no stranger to this lane, as I believe it was Taiga and Boxy that were playing this quite a bit together as well for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but Elder Titan
they just come to mind just because that's the type of lane that team like to play. It's very synergistic. There's a lot of like tandem plays you make. The heroes just complement each other very well. IO gives attack speed to Slaughter, so you get the attacks in for Bash of the Deep. We might see Miposhka actually in trouble here. Probably going to wake him up here is... Alright, he's not going to pursue that.
Looks like he's perfectly fine, as expected, Syndrome. Very good.
Caught up.
Very good. I mean, we don't see a lot of Bane these days, but actually, what is the reason for Bane this game in particular?
So what was the draft order? So they picked Bane third, and the heroes that they saw were Io and Lion, I think. Probably just protection. You know, it's a decent hero against the Io tether combination. Sorry, I'm just going to reset out here. Mira needs to be a little bit careful here, perhaps. There's the Hex mana coming in, and he is toast.
Indeed, pulls over there for Emo, and that's second kill of the game now for IG.
Yeah, to finish off on the Bane thing, Team Spirit's like team ideology or the way they play Miposhka playing this hero is a very good way of ensuring Yatoro a good start in lane. So I think it's mainly for protection, and the feed script against a lot of Bane's or IO's targets, tether targets can be nice.
JT and Ollie beating the absolute crap down here against Yatoro and Miposhka. Yatoro, of course, extremely tanky. Miposhka has the Nightmare available, and as you can see, they're just going to trade sleeps here. But still, damage is done. Yatoro has to back off now and try to regain some HP.
They do have a salve. It's going to be healed up to full here, but has a now as well. Small camp is going to spawn here. Yeah, Morphling, one of the better heroes against this lane, because if IO Starter don't kill you off fully here, you can just regen up easily. But now Kaka will make his way over as well. They're really looking to shut down Yatoro. Has found some pretty good starting farm now.
Flyfly able to jump his way out of the tornado's path. But yeah, still no kills for Team Spirit as of yet.
Monkey King solo is lane mein baith ke
group up here a little bit towards the top lane. Have the siege creep available for pushing potential. We'll see if IG tries to mitigate this in any way. Flyfly, all he can do is watch from above for now.
Collapse is only level 5, so there's no Arena of Blood here for this potential team fight that could break out here, but it looks like it's just going to be a tower trade. IG rotating down, Emo to bottom, and obviously Leshrac with the classic 2-2-2-1 build, which we see almost every game currently, is going to be maxing out Edict most likely after this, but still makes very quick work of this tower when Edict comes up the second time, as Glyph was used on the first one. And maybe Spirit won't actually get this tower. They still have the Siege Creep alive. They'll get it in time.
Yeah, that thing has been alive for eons at this point. Flyfly, oh, he's going to get speared in. Not going to get the vision here. EMP's there with the cold snap to follow. Flyfly gets off the boundless strike. Collapse just trying to follow behind him. The tornado's going to be there, and he actually just blocks him in completely. Nicely done from Team Spirit. The spear actually finishes him off there, but will be a 1-for-1 in terms of the towers, but obviously position 1 death, pretty big deal for IG.
It's going to be returning to base here. Collapse ran completely out of resources. It's going to be heading out. Yatoro is now just going to be sitting close to this tier 2 tower bot and farming. You would imagine that IG could be looking to make a potential smoke move down there with Lion plus Lesh. Have plenty of magic damage burst against Yatoro if he's playing on that low strength, which is very common for Morphlings for the farming speed. And you see they snuck down a ward here earlier that just barely doesn't see Yatoro, but if he's trying to go right and look at that camp that JT just farmed, that could open up a move for them to cross down there. For now, Kaka will just be taking his level 6 in mid. Get Finger of Death, awesome ability against Morph. Once again, likes playing on low health, so you can find the kills very, very quickly.
Yep, if he can be sneaky enough. His Emo and Ollie already got done taking out a couple stacks of creeps in their triangle. Fly continuing to...
mid lane.
Alright, we got the Hex to start things out. Earth Spike to follow. Emo with the splitter. This should be a kill. There's TP supports coming though. Finger of Death, like you said, just takes him out in turn. But Yatoro has made his rotation. This would be a really big kill, but that's the pick pull. Emo turns into a pig and lives. That is a very small percentage play, Cinder, as we have discussed many a time, but it worked.
It's a good point. The pig pull made no difference there. So have you pointed that out?
Really glad to be here with you.
You have like a quota you need to meet every game. When there's a pig pull, you have to say, I don't know if you have some sort of a contractual obligation. I don't know, some sort of company that makes bacon.
Well, I do like bacon. The EMP cold snap. Kaka dead on his own clip here. 3-2 advantage now for Team IG. Emo looking at terms of, in terms of the net worth here, top of the charts, and his counterpart in Toronto, Tokyo, about 600 off, which if you were to ask me at the beginning of the game, I would say that's probably normal for the Quaswex versus Lesh anyway.
Yeah. Lesh just farms faster in the jungle, right? Like, even if you equalize in lane, Leshrac can always go to the jungle and farm with Pulse Nova, and he's playing with Io, which just makes things a lot better. You get that extra mana regen, you get the extra move speed to go from camp to camp. Now they're even going to bottle refill, Kaka TPing in for that. They're trying to make sure that Emo stays happy in this game. Has a tendency to pop off when he's given a good game like this.
Yeah, for sure.
Very unrealistic assessment, but
I mean, we've seen him pop off, but we've also seen him get a little too overconfident at times as well. So, but overall, compared to other mids, he's definitely one of the best in the world right now. As there's a Diabolic Edict. Actually surprising to see that very little damage has been done to this tier 1 mid as a Lash for Emo, but of course he's spending a lot of time in the jungle right now just getting that farm.
Yeah, and Team Spirit, they know how important this mid tower is, so they're going to be parking someone here. Elder Titan, one of the best heroes at doing this actually, just sitting in a lane protecting the tower. You have so much range with Astral Spirit, and you just get the stomp off and you stay very far back for safety. IG can't really catch this ET if he stands in a good position, unless they wrap around with some sort of smoke gank and use Monkey King from the trees or something like that, but Fly uninterested. He's sitting top right now, farming up his Echo Saber. An item that's become very, very popular on many melee carries lately, but Monkey King has always been one of the staples. When this item wasn't even very good, Monkey would buy it.
He's not a hipster. He started the trend, if anything, right?
Yeah.
Monkey King has got it all under control.
And it just makes so much sense, right? It's a hero that is all about those right clicks for getting up the Jingu stacks and getting the powerful boundless strike in. Echo Saber, one of the fastest ways of getting 4 attacks you could possibly get. Later on, they're also going to be tethering him for overcharge.
Yep.
So 3 good friends for Io this game. I love to see that in Io drafts. I think it's very cool when Io doesn't just have one partner like Tiny, but where there's other heroes you can tether to, because it opens up different plays on the map that you can make with different players, while others might have other objectives in the game, whether it's pushing a tower or farming jungle. And if your primary target dies, you're not like lost in the fight. Let's say you're tethered to Monkey and Monkey dies, suddenly you can tether the Lesh, and that's also amazing, or the Slardar.
Oh, we're going to see a smoke here from Team Spirit. So Spirit Vessel, I believe, is complete on Toronto Tokyo, which is obviously really good against Io. Collapse not quite done with his Blink Dagger. We'll get to that in just a moment. Kaka might be the one to tank the gank here, and something tells me he's not getting out of this one, Cinderin.
Almost.
And the crowd goes wild. But Collapse, like I talked about, I want to say that this guy during the, I believe it was the Animajor, I would consider him the MVP of Team Spirit. He was, especially on Mars, an absolute god. Now Mars as a hero has kind of dropped off a bit in terms of the pick rate. But we're going to see him get the Blink Dagger as it's being delivered now, so expect some plays to come.
Yeah, I think just anecdotally, without knowing the exact stats for the tournament, for me it feels like the primary teams that have been playing Mars have been Team Spirit and Vici Gaming, and a little bit of IG as well, I do believe, on JT. So it's primarily been the Chinese teams as well as the Radiant team in this game. Makes a lot of sense that the hero was rated relatively highly in the draft for that reason, because it is a contested hero for the other team as well. IG looking to try to get the first tier 2 tower of the game while Spirit are mid. Was that a cancel TP? I think it was. Oh, Mira.
Wukong's command, and that is going to be an easy kill onto Mira in the bot lane as the tier 1 falls mid. Stuck inside his Wukong's command for now. Toronto Tokyo. Gonna get gone on to start with from JT, but gets slept initially. There's the collapse. Ult comes in with 3 inside. Yataro and company trying to clean up. Ollie's going to be the first to fall here, along with Emo. JT showing off that blink dagger, so he will be safe, but 2 big kills for Spirit.
He got slowed by
He's not safe, Cinderin. Why did you say that?
Stop
JT,
lying to the audience.
He's fine. I said it.
Oh, more flex.
Depth is strike. I told you, Cinder. Why do you question me?
Oh, you're so good at this game. You knew.
Oh, man. So good. And the crowd continues to go wild. So shout out to everybody that is cheering in game. We're still waiting on Twitch to approve the extension update that allows Twitch viewers to cheer on stream. You know, maybe if somebody's watching from Twitch, you could approve that at some point. It's not like this is the biggest event of all time or anything. So Emo and Ollie in the triangle. See if they're going to try for a smoke here, but Emo's death quite costly because he was top net worth, but now you can see that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, looking great for Yatoro now, finishing off the Asha, of course, building now into E-Blade. They have an enormous amount of magic damage between their heroes. Natural Order. Man, Tsunabe really screwed me over earlier when he said Astral Order. He actually got to me.
Deception, yeah.
So Natural Order, you've got the E-Blade together with Invoker spells. Oh, JT will run away.
That's a lot of mana drain from that EMP. As Kaka and company are here. Finger of death. Oh, nice save! Mira will still die, so not as exciting as it may sound, but 2 dead. But for Team Spirit, it did look cool. That's a highlight.
More important than winning.
If you have a highlight of that, don't show the end portion, and it looks really epic. Absolutely, and look at this.
Well,
Emo
finger stack. It could make a difference.
stealing a bunch of creeps in the triangle center. This is a huge deal. All right, maybe not that big. It's still a double stack of Ancients available. Yataro, Wukong's command fly spot them out. JT coming in as well. And there's a relocate. Huge kill onto Yataro, who was and still is for now the top net worth in the game.
Yeah, hit by a whopping 13 gold over Leshrac. We'll see if Emo can find literally any creep except the garbage Kobold.
How dare you? I love the Kobold. Best model of any neutral in the game. Look at him.
The best model of any neutral in the game is the Black Dragon Goofy.
It depends on your
There's no Black Dragon available right now, so we can't show that. But I'm sure they'll spawn later.
Just think about it.
So in terms of pace, obviously, if you just look at the net worth right now, 2K lead for IG. I mean, coming into this game, a lot of people are expecting IG to take this series. Team Spirit still, it feels like they're always the underdog, and even after like great performances where they upset, they're still continuing to be the underdog for whatever reason. But I'm assuming you're thinking IG will take this series in the end.
Yeah, I think you're going to be hard pressed to find a lot of people that have Team Spirit favored. Oh, Kaka's dead.
Koshka's in the vicinity.
Yes.
Echo Stomp is there. Spear into the trees, and down he goes.
Pretty big rotation from Spirit to find a lonesome position 4 there in the bottom lane. Effectively just the rest of the map being farmed up very nicely here by IG. All of their cores active around both the top bottom jungle of their own side as well as Leshrac pushing out that mid lane. So this could open up for a potential move for IG. You see them drawing an arrow into the enemy triangle, so it looks like that's the next plan from Kaka here. He wants to maybe smoke. Of course, has the one key item that Lion wants in every game with that Blink Dagger, so can very easily initiate for the team as long as they have vision.
Yeah, BKB just picked up by Fly.
I think they saw him here. They see him. He has the ward though on the high ground.
Links to safety. Looks like he's fine.
Yep. Gets
so
out
BKB
nicely.
on Fly, as he actually has the Oblivion staff, so actually hasn't finished anything with that yet. Changed his mind considering how the game is going at the moment.
No, he disassembled it to make BKB something.
That's right. That's exactly what happened.
That is what happens when you look away for a moment.
That's right.
The game gets patched 7 times, and you can do that.
Yeah, very, very true. Another important item, Cinderin, Toronto Tokyo picks up the Midas, which this is pretty much the standard build from Invokers these days, as Roche is going to be attempted.
Yeah, I like this.
Absolutely. This is against a Slardar lineup, so if you can take it away from them, then all the power to you.
Double damage morph with Alacrity. Oh, what's not to love?
They're going to get the first Roche of the game, the first Roche of TI-10 main stage, in fact.
Yep.
As bottom lane, IG doing considerable amount of damage to this tier 2, and I would like to think that Spirit just lets this go.
IG take the first tier 2 tower of this TI-10 main event.
Are we just going to say that for everything?
IG are taking the first outpost of this TI-10 main event.
Okay. I thought you were going to keep going. Sorry. I just...
Why would I? They
let it open up.
anything else.
Okay. Yataro damaging the top tier 2 for the first time in this TI main event. Let's see if they actually give this one up. IG doesn't look like they're looking to come here. They do pop the fort though. And Spirit continuing to stay in the area. You can see most of IG in the bottom jungle right now, as the game is extremely even. Obviously Aegis in tow for Yataro here. Can't go through that backdoor protection.
Starting to push out this top wave, and looks like IG are not interested in defending, which means in all likelihood Team Spirit will take the second tier 2 tower of the TI-10 main event. And it will be going to Yatoro or the creep wave. It is Yatoro.
You could have said the first one for the Radiant.
That's actually true.
JT, jumping collapse for now. Collapse. He's going to get stunned. Ollie's trying to heal to a high degree, but there's the Mars Arena blocking him up completely. He's just going to die within his own arena. It's a 1-for-1 for Kaka. And we'll see if Spirit want to continue to fight here, despite not having that big crush by JT onto 2. But there's the E-Blade being shown from Yataro. Fly jumping on top of Toronto Tokyo, but there, Yataro doing some nice damage to Fly. He pops his BKB. It looks like Toronto Tokyo is donezo. Fly in the meantime looking to re-pursue here. Looks like the Elder Titan is next on the list. So a 3-for-1 after a really good initiation from JT. E-Blade still not enough to get a kill here for Yataro. Definitely has to be careful, but
you see the awesome synergy there between Slardar and Monkey King. This is a nasty late game composition as well. We're not truly in the late game just yet, as I would rather call this the later portion of the mid game, but already you get Corrosive Haze on a target. Monkey King pumps BKB, has the Echo Saber ready, and very quickly gets the hits in, and then that Boundless Strike, it really hurts. We're going to see it in a moment here in this replay. I think it's about 20 seconds after this, so looking to be a decent opener for Spirit. They get the grip off, obviously gets cancelled here by Fly. And while Kaka does die, it still means big cooldowns have been expended by the Radiant here. No Earth Splitter, no grip, and that gives JT the confidence to go in. And pay attention to Toronto Tokyo here. So nice back off there from JT, and then they jump in the Monkey King. Nice attempt from Yatoro turning into Monkey for the stun, but watch this Boundless. So insanely much damage. Basically killed off Invoker from 2/3 in 1 second. And they're going to need to find solutions for that. So Toronto Tokyo is buying a BKB. You could imagine potentially a Lotus Orb would be somewhere in the future for the Radiant. But all of them just getting BKBs really, except Morph getting the Manta style. So Mars also queuing up BKB. Potentially could have been a Halberd game, but they value that magic immunity very, very high against especially Lion and Leshrac.
Oh, DD Rune, not going to be denied. Emo picks it up, pops that BKB. Toronto Tokyo might be the sacrifice for Team Spirit. He's just going to get taken down thanks to that Pulse Nova. Finger of Death used now, collapse. He's going to take the brunt of the damage. That's going to be 2 quick kills for IG. Make it 3 now, as this is starting to get in control of IG overall in this game, despite not having the Aegis. I mean, that's the fact that Team Spirit has not been able to use this Aegis to really any effect is really unfortunate for them.
It is worrisome for Spirit how hard a time they have counter-initiating. It's also worrisome that
continuing the onslaught here. Nice Force Staff Mira. He's just going to get chased though. They have so much health regen thanks to Ollie. That is going to be another easy kill for IG. Might be a turnaround here. Yataro forcing the BKB out of JT at the very least. We'll see if they can regroup here, but it feels like just dominoes falling one by one in the last minute or so.
For sure. Yeah, with the BKB on Slaughter and Monkey King, what happens in these fights effectively is IG, when they have superior vision, they just jump and go. And the Radiant, what response do you have to BKBs? You literally have Fiend's Grip on your position 5 Bane. If he gets stopped by anything, you have anywhere between 6 and 9 seconds just ready to roll for these cores. And it's because of the amount of burst damage that they have, Team Spirit are almost guaranteed to lose a key hero in that those initial few seconds. Leshrac also with the BKB, of course, should mention that one. So,
yes.
Yeah. It's problematic for Spirit. I think the saving grace for them later can be Invoker becomes amazing when BKBs get low. So when all of them drop to 6, maybe you can stay alive just long enough to get all of that control out. Tornado and Ice Wall. Ice Wall awesome against both Monkey King and Slaughter.
Yeah, and this, I mean, next Roche is not spawning anytime soon, but this is the second Roche is going to decide the game, I feel like. If IG is able to secure it, it's going to be super hard for Spirit to actually come back into this game. And they obviously take it really fast.
Not going into the triangle. They know this is coming from IG. And in the meantime, Toronto Tokyo. This is something we saw him do a lot at the Animator. Yeah. Playing these side lanes alone on the opposite side of the map. Even on heroes that aren't necessarily very good at it, he would still find a way to do it. In this game, Quasrex and Goku good at this. Getting collapse for
Blink TP.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Sprint was offline for a moment there for JT, so couldn't close the gap, as it were. And Toronto Tokyo forcing out TPs, like you said. So, I mean, realizing that they're behind, it's not an insurmountable lead for against IG, but still split pushing, forcing the TPs out, spending some resources, getting them on the other side of the map. You can see the heat map for Toronto Tokyo.
Wow.
Obviously, the red portion is mostly the laning stage, I would assume. Starting to spread the wealth to some degree. Yeah, we have 3 BKBs right now on IG and only 1 so far for Spirit. Toronto Tokyo still working on his. Is it on the way? Let's see. No, he still needs like 700 gold to actually finish it, so dropping off farm despite having that Midas.
And Poshka's thinking about this. It is a really hard angle. Oh, they're going to get backstabbed as well. Kaka finds Chitaro.
He gets off the Morph though. Nice dodge with that BKB from JT. They're just going to apply all the pressure to Yataro. Still stuck inside this Wukong's command, but he's going to be good to go. And now Team Spirit likely on the retreat. Get up a nice tornado to slow things up. The finger of death, they're going to find at least 1. Does IG.
You should be happy if you're Spirit that was the worst. That could have gone so much worse. Yatoro got off a clutch E-Blade right before the 4th hit from Slaughter for that bash. And they do manage to get out basically everyone here, except Mira, catching his 7th death. Has as many deaths as his team has kills.
That's usually not a good sign.
Absolutely not, and especially he's ET, right? But they're doing a really good job on IG of just finding him in these fights. ET can often stand very, very far behind the fights, but Monkey King and Slaughter just have his number, and they have the number of Pride as well.
Poshka trying to get sent by Toronto Tokyo, but it's not going to happen. Kaka jumps in with the Hex into the double impale. Flyfly gets off his beautiful right clicks, double kill for Flyfly. And Team Spirit are starting to crumble, Cinder, and Collapse is going to take it out in turn. Tier 1 tower to follow. 6K network lead, and it's only growing from here. Yeah. And Roche now at 7K relatively shortly. Would you like to count the numbers with me?
Did you grow up on Sesame Street?
Not really.
Big
Bird really scared.
You don't know the counting song, I'm assuming.
I don't know how to count.
I don't actually think it goes to 7. They start out with the easy course first.
That's not helpful.
No, I know.
No wonder America's screwed. Elmo here has the Diabolic Edict going. It's going to force out the fortification. And it looks like there's going to be another tower going the way of Team Spirit, or Team IG, I should say. And I think at this point, they're probably just waiting for Roche. Yes, just keep it up, Cinder. You're doing great.
Yep, they're getting a bounty run. Is this 9K?
It's going to be close, I'm sure. We're going to see the replay here.
9K.
Yeah, good attempt from Toronto Tokyo to save his comrade there, but you can see the Kaka initiation with the nice stun from Kaka onto 2 there as well.
Speaking of 9K, a little bit of trivia. Do you know who was the first player in the world to get 9K MMR?
Miracle?
Yes. Do you know who played against him in the game he got 9K?
Cinderin.
Yes, correct.
All right, that was pretty easy, actually.
I know.
Thank you.
That's my main contribution to Pub Dota. boosting the confidence of others. It's very good.
Appreciate that. Intaro. Emo and Ollie hooked up right now and transporting themselves to another dimension, it seems. So 8K net worth lead for IG. They're just waiting for this second Roche, and if they're able to get it, you can see Toronto Tokyo trying to scout it out, but just spawned right afterwards. Oh man, that is actually really unlucky. But then again, it was pretty late into the timer for Roche regardless. So they just need JT in the vicinity, and they can take that super duper fast. This is going to be the Aegis and Shard this time around, Cinderin.
Now it's time for your favorite question.
Yes.
Cinderin, who should they give the Shard to?
It's going to be Emo. We can be pretty sure of this. Fly is pretty decent, but I don't really see it that often picked up.
Damn.
There we go.
There it is. The first shard of the TI main stage goes to Emo.
And that is
great call, Sunsfan.
The split earth that just creates more bigger split earths and a delay. Very nice. Usually really good for high ground defense, but something tells me IG's not going to need it specifically for that. If the game continues to go in this trajectory.
It's really nice zone control, and you look at their lineup, they have so many stuns that they can likely get off the double value on a single target, right? If you get, let's say, Lion Hex into Split Earth, then you can Earth Spike, then you can Slaughter stun, and then the second Split Earth proc will come in again. You even have Boundless as well, so yep. Very, very nice. Honestly, I wouldn't have blamed them if they put the Shard onto Io. This is a really good game for that, considering what friends he has here. But they are opting to put it on the core first. Emo.
That must make you really sad as a support player.
I like to see the success of others.
Not gonna hit because of the tornado here. Collapse gets a nice spear into the tower. Actually pulls up Emo, and now the beautiful Mars Arena onto 2. Vivex is still available if he wants to use it, but Toronto Tokyo takes a lot of damage, able to force that to safety thanks to this Earth Splitter coming out. Ollie, that's a triple kill for Yotaro. Luckily for IG, one gets out. And Kaka, all right, Glimmer. I think they spotted him though. They're gonna try to chase Kaka here.
4 different colored pings around him.
E-Blade not able to finish him off in style with the Sunstrike. All right. Oh my God, Kaka, are you serious? He gets out after all that.
Damn.
Either way, great defense from Team Spirit. Obviously, Aegis was not on Emo.
Yeah,
questionable.
Exactly. It's a bit questionable to maybe have him push that tower without the Aegis. You could have let Monkey King do this with the Desolator and the IO behind for protection, but they were just not expecting this place. Super well set up there. Collapse going for that high value spear, and the follow-up arena is just as good.
Technology they
that was
have
about a 3K gold swing.
can destroy
They still
entire
don't
world.
claim
Like
the Aegis though.
nuclear
To live,
is ज़्यादा
Kaka is
powerful
asleep.
था.
Now he's awake.
बोल.
And that was really exciting.
Thank you.
And now it's over.
Can we get a highlight of that? First terrible
हो गया
highlight
खाना
of
क्या
the
खाया?
game as Scotty is now picked up for Fly, so
ये दो चीज
he
कैसे
is,
खाते हो
hitting
रोटी और
critical
भात
mass
एक साथ मेरे को
pretty
साला
soon,
मतलब
Sinner, and he is
मैं
mega
आइदर एक
farmed
ही
overall.
खा सकता हूँ आइदर भात खाऊंगा या फिर रोटी
Yotaro
खाऊंगा
still top of the net worth. He has actually got the Titan
yeah
sliver
like
drop
मैं
as
दो
well
चीज
from the
नहीं खा
jungle,
सकता हूँ
so
भात and like रोटी एक
one of the best
साथ
heroes in the game for
like
that,
आइदर
no
मैं
doubt.
भात खाऊंगा या
So
फिर
he
रोटी
has the Manta
खाऊंगा
BKB and E-Blade going for
आइदर
I
चाल
would
like you know
assume
चावल
Scotty
खाऊंगा या
next,
फिर
yeah,
गेहूं
looks like it
खाऊंगा
is.
दो चीजें एक साथ नहीं खा सकता
But 6K net worth lead for IG overall right now, still with the Aegis in tow.
I think Team Spirit comeback कर सकते हैं like
relocate is available from bottom island.
और इसके साथ स्लाडर ने इन्वोकर को पकड़ा और इस बार लायन ने बदला लिया
Okay.
But a nice pick off for IG.
मतलब सीधा मतलब उसने आवता हुआ कुछ नहीं देखा सीधा अपना ulti.
So obviously want to use it in some capacity here.
ओके आज चाह रहे ऊपर एक गैंग करने के लिए और आईजी का फ्लाई फ्लाई को दिख चुका है एल्डर टाइटन में फ्लाई फ्लाई को बाकी भी बंदे दिख चुके हैं स्लाडर आगे बढ़ते हुए स्लाडर के पास ब्लिंक है स्लाडर आगे बढ़ के स्टन एंड टीपी कैंसिल लाइन भी पीछे मौजूद है ओह माय गॉड लाइन ने कहां स्टन मारा क्या माल फूक के बैठा है
Kaka trying to get the curve. IG. He won't. Uses that shield.
Monkey King आज courier मार के रहेगा ऐसा है इसका
really thinking hard about when to call this invincibility ability of the courier, and after a lot of deliberation, they ended up with shield. I think very good.
I think it's a solid choice.
Very good choice.
इस bottom में TP हो चुके हैं
together with
सबके
bash
TP bottom
and amplify damage as very good descriptive names for
I miss
abilities.
those actually.
I like amplify damage honestly.
I agree.
I think
now it's corrosive haze.
Yeah.
Sounds like a Viper skill, honestly.
It really does, actually.
And calling it out,
मैंने बंद
corrosive
कर दिया,
hazes
वो
then
अच्छा
does
नहीं
not
कर
sound
रहे,
right,
सुन
I'm
नहीं
not
रहा
going to
मैं।
lie. But then again, amplified
अच्छा नहीं
damage
लग रहा है
had
उनका
that same
सुनने में,
issue,
साउंड
so
क्वालिटी अच्छा नहीं है।
whatever.
It was nicely descriptive, though. You kinda knew what
मंकी
you
को
were
मिला
gonna
मॉर्फ,
do.
बट मॉर्फ को मारना यहाँ पे नामुमकिन है, बट लायन मैन इतने सारे स्टनर है, मॉर्फ को मूव ही नहीं करने दे रहे हैं। लेस्ट्रैक का स्टन अभी तक गिरा नहीं है, लेस्ट्रैक का स्टन गिरा, मॉर्फ शायद मारे जाएंगे। वाओ, 1 2 3 4 स्टन गिरा। एक्चुअली 4 स्टन नहीं, 4 डिसेबल गिरा। लाइक लायन के पास दो, एक मछली बनाना और दूसरा ये करना है। मॉर्फ ने बायबैक नहीं किया।
Keep in mind, Aegis is running out soon.
लेस्ट्रैक का एकदम शॉट बन चुका है, मतलब जमीन पे मारता ही रहेगा, धपक 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 धपक। लेस्ट्रैक का एकदम शॉट के साथ एक सबसे बोनस है, आप उसको 2 बार यूज कर सकते हो, लाइक चेन स्टन कर सकते हो अगर आप किसी को वहाँ पे खड़ा कर सकते हो तो। लाइक जो यहाँ पे खड़ा हो गया वो चेन स्टन हो गया।
I'm sure. And everything's on the internet.
लेस्ट्रैक का जो बार बार बड़ा होता रहता है, लाइक मंकी किंग के ऊपर अगर बिना बीके के कोई कूदा तो वहीं पे स्टन, और मंकी किंग मारे गए। मार्स का अरीना, लायन ने खुद कामयाब, आयो ने खुद को टेलीपोर्ट कर लिया, खुद को सीधा। यस, स्लाडर भी बच गया, बट आयो मुझे नहीं लगता सरवाइव कर पाएंगे खुद को। आयो के लिए वहाँ पे घात लगा के बैठे हैं, इसी के साथ आयो आउट। आयो का दिल निकाल लिया लिटरली।
You had to buy back your morph, or did you, right?
Oh, DD मौजूद है, and रोशन 2 मिनट के बाद रिस्पॉन होगा,
but judgment call to making the moment.
Yeah, like इन्वोकर और DD बॉटल में दे सकते हैं, like you know, मॉर्फ को बॉटल दे सकते हैं, मॉर्फ को DD उठा सकते हैं।
now for IG to win the
एक
game
DD
flat
आपके
out by
2
just killing
मिनट
the
का
morphling
मौका
one more
देता है,
time
बट
now.
रोशन 2 मिनट के बाद रिस्पॉन होगा, एक झटके में 2 मिनट पे रिस्पॉन नहीं होगा।
Minute that the Monkey King is still dead, there's no Roche. All of your waves were pushed pretty far, so you need to just spend this time putting out fires across the map so you can start maybe finding a move when all the enemy team is alive again.
Huge नहीं है अभी।
There is a DD top.
हाँ, जब लगे अगर रोशन रिस्पॉन है तो वो DD
Yeah, quite possibly the best hero to have a double damage on, or one of them at the very least. Has a Scotty now.
जब वो बात कर रहा था, like
obviously not saving for buyback at this point since he does not possess one.
और हमारा हनुमान।
That's why buy all out. He gets the
Unfortunately for
bottle.
Team Spirit, they're not able to force any buybacks from Fly. That would have been pretty big, but pretty risky as well.
This is
अगर पावर का मतलब मेजर करते तो अपने हनुमान के पास ज़्यादा पावर है, लाइक वो 5 तत्वों को कंट्रोल कर सकता है, लाइक और
things are looking very grim. They will. I like it from them though. You've got to take this kind of initiative if you want to make a comeback and win this game eventually. You can't just sit back and play chicken for 8 minutes.
तो ग्रेविटी को उल्टा कर सकते हैं, लाइक तुम्हारे
They will see if they can find an invasive move into the enemy triangle.
उनके पास भी अपना पूंछ लंबा करने की शक्ति है, जैसे मंकी किंग के पास अपना डंडा लंबा करने की शक्ति है। ओ क्या लेस्टर बचा नहीं पाया। ओह, टीम स्पिरिट कम बैक। बदला, लायन इस बार नहीं बच पाया। लायन लास्ट 2 बार बहुत अच्छे से बचा था। मंकी किंग कैश खुद को, ओह क्या बात, क्या ओपी अरीना था, लाइक लिटरली दैट वाज अरीना इज ओपी। एंड अभी भी आईजी के पास बायबैक है, लायन एंड मंकी किंग बायबैक कर सकते हैं। रैम्पेज लायन बायबैक, लायन बायबैक नहीं करेंगे अभी भी। टावर सैक्रिफाइस होगा। खत्म करने का है इनको, खुजली नहीं करने का इधर बैठ के, क्योंकि टीम स्पीड जानता है लाइक आईजी कितना पावर। फोर्स नहीं है, खत्म करने का प्लान है इनका। ओह लायन का उंगली मार्स के ऊपर, इनके पास
going for the tier 4 tower. This would be an enormous turnaround for Team Spirit. Boundless strike from afar. They're just waiting as long as possible for their Leshrac to come back. 15 seconds for him. That's so far away.
टीम स्प्लिट कोई मौका नहीं दे रहा। आईजी का कोई मौका नहीं दे रहा, लाइक बेन और वो मिलके उनको धो रहा है। स्लाडर आगे आते हैं, स्लाडर स्टन कर सकते हैं, बट मौका नहीं मिलेगा। लाइक जीजी लिखने का मौका नहीं दिया। मेरा 3 प्रेडिक्शन सही था, जीजी लिखने का मौका नहीं दिया इन लोगों ने। गेम मेरा 3 सही है। That was a good game.
Oh my goodness, Cinderin.
I mean, it's
what the hell just happened?
It's one thing that they pull off that confident move into the enemy triangle, but the fact that they get that result out of it was way more than they could have ever hoped for. Oh my god, they capitalized so hard on that. No buyback on the Lesh, no buyback on the Slardar. And you got a question. We talked about that earlier in the game. Emo can pop off. He can also be a little reckless. That blink in with BKB into 3 enemy heroes basically cost them the game.
I mean, he is playing with an IO, so I understand the thought process, but it just didn't have time to relocate or anything.
He underestimated the damage of the enemy team. I think he was fighting into a double damage Morphling, and if Elder Titan was next to him with that natural order, you die in like 5 hits.
Right.
He just didn't. Just a wrong read on the situation there, and that gives Team Spirit a 1-0 lead. Crazy.
And we were we were basically about to put the nail in the coffin in there for Team Spirit. They were down 8K. They lost the second rush. We thought that that would be it, but able to just come back with a vengeance. And my goodness, what a display from Team Spirit. Cannot believe it. But let's see what the panel has to say about this crazy, crazy turnaround. Sorry, it was... To the panel we go.
Was he apologizing then for Team Spirit finishing so suddenly before we didn't even expect it? We were running to the desk like, what is happening? Because it seemed that what was happening was Yatoro and Collapse are the perfect duo in Dota right now. I mean, out of the teams we've seen play at the main stage, approximately 2. Trent, what did you make of that epic turnaround right at the end?
Well, you know, in the Oxford English Dictionary, the last word is ziziva. But here at TI, the last word, it's BSJ, and he covered it. He talked about burst damage, and what just happened in that game? Burst damage. I know he was talking about IG, I think, mostly. But turns out he actually knew all along that it was going to be the big plays in the end with the burst damage, and that's what happened. There was no time for the actual save with the relocate coming out from Ollie, and it cost him.
It's definitely a game where IG will be kicking themselves a bit because they were the ones who were dictating play the entire game, even till the very end in some sense, except for that one smoke move. They were trying to breach high ground multiple times, and Team Spirit just coordinated all their spells so well to burst these heroes.
Yeah, it was just a huge amount of single target damage. It was the double damage on Morphling that he got to use in that fight. Tons of right click, Collapse hit really nice initiations as well, so even after they won the initial fight and they go for the chase down, he catches the Monkey King behind the tier 2. The creep wave was in the right position, so all of a sudden it was like we got all these crucial kills and it's a tier 2 tower, and they weren't necessarily saving for a buyback because they were so far ahead. It just opened up the game in such a big way.
Well, should we go back to the very start now we've covered the end and talk about the draft? Because as the draft panel was saying, as BSJ was saying, the draft was very much looking like it was in ID's favor. It was very much a load of counter picks from Team Spirit. They were set up for the defense and they were able to capitalize. What did you think of the way that Spirit did draft against IG? Did you have your reservations, Trent?
Yeah, definitely. I think IG just strictly had an easier game because they get to, as Insania pointed several times, control the flow of the game. Because like basically Team Spirit had to wait until IG made a move and they had to respond. And the first best responses they had was going for that Roche. I mean, the first DD that they got right, got them in Aegis. That was nice, kind of delayed the game a little bit. And then later on, you have to like wait on that high ground and make that play, and I actually can't believe Collapse hit that first spear back into the tower where they just wiped out Emo. That was massive for them.
Yeah. I think for IG, where things kind of fell short was just how they took high ground. I think putting the Aegis on Leshrac may have worked out better for them. I also think just not rushing high ground. They could have waited things out. One of the items that's really become prominent is Aeon Disc. Like, get an Aeon Disc for that situation, like as a 5th, 6th item on your Leshrac. And Team Spirit can't burst these heroes down, so I think they kind of made a few misplays.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest one. The losing the Lesh on that cliff. It could have been a Rax there. Instead, game slows down. But it's so weird to think about that game because all I can think about is team fight after team fight. Team Spirit just getting ran at. Invoker gets jumped on by Slardar. Gets jumped on by Monkey King. He's like running away at 350 movement speed. Good luck escaping the enemy squad. But they just lost so many team fights. But all they needed was that one good fight with a creep wave in the good position, and they just got IG on the back foot.
Insane how they turn the tide of the game. Let's take a look at some of the key numbers, though, from that match. I mean, still catching my breath back from that turnaround at the end there. You can see in our rather glorious, big, beautiful monitor there. Any numbers that are jumping out to you?
Probably Yadaro's Morphling. I mean, as far as actually like, carrying the game, I think both, I mean, you look at the carriers on both sides, but he's the guy who really dished out some crazy damage in that last fight with the double damage. Played pretty clean throughout the game. Had a really tough time playing into Slardar with the single target burst damage, but he still made the pick work.
And his net worth was really high for the extent of the game as well. His lane was maybe a little rough, but
Yeah,
he was
yeah,
on the top of the
Photoshop
net worth
use
charts
कर
even after he died top by the tier 2. And it was really nice for Morphling to be the frontliner in some cases because he was difficult to kill. Like right before that huge fight they had, he had 52 armor and he had the Titan Sliver. So he's actually very tanky against these minus armor solutions, even if some of those run at you problems exist in the early game.
Yeah, I just see Fly 10, 3, and
Photoshop
7.
पे
I'm
नया
just
वाला
like,
पे
you know, I
export
feel like
करने के
that's the
लिए
guy who's
बहुत ज़्यादा
typing in the post game, you know,
चमक चुकिया बहुत
about how didn't we win this game? Because I feel like we spent the entire time watching, basically talking about why IG was doing so well and why it looked like a sure victory for them moving forward, and then just got turned around.
With that said, though, for carry players, like you can have this great game, but all it takes is one mistake, and it's so crucial because you are so much net worth. You're so much of the map. It's like if he gets picked off and makes that one teamfight mistake, you realize as a carry player, you only get tops 2 of those a game before you lose. So.
And was it a case of it just being too fast from Team Spirit for IG to recover?
हाँ,
Because
इनके बाद इनका
that first
interview
Roche
होगा
fight from Spirit, it looked like it could have been a mistake from IG. They were prioritizing the T2 tower, they took the outpost, and it was almost like they didn't even know the Roche fight was happening.
Yeah, no, that was, again, the DD rune definitely helps. Like, Morphling's one of the absolute best heroes in the entire game since it just doubles essentially all of your damage, the way you build Morphling. So it's super fast, and they grab that. But I think, for me, it was just, like, there were risky plays from Team Spirit throughout that entire game, and a lot of the times they were not going well. But hey, the risk paid off in the end, and that's why you just got that snap victory.
It was just like such a small moment where like Bane shows in the tri-camp. They see him, they're like, oh, we've been winning the last 3 fights. Jump on it. They jump in, and all of a sudden he's committed. And then you don't have time to click the Morphling to see if he's a DD. And half the time you can't tell with the cosmetics anyways, with everything flying around. So it's like you just don't. It just was such a split moment. It cost him everything.
And Fly in that situation, did he need to be set up towards the later game better by his teammates?
I think that was just maybe as a team they got kind of caught out by surprise there rather than Fly doing anything too wrong. By the time he got caught in the trees, you know, things had already fallen apart. Emu's the one who should not have jumped in. He didn't have any backup, or the backup he had, the IO, the relocate saves weren't coming in. But really for me, it's like, you got to give credit to Spirit for the fact they were willing to make those bold, risky plays, you call them, because so many teams, when they're down like that, they'll just keep waiting on the high ground. Because they had success there. They were defending their high ground. They managed to kill heroes twice in the top lane as well as in the mid lane. But they said, no, we're winning these fights, but now let's go make another risky move on their side of the map.
IG, getting too confident? A little bit cocky?
Not
Feeling
anymore.
their own tingles? Was that an answer?
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't brought tingles, and I don't know. This is all fresh for us here. I don't know.
Okay, I brought chaos to the desk. Absolutely, my apologies. Let's talk then about whether we think IG can recover, because they're definitely going to be feeling shaken after that finish, gods.
Yeah, I feel like for me, IG's a team who's going to look at that game. They've, got a very experienced coach in Super, and just be able to say, hey, look, we dictated play. We made one crucial game-deciding mistake. I think IG will be happy with their draft, will be happy with their play throughout 99% of that game. And it's the kind of game where, losing that is heartbreaking, but you're in the best of 3s now, and I think they can still get some confidence from it.
Are you also feeling positive about this purge? I mean, we've got to think back to that reverse sweep at the Singapore Major, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure they have plenty of ability to take that one. The tough thing is it's going to hurt when they think about that game, certainly. All they got to do is close out the series, and they're going to be like, all right, we threw that one time, but it's okay. We came back. It's gonna build some confidence. But if they happen to lose this series, that's going to be like one of those Dota cringe moments for the rest of their life for sure.
Dota cringe. That's what I was brought
here
to do.
Who else has it? You guys all have it.
I feel it. That's my version of a tinker. It's the Dota cringe. Now, Spirit, they've got this little boost of confidence now, but could they get ahead of themselves? I know it's a cliche, but it's for a reason.
Most certainly, right? We're all guilty of that at times, but hopefully they can recognize that game was gifted a little bit near the end. Yes, they capitalized on the mistakes, but a mistake nonetheless was there, so you still have to tighten up. Much like I think IG can look at that game and be like, guys, that in some ways that's an easy loss because, we made one mistake, we lost, but it's okay. The rest of our game plan was very good. As Team Spirit, you need to recognize there were some issues. And we got a little bit lucky, got kind of bailed out. Awesome play. That was sick, but this wasn't actually the best situation that we were in at the end.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of just embracing, let's just play this bold risk here, because they're the underdogs. And I think the way you win in that situation is by just doing unexpected stuff, by, taking those perhaps at times, poor risky plays, but they catch teams by surprise.
And this is the thing, when you look back at that game, Spirit were the ones making most of the mistakes.
Yeah, and that's because they kind of wanted to take fights, but they didn't have a super easy way to do it compared to their opponents. Their opponents had Slaughter that could jump in and initiate with a stun to set up other stuns. They could have Monkey King do it as well, whereas on the Spirit side, like half the time their disables were like the Immorphaling turning into a Monkey King and throwing a stun. So it wasn't as straightforward for them to take fights unless for some reason they have perfect vision over their opponents. So as long as IG played well, which they did, they didn't get a lot of opportunities in a lot of those early fights as well. They tried to jump in with collapse, BKBs are ready, which basically countered all of the heroes on the Spirit side. So they just had to keep fishing, and eventually they found one.
Well, the teams are taking back to the stage, and if they're feeling anything like me right now, their hands are incredibly sweaty because it's all down to IG now. Can they make this a 1-1 situation, or are they going to be shockingly heading down into the lower bracket at the end of this one? We were saying on the panel earlier, we were feeling maybe it's going to be a 2-1 situation. We just maybe expected IG to have the upper hand as we go into this one. But you know what? We've spoken enough about IG. Let's take a look at how Spirit got to the international.
Something hit him, but honestly,
he's still going to be able to get the jump on Always Want to Fly. Oh, that BKB ain't going to save him.
Okay.
As he instantly goes down, collapsed, he's going to be saved as well. The false promise comes out, the Lotus Orb as well allow them to turn things around. They're in on top of Vichun. General off from the side, they've put the BKB. They've got to respect the Enigma. They've got to watch out for this black hole as Yutoro's waiting out that BKB. He wants to be able to try and help Toronto. Tokyo's now going to jump in over towards Vichun. He's found the bash. Vichun getting low. He's trying to get the mana point now. Yutoro is able to find it. The black hole's down though, allowing Vichun to buy some time for himself. But the nuke damage there from Miposhka finishes Vichun. They get the kill on General. They're going to be able to clean up Iceberg as well as Team Spirit take down the entire squad of Na'Vi. Choose the BKB for that attempt. Yutoro gonna have Pikachu jumping in. The Wraith King. Let him chain stunned. Can't stop him from taking the tower. Yutoro. First room once.
Whoa! Oh, the disrupt!
Oh, yeah,
the disrupt on the finger!
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I saw him disappear. I was like, wait, he didn't die. He didn't lose the ult. He still got a good to go. Mirror with the perfect timing. All right, oh baby.
Luna has near 6k gold here. He sees a multi-shot. He sees him on top of the creep wave. Miposhka is kind of waiting. He's going to intercept the Centaur. Meanwhile, he turns around, gusts up, and kills the Invoker. Now Yutoro's got to get out of here. Toronto Tokyo is going to make sure that the Drow has an opportunity to do so with the coil. They can actually turn things around here. On the high ground, Drow not sure if she wants to be able to stumble into that one. Miposhka playing into this tree line. Meanwhile, the Oracle once again being harried constantly by the Toronto Tokyo. Glimmer caping up. Mickey's on in. Does manage to blow up one, but immediate buyback from Miposhka. Now he's stuck on this high ground with the Rams going in. Yutoro throwing damage from the low ground. It doesn't matter with your elevation. You've got him dead. Toronto Tokyo helps out with a double kill, and they don't have the buyback on Team Liquid. Toronto Tokyo now chasing after Taiga as well. He is relentless. He will not stop. He is not content until he brings down every member of Team Liquid, and he'll manage to get a third.
Spirit. Empire, lay down a ward. It's in vision. Dude, they're so afraid. Vanscore gonna get caught. Tornado.
It's finally happening.
Has that BKB. Arena gets thrown to all of them. Where's the follow-up though? Yutaro jumps in, wants to blow him up. There's gonna be the Sunstrike afterwards. Toronto Tokyo landing all this damage on top of them. 3 are dead. Dude, what an arena from Collapse. In the moment they needed it, he gave it to them. Now, the Yule Scepter lift up, trying to interrupt this arrow coming through, but the stun is there. They find the kill. 4 go down, and there's the Tim. It to him as Team Spirit found that opening.
They wanted.
Arrow sentry combo on the low ground. Forward, Alacrity onto Smiling Knight. They want to find that back line, but the Curse Crown is there. Oh, the stun, it catches afterwards, and there's the... Oh, what a connection. Yutaro jumps in. Never a chance. Team Spirit makes the play, finds the kill. They're going to TI, Trent.
Invictus Gaming, they're going to be banning Mars in the next draft?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. You see all those highlights, like collapse on the Mars, collapse on the Mars. Oh, wait, look, it's collapse. He's Marsing, you know? And we talked about it. We knew it was happening. They obviously knew it was going to be there, and then he performs like that. So, yes, good one. This is good insight. You're learning fast.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll try not to get too ahead of myself, but it did seem like the arena was the common theme in Yatoro's success on Morphling, especially our first rampage of the main event. Trent, you've got some stats.
Yes, our helpful stats department here, thank you very much, has provided us only the 5th rampage ever in the TI playoffs.
I thought there would have been double that at least.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Committed by an 18-year-old. Murder on the Romanian National Arena dance floor. Can we call it a dance?
And usually when those rampages come, it's like the game's over decidedly already.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
was like a comeback rampage into an insane finish. It was special. That's
You know, it was also special. Well, not special for a certain panelist over on the draft panel, seeing Liquid's demise at the hands of the teenagers of Team Spirit. It was getting slightly awkward in the studio, but it's okay because we felt sorry for him and we actually gave him a job. So you'll be meeting Aiden again in the draft panel very shortly once we are ready to get into things. There he is, give him a wave. His first TI as well. It's all right, you're doing great. We are ready very soon to get into the lobby, but you know what? It's prediction time, boys. 10 seconds.
2-0.
IG bounce back.
2-1 Spirit.
Okay, let's get into game 2.
Team Spirit versus
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick.
Weaver.
Dire's turn to pick. Doom.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Lion. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Legion Commander.
Dire's ban now. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dyer's ban now. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban.
चलो आ गया मैं खाना बना रहा था खाना खाने गया था वो डैडी का हो गया बट मेरा वाला अभी तक बना नहीं था तो बना के आया सब्जी इस बार पूरा एकदम 100% लगाना है आईजी को लास्ट टाइम भी था इनके पास लायन काका काका का है लायन
Dyer's turn to pick.
मेरे को विंटर अच्छा लगता है विंटर का सब्जी खा सकते हैं मोस्ट ऑफ द
Radiant's turn to pick.
लाइक विंटर में सब्जी ज्यादा मिलता है कंपेयर टू लाइक समर लाइक गोभी कैबेज कैरेट लाइक गर्मी में भी मिलता है कैरेट बट वो वाला मजा नहीं आता है बीन्स
Seconds remaining.
और क्या बोलते हैं पीस या क्या बोलते हैं पी दोनों का ही हो गया लाइक यू नो ओजी की तरह है कि लाइक हम एलसी को ऑफलाइन नहीं खेलेंगे हम एलसी को सपोर्ट खिलवाएंगे तो अलग बात है बट ऑफिशियली एलसी इज ऑफ लेनर और एलसी का मतलब ये सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर है स्नाइपर पक्का सपोर्ट है पोजीशन 4 वो भी उनको एनिमी को देना नहीं है हमको चाहिए इसीलिए पिक कर लिया
5 seconds remaining.
मतलब क्या है कॉन्सेप्ट कि उन्होंने पहला पिक कर लिया ना तो उनको पता है कि उनका ड्राफ्ट वीवर के साथ ही चलेगा कि वीवर सेफ लेनर या मिड लेनर कुछ भी हो सकता है सपोर्ट वीवर बहुत कम देखने को मिलता है हमारे गेम में दिखा मिला था कल
10 seconds.
सेफ लेन होगा सीके।
5 seconds remaining.
हाँ हो सकता है।
Radiant's turn to bat. Morphling.
इस बार इन्होंने मॉर्फलिंग उठा लिया। इन्वोकर नहीं उठाएंगे वो लोग, क्योंकि इन्वोकर प्लेयर नहीं है।
Seconds.
भाई है क्या तेरा?
Seconds remaining. The Dire get a ban.
कमबैक कर दिया उन्होंने कमबैक कर लिया टीम स्पिरिट ने। उन्होंने कमबैक कर लिया पूरा इंस्टा। देख लास्ट पिक के लिए कितना टाइम ले रहे हैं लोग।
10 seconds.
टाइम ले रहे हैं फुल।
5 seconds remaining.
भाई बैंड के लिए फुल टाइम ले रहा है, पिक के लिए कितना लेगा? 2 घंटे बढ़ा दे क्या पिक के लिए टाइम? नहीं एक दिन मैंने यहाँ पे 2 दिन पहले पिक फेस कर लो। ये नहीं छोड़ेगा ना, उनके पास मोबिलिटी बहुत मतलब सादा है टीम स्पिरिट के, तो उनके मिड लेनर को मतलब और मोबिलिटी चाहिए।
5 seconds remaining.
टाइनी भी बैंड है। अभी भी वो नहीं बैंड हुआ लेशरैक।
Dire's ban.
शैडो फ्रीड। मेरे ख्याल से शैडो फ्रीड अच्छा पिक होगा टीम स्पिरिट का। लाइक टीम स्पिरिट के पास फर्स्ट पिक है और इनका बैंड बहुत इफेक्टिव है। लाइक देखना पड़ेगा ये क्या बैंड करते हैं। इनको क्या लगता है कि सामने वाले का ड्राफ्ट में क्या हो सकता है। लाइक इनका बैंड के बाद अगर 1 सेकंड में उन्होंने पिक कर लिया तो समझ लो कि इन्होंने सही बैंड किया। आईजी ने एकदम सही बैंड किया। सही बैंड नहीं किया, सॉरी। अगर उन्होंने जल्दी पिक कर लिया तो सही बैंड नहीं था। एकदम लाइक टीम स्पिरिट के एकदम बैठे है कि वो काका बैठा है कि भाई मैं उसी को पिक करूंगा।
Radiant's turn to pick.
नहीं मीसोका मीपोस्का वो कैप्टन है और इधर ईमो कैप्टन है। लाइक भग भोसड़ी गए, अपना दिमाग ना चलाओ। इन्होंने मैग्नेस बैठ किया
Dire's turn to pick.
तो इनका चॉइस था। बोला था शैडो फ्रीड मैंने, देखा। अरे ये लेशरैक उठाएंगे। मेडुसा भी उठा सकता है। बट मुझे लगता है सबसे सही पिक होगा मार्स मिड लेनर।
5 seconds remaining.
उसको चला अनूप का माइक बहुत टट्टी है। उसके पास माइक नहीं है क्या? तो उसका वो माइक में क्यों नहीं बात करता है? साउंड बढ़ाना चूतिए। उसका एम्बर
Choose your hero.
टोक्यो ने उठा लिया सीधा शैडो फ्रीड अपना इमॉर्टल और आर्केना चमकाते हुए। लाइक कोई गरीब नहीं है इनमें से। लाइक बेन ही एकमात्र गरीब है, उसका इमॉर्टल ही सस्ता है। हाँ गन की जगह क्रॉसबो यूज कर रहा है। मैं बैठा हूँ इस बार टीआई में कौन सा हीरो दिखाएगा। दिखाएगा नया हीरो का, दिखाएगा ट्रेलर। पंची 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 नया गेम साला आ ही नहीं रहा है कोई खराब। उसके पास हाथ भी है इमॉर्टल और उसका ब्लेड भी डिवाइन रेपियर है। दो डिवाइन रेपियर। इसका 4 पैर है साला पंछी का। पहली बार देख रहा हूँ 4 पैर वाला पंछी। ये पंछी 2 पैर का होता है। 22 लेवल का एम्बर स्वीट। Okay, the team with the first Roshan kill. I think मैं इस बार डूम को IG को ही दूँ। The player with get longest killing streak. फ्लाई को ही दे देता हूँ। The first player get 50 denies. Shadow Freed. Player the most reward enough. ये मुश्किल है साला डिवॉर्ड करना। Like the player get the first like 15 denies. इसके लिए हमारे पास 6 ऑप्शन होते हैं, like 6 कोर होते हैं तो 6 ऑप्शन है। The player with get longest killing streak, यहाँ पे भी 6 ऑप्शन होता है, 6 कोर होता है। यहाँ पे 6 नहीं, यहाँ पे 4 ऑप्शन हो जाते हैं क्योंकि ऑफलाइनर को धज्जियां उड़ा सकता है। तो ये आसान है। But player with the most denies ये मुश्किल है क्योंकि इसके लिए हमारे पास 4 हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि 4 नहीं 6 हो जाते हैं। तो एज ए सेफ मिड लेनर भी डिनाई कर सकता है वार्ड।
Team Spirit for coming back in a god tier game number 1. IG on the brink of going to the lower bracket.
Yeah. Honestly, we can talk as much
like
about the draft as we want and
कर
everything,
सकते हैं,
but you
वो भी
got to talk
डिवॉर्ड कर
about the mental
सकता है।
game in a game like this. You were up really far. You were looking great. One moment, one key decision from Emo, and one great play from Team Spirit at the exact same time with a double damage rune.
Yeah,
and the game just ended out of nowhere. You need to be able to cope with games like that. It will happen. And just reset mentally, get into the next game, and keep trusting your teammates, keep playing your best, and identify what the problem was so you don't make the mistake again. Because honestly, for the
next
first 30
like
minutes of that game, IG
4:30 बजे चालू हो जाए, 4 बजे
and it's very frustrating. But
3 बजे
most teams at TI have been in a situation like that before, and it's a best of 3. Imagine if that was a best of 1
तेरा
for
छुट्टी है
IG.
ना अभी
That
बेटा?
would have been absolutely
लग
soul
गया
crushing.
शुरू,
That could
कितने
happen
दिन
later today to any of the teams. You never know,
दिन
and these
गए छुट्टी?
BO1s later down the line.
Yeah, those are scary. No doubt about
I do want to highlight Emo a little bit here, just because. So in that last game, like we talked about, this player is very, very aggressive. In nature, he makes some insanely flashy plays, but he also has some maybe a little bit too crazy moves in the game. He is in a really bad lane matchup, and they chose to pick this into Shadow Fiend.
Oh,
Now let's see the rune fight here. Not too much going to go down here. 2 for 2 runes it looks to be. 3 for 1 actually for Team Spirit, so a little bit of a head start there. This is one of Ember Spirit's worst mid lane matchups.
Okay.
It is really rough. Shadow Fiend will punish you all the time when you go for creeps. Flame Guard isn't strong enough to sustain against multi-raise combos. So Emo should be... It's fair to say he's going to lose this lane unless he plays absolutely out of his mind. And again, that mental game, you know, let's say you're playing from behind as Ember in this game. Make sure you don't try to overcompensate by trying to get too crazy because you lost your lane.
Right.
And rather stick to the script here.
Well, having said that, Emo, of course, this was discussed earlier, pre-game 1. The fact that at the Singapore major they were down 0-2 against EG, and Emo came back with a vengeance in game 3.
But यार Bendy का Shadow Blade OP है, like 10 minutes में 41
like
denies.
you said, the mental fortitude of this IG team is not... Like if this was maybe a younger team, then I could see that being more of a case. Like if this was split maybe, or sorry, if it was reversed for Toronto Tokyo, or somebody on Team Spirit, I could see that perhaps having more of an effect. But IG, they have a lot of experience this year, yeah, especially.
इसलिए बंद कर दिया, बहुत बकवास साउंड आ रहा है उनका.
Top lane we have Fly on the Morphling with Ollie's Bane. So
like
Bane
background
is
noise आ
be
रहा है उनके sound
on the
में.
opposing team this time around against Mira's Snapfire and Collapse on the Legion Commander. Legion Commander, one of those heroes where
इसको Snapfire को आता कुछ नहीं देखना है, इसको बैठ के मारना है.
Attack hero lately. Getting more so by the year, Cinderin.
Yep.
Are we
Snapfire बहुत
expecting
अच्छा armor
the
reduce कर
duels
सकता
to
है.
be the actual
Snapfire
initiator, or are
with
they looking for something else?
Ladder combo, ताबड़ तोड़े.
Regular spell.
I mean, as much as I love the theory,
I had to
craft,
pour a kacchi.
I mean, it is his ult, is her ult for the most part. Let's be real. But yeah, initiation-wise, what is Team Spirit looking for? Like when you get to the mid to late game.
First of all, this lane in itself, the Legion Snapfire lane, I think is very strong. And again, by laning against Morphling, should be having a good time to begin. So Collapse will probably be able to find a decent timing on Blink Dagger.
Chinese है ना साले
I
कर
do
सकते.
think, oh, good cookie up top.
Oh, क्या फोड़ा उसको गोली मार के एकदम धज्जे उड़ा के रख दिया. पता नहीं क्रॉसबो से गोली कैसे निकला.
Ollie with the Nightmare was not enough, just too late.
Like मुझे लगता है उस सेट में बहुत ज़्यादा like bugs है कि क्रॉसबो से गोली नहीं एरो निकलना चाहिए था. उसका वो इमॉर्टल होना चाहिए था उस सेट.
And we'll see if Thermaltake can get off that good start that you were discussing. He should be right now, 13-4 to the Emos 10-0, so not too far behind.
इंग्लिश का ही रखा था, बंद कर दिया मैंने
उसको. He's going to get taken out by Yatoro.
किसी का नहीं रखा मैंने, वो वॉइस में सेटिंग्स पे जाके वॉइस में उसको बंद कर दिया, 0 कर दिया. तो वॉइस बंद हो जाता है उनका.
Team Spirit's lanes are really good this game. Shadow Fiend against Ember, I would say
that's for you.
Chaos Knight does very well
it's
against
all
Doom
mine, so fuck you. ये गेम टीम स्प्रिट के जो ड्राफ्ट है वो मुझे ज़्यादा सूटेबल लग रहा है. पर टीम आईजी का ड्राफ्ट इतना बुरा नहीं है, एक अच्छा ड्राफ्ट है. उनके पास काउंटर है सीके का, पर इनके पास भी लाइक देखा लाइक बोला था शैडो फ्रीड के पास सबसे ज़्यादा डिनाई होगा. या लाइक दूसरे लोगों को उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है डिनाई से, उतना डिनाई पे फोकस नहीं करते बट शैडो फ्रीड. और इसी के साथ बेन मारे जाएंगे. मार गया बेन, मारेगा यार. लाइक उसने पकड़ लिया तो बेन के पास मौका नहीं है. ओ माना नहीं है इसके पास, माना होता तो फाड़ देता उसको. नहीं, इधर हादसा बदल गया. शिकार करने आया था, खुद शिकार हो गया. शिकारी खुद शिकार हो गया. आ रहा है शैडो फ्रीड, एक फटका मारेगा डबल किल मिलेगा. शैडो फ्रीड बता छोड़ो, जान दो. उतना मेहनत करके कोई फायदा नहीं है. फोकस ऑन लास्ट हिट. शैडो फ्रीड ऑलरेडी 11 डिनाई कर चुके हैं और मेरा लैग, हेलो लैग हो गया था मेरा. हाँ क्या? शैडो फ्रीड उसको आगे नहीं आने दे रहा है लाइक लिटरली एम्बर को. देखिए एम्बर के लास्ट हिट देखो 11 है, शैडो फ्रीड 23 पे और उसने 14 डिनाई भी कर चुका है. लाइक उससे डबल पे है एम्बर से. और टीम स्पिरिट अभी 2 किल में आगे बढ़ चुके. ओ मैंने ये चेंज नहीं किया, 0-0 लिख के रखा हूँ. मैं इसको चेंज कर देता हूँ. टीम स्पिरिट 1 पे है अभी. ट्राई हार्ड. ओ यहाँ पे लगता है सीके के ऊपर एक हमला होगा, बट सीके यहाँ से आराम से बच के निकल सकता है. बहुत ज्यादा टैंकी है साला. तो इस मैजिक स्टिक चार्ज भी है. शैडो फ्रीड एम्बर को आगे नहीं खेलने दे रहा है, लेकिन उसको उधर खेलने नहीं दे रहा है. ओ लायन को क्या धोया, बुला के लिया, बुला के धोया. एक हिट में मर जाएगा लायन को भी नहीं मालूम. एक मतलब परफेक्ट हिट में क्रिटिकल गिर गया. ओह क्या लास्ट हिट मिला. आई थिंक शैडो फ्रीड, एल्केमिस्ट, इनके लिए ये वाला छोटा कैंप बहुत ओपी कैंप है क्योंकि आपको बोनस गोल्ड और वो मिलता रहता है. ओह नाइस स्टील. लायन स्टन कर सकता है, लाइक इजी स्टन है. और एम्बर इधर मार सकता है लाइक लिटरली. हडूकेन, लाइक हडूकेन गोला था. ओ बढ़िया. बचेगा 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 नहीं बचेगा, मर गया. लाइक उतने एचपी पे मैं भी होता तो चेस डाउन करता उसको. आ रहा है वीवर टीपी कर दिया. बॉटल दे दे वीवर को. नहीं उसके पास ऑलरेडी बॉटल में रीजनरेशन है, तो बॉटल देने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. लेवल 7 और लेवल 5 कितना अंतर है तुम सोच सकते हो. मतलब आईजी का हालत खराब होते हुए और मेरा फर्स्ट प्रेडिक्शन गेम का खत्म होते हुए मेरे को दिख रहा है. लाइक ड्राफ्ट में मैंने आईजी को जिताया था. लाइक आईजी वर्सेस ओजी का मैच होता, बट उन्होंने बहुत बट
He seems to think he's going to be just fine. Collapse is continuing. Actually gets a couple procs of his passive as well.
गया
Cookie as well. Scatter blast just finishes off Fly. And now we see a
अरे यहाँ पे ये भी गया
reality where JT taking heavy
एक्चुअली क्या होता है वीवर जब अपना बच्चे छोड़ता है तब वो हर सेकंड आर्मर खा लेता है उसका सो वो कॉम्बो बहुत अच्छा है लाइक वीवर उसके पास आर्मर ही नहीं रहेगा डूम के पास एंड ये आके सीधा धोके निकल जाएगा सीके एक्चुअली इनके पास दोनों सपोर्ट जो है वो आर्मर रिड्यूस करता है तो सीके शैडो फ्रीड भी आर्मर रिड्यूस करता है कोर में भी तो वो भी काफी अच्छा है और बेन के ऊपर फुल ऑन फोर्स में यूज करने के लिए लाइक बट फायदा नहीं हुआ सोल्डरी हाँ मुझे मालूम नहीं आमलेट क्यों रश किया शायद बेन की वजह से आमलेट रश किया क्योंकि बेन के पास जो स्किल है एलसी के पास आमलेट होना मतलब वो भाई लेन में बहुत ज्यादा सस्टेन कर सकता है लाइक उसका सस्टेन लाइक ड्यूरेबिलिटी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाता है ओ वार्ड ऊपर है ये वाला वार्ड टूटने वाला है अभी और इसके साथ बेन मारे जाएंगे डुअल कॉल हो जाएगा एक बट कहानी बदल गया भाई साहब कहानी बदलने में समय नहीं लगता मॉर भी था एम्बर भी था पीछे लायन भी मौजूद था यहाँ पे ओह देयर इज अनदर वार्ड प्लेस्ड इन द मिड लेन लाइक कहानी था वहाँ पे मेरे फैक्टर में लाइक एलसी के फैक्टर में कोई गलती नहीं था एलसी को लाइक एक्चुअली एलसी की तरफ से गलती था क्योंकि इनको मालूम था कि वहाँ पे एम्बर मौजूद है और एलसी को लगा नहीं था कि मॉर्फलिंग लाइक कॉपी करके जंप करके स्टन करेगा एंड एम्बर भी आ जाएगा तो नॉट ओनली उन्होंने डुएल हारा ऊपर से डैमेज भी दे दिया बेन को हालांकि बेन को डैमेज से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है IG go IG चीयर करते हैं हम भी IG को इस मैच के लिए इसके बाद चीयर नहीं करेंगे इसके बाद बात चुदा है दुनिया जाए बाहर में ओ अभी लगता है ओ स्टन करने में कामयाब बट उसने स्वीप कर लिया स्ट्रेंथ पे एलसी के पास एक बहुत अच्छा चीज है भाई बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज दे सकता है और यहाँ पे दोनों सपोर्ट मौजूद है उसके साथ शैडो फ्रीड भी मौजूद है स्मोक हुआ है मिड लेन में ओ सीके भी ऊपर आ रहा है सो स्मोक का कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ गैंग बहुत घाटी जाएगा और इसको कोशिश करना चाहिए जितना जल्दी हो सके यहाँ से निकल जाना है फ्लाई नहीं तो तुम्हारी इधर लौड़े लग जाएंगे और फ्लाई को टीपी कर लेना टीपी कर लो और फ्लाई ने बॉटम में टीपी कर लिया क्योंकि टॉप टावर सैक्रिफाइस है लिटरली तो इन्होंने बॉटम सेफ लेन छोड़ दिया और यहाँ पे कौन है वीवर वापस आते हुए और डूम लेवल 8 पे है डूम इजीली वीवर के ऊपर अपना अल्टी यूज कर सकता है उन्होंने टावर लेते हुए कामयाब पहले एलसी मिड पे और एलसी के ऊपर एलसी धर दो बजे जाएंगे लायन नहीं मरेगा लायन को मारना लाइक बहुत मुश्किल है लायन के पास मोबिलिटी बहुत ज़्यादा होता है लायन हमेशा अपना बूट रश करता है पता नहीं वीवर क्या सोच रहे हो वहाँ पे कोपचे में बैठ गए वीवर लाइक क्या बोलते हैं वो बन गया हाँ स्टैक बनाने नहीं दिया उसका भी जा रहा है वीवर को शायद विजन मिल गया कुरियर का अभी मॉर्फ का मार्च करता है मॉर्फ का मारेगा उनको पता चल गया कि वीवर वहीं पे है मॉर्फ ने कोशिश किया था कुरियर को बचाने के लिए डूम का कुरियर भी ओ मारा गया बेन ने बोला नहीं भेजना इधर से ओह काफी अच्छा अल्टी है बेन की तरफ से एम्बर आते हुए मॉर्फ बैठे और मुझे नहीं लगता सी के इस अल्टी से बच पाएंगे लाइक बेन अनदर एक हीरो है जिसका अल्टी बीकेबी के थ्रू जाता है और यहाँ पे सीके के बदले लायन अच्छा ट्रेड नहीं है Yeah, but CK के बदले Lion, nah, I don't think it's a good trade. Fair trade.
It's a global sound, as we've discussed many a time. Very important to know that it's being cast.
Like Doom full farm कर रहा है. Like Morph को जहाँ पे जंगल में farm करना चाहिए, वहाँ पे Doom farm कर रहा है.
You're devouring creeps. Your goal is a little bit inflated versus what the actual reality is a lot of the time. So this 2K network league for Spirit is probably like 3.
नहीं वो अकेले नहीं मार सकते, उसको CK चाहिए. और बेन के पास वो नाइट मेयर है, ये मत भूल कि बेन एक जन को स्लीप करवा के भाग सकता है आराम से.
It is a really good Shiva's game, isn't it? Like you really want that against the Chaos Knight, and you want.
नहीं, इज लाइक CK को अगर कर देता है तो वीवर उसको तोड़ के मतलब खुद नाइटमेयर में जाके ये कर सकता है.
Dagger BKB Shiva it's a go-to anyway for Doom, but it feels extra good this game to have a Shiva's card.
रेंज के खिलाफ लाइक LC वहाँ पे मौजूद है, वीवर वहाँ पे मौजूद है, एंड स्नैपफायर भी वहाँ पे मौजूद है. एंड बॉटम लेन में मॉर्फलिंग पुश कर रहा है, इसके साथ स्मोक हो चुका है 3 जन का. तो मिड लेन में शायद मिड लेन पे एक गैंग देखने को मिल सकता है. स्मोक वर्सेस स्मोक फाइट, किसका स्मोक ज्यादा पावरफुल है. इसके साथ एलसी का डुअल एम्बर के ऊपर बेन आ चुका है, बट बेन सर्वाइव लाइक सेव नहीं कर पाया. डूम ने बोला चलो वापस. मिशन फेल्ड, मिशन फेल्ड.
These are the best moves. Not only do they get the kill, but it actually negates all of IG's plans there.
Yes.
If that happens 5 seconds later, IG are in position and they get the save.
सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक फेल्ड हो गया इनका, और इनका सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक कामयाब हुआ.
And IG waste a smoke. So
नहीं, उन्होंने टीम स्पीड नहीं पहले ले चुका था. अर्ली में उन्होंने सेफ लेन पहले उठाया था, बट मिड लेन उठा लिया. मिड लेन का टावर निकालना मतलब बहुत ज्यादा एडवांटेज मिलता है आपको. और इसके साथ सीके टॉप जंगल में लाइक उनके एनिमी के जंगल में बैठ के फार्म कर रहा है. Yeah.
Wait, which hero?
Chaos Knight. He's going for the crazy magic.
डोटा में अभी तक अच्छे दिन नहीं आए. बेन क्या बचा खुद को लगे ना, सही समय पे उसको सूझा और निकल गया उधर से, नहीं तो उसकी अभी बत्ती बच जाता. सीके का अल्टी लेवल 6 का है, लाइक 1 लेवल का अल्टी है, तो एक ही निकलेंगे इल्यूजन अंटिल उसका हाई लेवल पे बन जाए. और सीके का इल्यूजन के ऊपर अगर बेन अल्टी मारता है तो सीके को फायदा है.
It is a feel-good item to at least get the lens, just because it helps you so much with connecting.
ओ डुएल नहीं कॉल कर पाया, सुअर बन गए थे इसीलिए बच गए. झाड़ियों में छुप गए सुअर बन. लायन लाइक काका पूरा बैठा है मॉर्फलिंग के पीछे उसको सपोर्ट देने के लिए. शैडो फिट आगे आ रहा है, शैडो फिट के पास इनविजिबिलिटी है, शैडो फिट सीधा जाके अपना अल्टी मारेंगे. लायन को अभी पता नहीं है शैडो फिट वहाँ पे मौजूद है. लायन को पता चल गया बट कोई फायदा नहीं है. मॉर्फ लाइक बाय बाय, हैव अ नाइस डे, थैंक यू. मॉर्फ घूम के तो हिट मारेगा नहीं, शैडो फ्रीड घूम के तो हिट मारेगा नहीं. दोनों ने अपने बाजू बाजू में कैसा चल रहा है. सब कुछ सही है. अच्छा, ओ फिर से डुएल, और इस बार बचा लिया. डुएल बोला था बचा लिया. नहीं वो था ना, बेन था ना पीछे, बचा सकता. बट डुएल नहीं जीता. लाइक बेन के जो नाइट मेयर है वो बहुत ओपी स्किल है एलसी के खिलाफ. लाइक एलसी का डुएल पूरा ब्लॉक कर देता है नाइट मेयर, क्योंकि आप अगर नाइट मेयर ऑन करते हो ये हो जाता है. नाइट मेयर का दूसरा फायदा है वो मैजिकल डैमेज इम्यून है. अबे ठीक है ना, हमको नहीं देखना है कि इसको क्या आइटम है. लाइक हमारे पास लाइक 4K मॉनिटर नहीं है, 1080p मॉनिटर है. इसी के साथ बेन के ऊपर इस बार बदला लेते हुए एलसी लास्ट टाइम डुएल हारा था. यस, अब हो जाएगा. ओ एलसी ने लाइक एक जीता और इसी के साथ साथ इन्होंने रोशन लेने का सूझ लिया पूरा. और हमारा एक प्रेडिक्शन गलत होते हुए, unfortunately the Roshan prediction is wrong. Yes,
that's good. Very good. That happens occasionally if you're just joining us. May seem impossible.
That is a play that is reserved for TI winners.
That's true.
मॉर्फलिंग का जब तक ई-ब्लेड तैयार नहीं हो जाता है, मॉर्फलिंग कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
Right. So Aegis on Toronto, Tokyo, as kind of the panel talked about his build. It's going to be more right-clicky. We're not really seeing the magic damage as much anymore with the old arcane blink and Yules and all that good stuff, which means he's the one that has to be set up, which obviously Duel is
आराम से बट तोड़ दिया, बट दिख गया है पीछे स्नैप फायर एलसी का डुएल, इस बार बच नहीं पाएंगे बट टीम बैकअप आ चुके हैं, डूम भी यूज हो चुका है, मॉर्फ आ रहा है पीछे से उनके साथ, सीके आ रहा है बैकअप देने के लिए और मुझे नहीं लगता एलसी इस फाइट से इस डूम से बच पाएंगे बट मॉर्फ किल और एलसी डुएल नहीं हुआ, एमलेट नहीं ऑन कर सकते ना डूम पे, एलसी के पास की होगा, शैडो फ्रीड के पास है, ऊपर ही दिख रहा है और डूम सरवाइव कर चुके हैं फाइट, नहीं डूम सरवाइव नहीं कर पाएंगे, डूम मारे जाएंगे, ओ डूम अभी भी ओ लायन, व्हाट अ सेव, टिप लायन टिप करो लायन को, वो भी एजेस रहते हुए टीम स्पिरिट हारे, लास्ट मैच में भी एजेस रहते हुए टीम स्पिरिट ने फाइट हारे थे, बस हैंड्स अप माइदस से और उसका फर्स्ट किल भी है और इसके साथ ग्रेनेड मिलते हुए पे ग्रेनेड फेड ग्रेनेड मिलते हुए टीम मांटा हाँ मैं का मांटा लाइक ईवलेट बनाते हैं मॉर्फलिंग बट इसके में मांटा दिख रहा है, मैं थोड़ा सा टॉक में हूँ, मॉर्फलिंग टोटल फिजिकल डैमेज जा रहा है, मैजिकल पे नहीं जाने वाला है, ओ सी इन्होंने सेंट्री नहीं उड़ाया और उन्होंने वहाँ पे सेंट्री रहने के टाइम पे ये लगा दिया ऑब्जर्व वर्ड, सो एनिमी को सेंट्री पे ऊपर विजन नहीं मिलता है, अगर उन्होंने सेंट्री उड़ाता था तो एनिमी आके एक सेंट्री लगा के उनका सेंट्री उड़ाएगा, बट उन्होंने जब ऑब्जर्व वर्ड लगाया वहाँ पे एनिमी को सूझेगा नहीं कि यहाँ पे ऑब्जर्व वर्ड लाइक लगाया है, हाँ अगर एक गैंग करते हैं लाइक उस जगह पे, जैसे उनको एक चीज मालूम है कि गैंग हुआ है एम्बर के ऊपर तो वार्ड हो भी सकता है, तो चेक कर भी सकते हैं, वीवर पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है, यहाँ पे खड़ा है, डूम आगे उसके आगे मौजूद है, डूम अपना डूम मार सकते हैं और वीवर इनविजिबिलिटी से खुद को बचाया है और ये लोग अपना टियर 2 सैक्रिफाइस कर देंगे टीम स्पिरिट,
What's the effective net worth of his items in the inventory? Midas, very bad item for what it costs. Energy booster does nothing for what it costs except give you a bit of mana pool. So you can say, yeah, he has 10k net worth, but compared to the Morphin,
but ये लोग भी टीम स्पिरिट की
for now. This energy booster needs to be turned into something. The Midas needs more time.
नशा करके बैठे हैं क्या सब लोग,
So I think it's fair to say
कौन सा माल फूके हो,
kind of far ahead right now in the game in this current point in time. And the only advantage Team Spirit really have is
लाइक टीम आईजी ने बहुत अच्छा खेला क्योंकि जब उनके पास एजिस है तब भी उन्होंने बैठ के लाइक एक फाइट जीता और एजिस के टाइम पे फाइट नहीं लिया, उन्होंने फाइट लिया और वो फाइट हारे है, ओ फिर से स्मोक हो चुका है और यहाँ पे पक्का दिख रहा है एलसी और लायन के पास ब्लिंक डैगर के साथ मछली एंड स्टर्न, बट एलसी को बचाने में नाकामयाब, लायन का अल्टी, बेन की अल्टी, डबल अल्टी और एलसी को आउट करना फेयर ट्रेड है, मुझे लगता है अभी भी एलसी के पास एग्नम शर्ट नहीं होगा, एग्नम शर्ट ले लेगा एलसी, एग्नम शर्ट लेगा तो एलसी अपने सेकंड स्किल से किसी को भी बीके भी दे सकता है, जो बहुत ही अच्छा है, या लाइक इनबिल्ट रेडियंस उतना पावरफुल रेडियंस नहीं है, रेडियंस आपको इम्यूनिटी देता है फिजिकल हिट से, लाइक विजन चांस, ओ लायन ब्लाइंड स्टन नहीं मार पाया लायन ब्लाइंड स्टन, अल्टी यार बहुत अच्छा अल्टी था, तो इस गेम में वही बार एग्नम सेप्टर जा सकता है कभी भी, और इसी के साथ 3 मिनट लगेंगे दोबारा रोशन को रिस्पॉन होते हुए, शायद 3 मिनट में रिस्पॉन होगा बट उससे ज़्यादा टाइम लेता है, सेकेंड टाइम का हमको नहीं मालूम क्या होता है, यूजुअली वो रैंडम होता है बट अब तक 3 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं होता है, सो हम 6 मिनट के अंदर रोशन रिस्पॉन होते हुए देख सकते हैं, मैक्सिमम टाइम 6 मिनट।
together for so long and it still surprises you that I don't care.
No, I just want the public to know.
Like 3 मिनट से 6 मिनट के अंदर रोशन रिस्पॉन होगा जो मैक्सिमम टाइम है.
Really appreciate you.
If you're tuning in for the
So उइबर का अभी तक इम्पैक्ट नहीं आया गेम में एज ए सपोर्ट, जो इम्पैक्ट होना चाहिए. लाइक तुम लायन को देखो, तुम बेन को देखो, इनका सपोर्ट इम्पैक्ट लाइक जिसको पकड़ रहा है उसको मार के जा रहा है, बट उइबर नहीं कर पा रहा है उतना. और सीके ने ईथर लेंस बनाया प्रॉब्ली अपना फर्स्ट किल एंड सेकंड स्किल का लाइक जो मैक्सिमम रेंज बढ़ाने के लिए, लाइक मैक्स रेंज को मैक्स करने के लिए. और एम्बर के बाजू से वही बार निकलते हुए एंड अगर स्मोक होता तो स्मोक ब्रेक कर सकता था लाइक 50. और काफी अच्छा वर्ड प्लेस है ये वाला. वर्ड प्लेस में उनको दिख जाता है कि कौन क्रीप को फार्म करने आ रहा है. Please don't, I don't want to watch it. और इसके साथ टीम स्पीड ने दोबारा स्मोक करते हुए क्या स्मोक में ये एक जन को हटा सकते हैं. लायन दिख रहा है, मतलब लायन सामने है सबसे, बट मुझे नहीं लगता लायन टारगेट होगा. बट और इसी के साथ डूम को बुलाया गया है. और अगर तुम बेन को नहीं बुलाते हो तो डूम आराम से बच जाएगा डुएल से, बट डूम यहाँ पे डुएल से बचा, बट सीके के जो मार है फटके से नहीं बचा. दोनों टीम के किसी के पास बाईबैक नहीं है. बेन के पास है, कैरीज के पास.
40 seconds on Doom is pretty important here, but of course Phantasm being expended there as well might stop them from pushing. It's running out in 3 seconds, and Chaos Knight without Phantasm, fair to say, not really a very good hero. Like it's
दोनों के सेफ लेन डाउन है. सेफ लेन डाउन होने का एक सबसे बड़ा फायदा है कि आप एनिमी के जंगल में जाके फार्म कर सकते हो. एनिमी के जंगल में एनिमी फार्म नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि आप वहाँ पे कहीं पे भी जा सकते हो. एनिमी के लिए बैकअप आना बहुत मुश्किल है. लायन का स्टन नहीं लगा. ओ लायन अल्टी मारने वाला था, उसके हाथ से जादू निकल भी गया था, बट पहुंच नहीं पाया. डबल डैमेज वो लेगा ना एम्बर. एम्बर के पास बॉटल है, तो ये डबल डैमेज काफी अच्छा है क्योंकि रोशन रिस्पॉन होने वाला है शायद 5 सेकंड. तो रोशन रिस्पॉन होगा एंड ये डबल डैमेज यूज होगा. रोशन रिस्पॉन होगा 2.5 मिनट के बाद, तो डबल डैमेज प्रीटी मच वेस्ट है. लाइक रोशन के ऊपर इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते, बट एम्बर कभी भी लाइक बॉटल से उसको खा के ये कर सकता है. Yes. 5 मैन स्मोक हो चुका है टीम आईजी की तरफ से. मिड पे आएंगे. Yes. बॉटम में एलसी और उइबर दिख रहा है मिनी मैप पे, और बाकी के 3 बंदे. ओ इनको शायद मालूम पड़ गया कि यहाँ पे स्मोक हुआ है 5 मैन, तो इन्होंने सब लाइक अपने हाई ग्राउंड में शिफ्ट हो गए टीम स्पीड वाले. एंड टीम स्पीड वाले 5 स्मोक, 5 मैन स्मोक. यस, इतनी सारी खच्चा रोशन के लिए है कि रोशन रिस्पॉन हो.
Yeah, we have a scan come out, so Spirit are aware of IG's presence close to their triangle.
It's a pretty telegraphed move because of the vision that Spirit have themselves.
रोशन रिस्पॉन होने के लिए अभी भी 1 मिनट बाकी है और मुझे नहीं लगता डीटी अभी पॉप अप हो जाएगा. काफी अच्छा रून मिलते हुए शैडो फ्रीड को रीच एंड रून मिल चुका है.
Both teams will be aware of that. So
Carl continuing to spam one of the best taunts in the game. I made a taunt tier list. This was top 10, I believe. It's quite good. The more it annoys
रोशन का पोटेंशियल को ये लोग गवाना नहीं चाहते. रोशन के पास एकदम शार्ड है.
Of course, yeah, they have to. That's a requirement. Oh, they have to. Yeah, like Leshrac and Tide.
वार्ड चेक करने के लिए गया, वहाँ पे वार्ड लगाया है क्या नहीं लगाया.
No questioning that.
और इसके साथ देख सकते हैं एम्बर का बॉटम पुश सक्सेसफुल था. उन्होंने अच्छे से बॉटम पुश किया और यहाँ पे टीम स्पीड के एक बंदे को बॉटम में जाना पड़ेगा और डिफेंड करने के लिए, बट उन्होंने सोचा कि फोर्टिफिकेशन काफी अच्छा है लाइक डिफेंड करने से. और रोशन रिस्पॉन होने वाला है 11 सेकंड 10 और डबल्स लाइक 5 मैन स्मोक और
Only covering this observer. One of these two supports is probably going to die here.
रोशन रिस्पॉन हो गया और ओह डूम का अल्टी आ चुका है शैडो फ्रीड के ऊपर शैडो फ्रीड आउट शैडो फ्रीड के पास बाय बैक नहीं है रोशन का चांसेस बढ़ चुका है रोशन अभी तक रिस्पॉन नहीं हुआ व्हाट 0 सेकंड हो गया अभी तक रोशन रिस्पॉन नहीं हुआ हेलो व्हाट द हेक देयर इज नो रोशन स्टिल रोशन डिडंट रिस्पॉन देयर फाइनली रोशन आ गया और
You've got to assume that there's a ward there when you know the Weaver got stunned. You don't have Linkage. You're going to get Blink Doom there 10 out of 10 times. Yeah, and knowing that's an easy punish for IG. This is going to be Aegis Shard. They know that.
एम्बर भी रख सकता है बट मुझे नहीं लगता रोशन इतने आसानी से आईजी को मिलेगा भले ही इनके पास शैडो फ्रीड नहीं है लेकिन इनको 20 सेकंड ही इंतजार करवाना पड़ेगा ओके एलसी के पास शार्ड आ चुका है लाइक दैट बीकेबी ह्यूज सपोर्ट बहुत ओपी सपोर्ट है 6 सेकंड है 6 सेकंड के बाद अंदर ही शैडो फ्रीड आएंगे और मुझे नहीं लगता तुमको फाइट लेना चाहिए रोशन के लाइक रोशन के लिए क्योंकि वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी स्नैप फायर खड़ा है स्नैप फायर सीधा जंप इन करेगा शैडो फ्रीड आ चुके हैं शैडो फ्रीड का रिस्पॉन होते ही ये लोग पीछे हट गए लायन का स्टन ओके शार्ड हुई पे अभी भी जमीन पे पटका है ओह माय गॉड फक यू आईजी
Thank you, IG. I guess so. They did all the hard work. I'm actually really surprised. I mean, Mortimer's Kisses is like their main defense for the Roche group.
मुंह से निवाला मुंह
Okay. Well, who took the shot?
लाइक मुंह से निवाला वैसा सीन था आईजी के लिए लाइक उनके मुंह से निवाला निकाल लिया टीम स्पिरिट ने लाइक देयर वाज अ ह्यूज बग रोशन राइट टाइम पे स्पॉन नहीं हुआ अगर राइट टाइम पे स्पॉन होता तो ये रोशन आईजी का था रोशन ने लाइक कम से कम 30 सेकंड बाद रिस्पॉन हुआ या दैट वाज लाइक कुछ तो कर भाई जिसने 15 सही करेगा वो तो साला 20 लेवल तक पहुंच जाएगा
Wonder how it works when you use the Necromastery attack out of Silver Edge.
एम्बर ने खुद को बचाया ओह कोई बार इस बार यहाँ पे विजन है ओह yes like 55% bonus damage
That's a pretty big kill. And when I say pretty big, I mean
huge loss like team स्पीड ने बहुत ज्यादा लॉस किया और अभी भी हम गेम में देख सकते हैं डूम के पास नेटवर्क देखो 17 के 1 के ज्यादा लाइक 300 ज्यादा नेटवर्क थे डूम के पास उनके टॉप लेनर से ओके सीके के पास शैडो ब्लेड आ चुके हैं अभी बीकेबी के इंतजार में और इसके बाद आई थिंक यस क्योंकि लायन जेम कैरी नहीं कर सकता है ना वो कभी भी मारे जा सकता है ओके काफी अच्छा हुआ हार्ड है लाइक और इसके साथ नया डुएल लाइक किसी को मतलब फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता उसके टीममेट मर रहा है ओके डूम के सामने सीके और सीके इस बार डूम को धो डालेगा एम्बर आ रहा है और डूम के पास मौका नहीं दिया गया सीके का यही सबसे बड़ी बात है सीके को आप मतलब रोक नहीं सकते हो पीए को भी मार सकते हैं बिना मंकी किंग बार के इतना ज्यादा या बट शिवाज गार्ड वन नहीं कर पाया डूम स्टन हो गया था बहुत ज्यादा लंबा समय के लिए स्टन हुआ था डूम
It's a bit tricky. You reality rift maybe, and then hopefully you can get a chaos bolt in before they react. I mean,
one more second for the chaos bolt stun. Like मुझे वो पहला वाला टैलेंट भी ज्यादा अच्छा लगता था बैटल फ्यूरी वाला. Yes, उसमें उसका फार्मिंग पोटेंशियल बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाता था.
They take out the tier 1 tower bot as the game in terms of net worth is relatively even right now as the Aegis
लाइक टीम सीक्रेट के लाइक स्पिरिट के पास 1 2 3 इनविजिबिलिटी है और टीम आईजी के पास इनविजिबिलिटी का नाम पे कुछ नहीं है। और डीडी काफी अच्छा रूल मिला शैडो फ्रीट को।
Okay, I don't know who to trust right now. The game says he denied it, but he has the double damage in the bottle. So who's
दोबारा रोशन रिस्पॉन होगा अभी भी लाइक 4 मिनट एंड उधर 3 मिनट 7 मिनट के बाद। और मुझे नहीं लगता थर्ड रोशन के तक गेम चलेगा, उससे पहले ही गेम खत्म हो जाएगा। लाइक दोनों टीम इक्वल ग्राउंड पे, कोई ऊपर कोई नीचे नहीं है। लाइक वन के नेटवर्क शायद इनका ज्यादा है बट वन लाइक हमने देखा है 20k से कमबैक करते हुए, तो 1k लाइक डजंट मैटर।
he pops the bottle and it just says denied.
कोई भी एक टीम गलत डिसीजन गेम खत्म। या लास्ट गेम में उन्होंने बाईबैक के लिए पैसा नहीं बचाया था उनके कोर ने। या एजिस फाइट में ये तो मतलब शैडो फ्रीट से मतलब वो निकल गए क्योंकि उनके पास उतना ज्यादा डैमेज नहीं है सीकी को मारने के लिए। यस T3 आराम से निकाल लेंगे। ओह अब भी आ रहा है। लाइक बेन अपना अल्टी मार सकता है बट बेन अल्टी मारेगा नहीं क्योंकि उनके पास एजेस मौजूद है। अभी बेन एकदम आराम से बैठ के अल्टी मार सकता है शैडो फ्रीट के ऊपर यार। विजन यस बेन अल्टी मार चुका है। बीकेबी के ऊपर अल्टी आता है। एलसी के ऊपर डूम गिर चुका है। टीम आईजी ने कमबैक करवाया। ये चीज समझो कि सीके के ऊपर इन्होंने एक भी फटका नहीं मारा। सीके इज लाइक इनके लिस्ट में ही नहीं है, हिट लिस्ट के अंदर नहीं है क्योंकि सीके को मार नहीं सकते। सीके काफी टैंकी है इस गेम में। सो बेन ने अपना लाइक इमोशन को कंट्रोल किया जब तक उसका एजेस पॉप आउट नहीं हुआ। बेन ने अपना अल्टी नहीं यूज किया। लाइक उसका एजेस खत्म हुआ, बेन ने अपना अल्टी सीधा मार दिया। और लाइक शैडो ब्रीड को समझना चाहिए था कि बेन वहाँ पे है और बीके भी मुझे बचाने वाला नहीं है। और मुझे नहीं लगता टीम आईजी बाईबैक मतलब टीम आईजी यहाँ पे TS3 ले पाएंगे। लाइक बाईबैक नहीं करेंगे, फोर्स बाईबैक करवा सकते हैं टीम आईजी। नहीं वो पहले से निकला हुआ था, टावर उठ चुका था। ओह एक सेकेंड, तो टीम आईजी टावर नहीं निकाल पाएंगे थे। दैट फोर्टिफिकेशन वाज ओपी। यस एलसी का बीकेबी के लिए पैसा जमा रहा है। डूम शार्ट खरीदने का सोच रहा है। मुझे नहीं मालूम डूम के शार्ट से क्या होता है। लाइक डूम के पास है पैसा शार्ट खरीदने का बट आई डोंट नो व्हाई ही इज सेविंग। सीके का बिल्ड लाइक पूरा मैजिकल के ऊपर मतलब बिल्ड है। सीके को अभी भी हार्ट चाहिए, एक हार्ट मिल जाए सीके को फाड़ देगा। इतना ज्यादा टैंक हो जाएगा क्या बताए सीके। टैंकी टैंकी लाइक आपके सामने T90 भी कमजोर लगेगा सीके। लाइक सीके के सामने T90 क्या है। T90 अगर आपको नहीं मालूम तो हम दूसरा चीज बोलेंगे पैंसर। ये सबको मालूम होगा GTA वाइस सिटी जितने भी खेले होंगे। बेगम अभी तक आया नहीं बेगम। लाइक GTA वाइस सिटी ऐसा एक गेम है जहाँ पे चीट कोड यूज करके भी खत्म नहीं कर सकते उस गेम को। मैं बता रहा हूँ सीके लाइक अगर उसके पास हार्ट हो जाएगा तो पैंजर से भी ज्यादा शक्तिशाली बन जाएगा। और पैंजर क्या है वो अगर अपने GTA अगर आपने GTA वाइस सिटी नहीं खेला तो आपको पैंजर के बारे में शायद मालूम नहीं होगा। अगर आपने खेला तो आपको पक्का मालूम है GTA वाइस सिटी के बारे में। Yeah, that's a huge thing. So the रोशन दोबारा रिस्पॉन होगा 15 सेकंड में या फिर उससे ज्यादा 3 मिनट के अंदर रोशन मैक्स टू मैक्स रिस्पॉन हो जाएगा। और इसके साथ स्मोक नहीं है, सबके पास इनविजिबिलिटी है। लाइक इनविजिबल होके आ रहा है, स्मोक की जरूरत ही नहीं है। डूम यहाँ पे बली हो सकते हैं, बली का बकरा बन सकते हैं। और रोशन रिस्पॉन टाइम 0 सेकंड। सो रोशन लाइक हाथ धो के आने वाला है। So रोशन अभी रिस्पॉन हो जाएगा.
I'm not completely sold that this was what they needed for it.
Yes.
I completely understand the reasoning and the logic behind it because you get I think you primarily get it not
I
really
think डूम को रिफ्रेशर ज़्यादा सही रहेगा. रोशन ने अभी तक अपना हाथ नहीं धोया, so जब तक अपना हाथ नहीं धोता है तब तक. और ये रोशन के लिए क्या ले पाएंगे? स्मोक हो चुका है 4 मैन वहाँ पे, और एम्बर के ऊपर अगर ये आते हैं तो रोशन इसके साथ रिस्पॉन हो चुका है. और ये लोग रोशन के ग्राउंड में ही फाइट लेंगे. ओ एम्बर ने एक का स्मोक तोड़ चुका है. और रोशन रिस्पॉन होते हुए दिख चुके हैं एंड रोशन के पास इस बार रिफ्रेशर ऑर्ब है जो डूम एंड बेन के लिए काफी अच्छा है. और वहीं पे अदर हैंड शैडो फ्रीड के पास भी काफी अच्छा है रोशन पीट पे, बट रोशन पीट पे एक भी वार्ड नहीं है. और शैडो फ्रीड एंड सीके के पास इनविजिबिलिटी है, शैडो ब्लेड एंड सिल्वर एज मौजूद है. और टीम स्पिरिट को अभी तक भनक नहीं लगा कि रोशन लिया जा रहा है. और इसी के साथ रोशन रिस्पॉन हो गया, डूम को मिल गया रिफ्रेशर और वहाँ पे जेम गिरा दिया गया. जेम ले लिया. लाइक डूम के पास इतना ज्यादा आइटम है, वो क्या उठाए क्या ना उठाए उसको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. और मुझे नहीं लगा था कि ये रोशन तक हम लोग मतलब फाइट देखेंगे, बट थर्ड रोशन भी आ चुका है. क्या पता शायद फोर्थ रोशन भी हमें देखने को मिल जाए. 100 मिनट का गेम भी हो सकता है. 100 प्लस. लाइक टीआई में अभी तक सबसे ज्यादा लंबा गेम था आई थिंक 112 मिनट का. सबसे लंबा बीपी का था शायद. नहीं नाबी का, बट बीपी का था मुझे लगता है, जितना याद है. लाइक ये लोग ना अपने जो पे क्लब है वो दुर्गा पूजा कर रहे हैं, ये लोग सुबह बहुत अच्छे गाना चलाते हैं. लाइक दोपहर को सुबह है ना ऐसे अच्छे गाना चलाते. रात को सब लोग सो जाते हैं, ये लोगों को पता नहीं कौन सा काला कौवा आके काट देता है इसके गांड में. लाइक ऐसे गाना चला शुरू कर देते हैं. लाइक यू नो, ओ माय गॉड, ओह दैट डुअल रेंज. एलसी ने आके बचाने की कोशिश किया बट एलसी लायन ने आके बचाने की कोशिश किया बट फायदा नहीं हुआ. लायन के पास ये है बट लायन भी नहीं बच पाए. लाइक सीके से आप पंगा नहीं ले सकते. सीके आपको धोखे निकल जाएगा. और बेन का अल्टी उसने बाईबैक किया ना डूम ने. एलसी के सामने डूम या डूम के पीछे एलसी. ओह डूम ने ध्यान नहीं दिया कुपचे में. ओ माय गॉड, दो बार एलसी वहीं पे खड़ा है. डूम ने चेक ही नहीं किया. लाइक इन लोगों के रात को मतलब वो टोनी कक्कर के गाने चला देंगे. ऐसा है, इतना बकवास. बंगाली में भी है ऐसे गाना है. डूम का बाईबैक करना लाइक लाजमी था. लाइक यू नो उसके पास रिफ्रेशर भी और उसके पास डूम भी है तो बाईबैक कर सकता है. बट सीके ने अभी तक बाईबैक नहीं किया. और इसी के साथ सिल्वर एज से इनका तोड़ते हुए और ब्रेक. एलसी आगे बढ़ेंगे नहीं आगे बढ़ेंगे. ओ सैटनिक है बट ओ माय गॉड यहाँ पे मारे जाएंगे. मॉर्फलिंग यहाँ पे नहीं बच पाएंगे. बट मॉर्फलिंग के पास एजेस मौजूद है. यस, अभी तक डूम यूज नहीं हुआ डूम का. और डूम का रिफ्रेशर यूज हो चुका है और दूसरा डूम भी यूज हो चुका है. बट द ट्रेड वाइज कुछ ट्रेड नहीं कर पाए ये लोग. टीम आईजी लाइक उन्होंने बैरक टावर नहीं निकाल पाए बट एक फोर्स बाईबैक करवा पाए. और ये काफी बुरा होगा लाइक अगर मॉर्फलिंग दोबारा मारे जाते हैं तो. लाइक सीके आ रहा है, सीके के पास इनविजिबिलिटी है. सीके मॉर्फलिंग के ऊपर चढ़ने की कोशिश करेंगे बट ये नहीं लगता चढ़ पाएंगे. लाइक मॉर्फलिंग लाइक चुपचाप खड़े टावर निकाल सकता है. लाइक एम्बर लाइक सीके के सारे इल्यूजन को काट रहा है और मॉर्फलिंग को लाइक लिटरली अपने पूरा मतलब स्ट्रेन पे ही रखना पड़ रहा है अपना बिल्ड, ताकि उसको मतलब ये नहीं मिल रहा है. और इसी के साथ लाइक आईजी सक्सेसफुली एक बैरक लेने में कामयाब हुआ है, रेंज मेली बैरक को, जो इनके लिए अच्छा है. और सीके बोला मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता हूँ, मैं जा रहा हूँ जंगल में फार्म करने के लिए. ओह निंजा गया यार. लाइक 14 एजिलिटी एंड 25 मूवमेंट स्पीड। और सीके के सामने ओ लायन ने पकड़ लिया, सीके को धर दबोचा। सीके के पास अभी भी बाईबैक है, सो उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। ओह सीके के पास बाईबैक नहीं है, सीके ने अभी अभी आइटम खरीदा। बहुत बुरा है सीके के लिए, हमें शायद तीसरा मैच देखने को मिलेगा। 12 बजे से पहले मैच खत्म नहीं, आज का टीआई मतलब फर्स्ट डे खत्म नहीं होगा। ओके शैडो फ्रीड का फिर से सिल्वर एज यूज। शैडो फ्रीड के पास अपना अल्टी है और उनके पास चार्जेस नहीं है, अपने चार्जेस है शैडो फ्रीड के पास, पता नहीं। यस उनके पास 20 है। एलसी का 12 कॉल और मुझे ओ बेन ने बचा लिया, बेन ने मॉर्फ को बचा लिया। क्या मॉर्फ बच पाएंगे? नहीं बच पाए। मॉर्फ के पास बाईबैक है, मॉर्फ आ सकते। अभी मॉर्फ ने बाईबैक कर लिया और मॉर्फ को बाईबैक जरूरी था क्योंकि टॉप लेन में उनका पुश हो चुका है काफी ज्यादा। डायर टॉप ब्रेक्स हारा गया। यस और सीके अभी भी 20 सेकंड लगेंगे और मॉर्फ दूसरा बैरक निकालने में कामयाब। उन्होंने जेम उठाया एंड ये लोग वापस जाएंगे क्योंकि भाई टॉप लेन में वहाँ पे जो मतलब क्रीप वेव है बहुत ज्यादा है। डायर टॉप टावर भी बैरक उड़ चुका है, नहीं उड़ा या उड़ चुका है। ओ बेयरली सर्वाइव्ड। बहुत ज्यादा पैसा मिला यहाँ पे। तो ध्यान रखने की एक बात है, टीम आईजी के पास 2 बाईबैक नहीं है, एक है डूम का, दूसरा मॉफ का। अगर ये दोनों मारे जाते हैं तो गेम वहीं पे खत्म हो जाएगा। भले ही पैसा है तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है, बाईबैक नहीं है इनके पास। जेम बेस में पड़ा है ऐसे ही, इसलिए फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। तो काफी मुझे लगता है वीवर का ये जो सेकंड स्किल है यही एकमात्र उसको सपोर्ट बनाता है और कोई भी स्किल उसको सपोर्ट नहीं बना सकता क्योंकि इस स्किल को यूज करके आप वर्ड प्लेस कर सकते हो और आपके पास अच्छा खासा स्केप है। ओ सीके कोशिश कर रहा है फुल वन डिफेंड करने के लिए, बट लाइक मेली बैरक नहीं है, ये रेंज बैरक है। रेंज बैरक के पास खुद को रीजन करने का शक्ति नहीं है, पावर नहीं है। लाइक मेली बैरक के पास 5 रीजन होता है। ओके दूसरा रोशन रिस्पॉन होगा लाइक और इस रोशन में या 2 मिनट लाइक 1.5 मिनट से हम लोग 4 मिनट तक पकड़ लेते हैं, मैक्स टू मैक्स 4 मिनट। एंड इस रोशन के पास एग्नम सेप्टर होगा। ओके आगे आते हुए मॉर, बट यहाँ पे सीके का सिर्फ इल्यूजन ही है, धोखा है। और ये रोशन काफी महत्वपूर्ण हो सकता है दोनों टीम के लिए क्योंकि इसमें आपको चीज मिलेगा, आपको एजेस मिलेगा और आपको रिफ्रेशर भी मिलेगा। डूम का रिफ्रेशर बन चुका है। यस सीके के पास बाईबैक होने वाला है, लाइक उनको 275-200 गोल्ड चाहिए। सीके का जितना पैसा देखो कैसे कम हो रहा है। लाइक मॉब के पास भी बाईबैक मतलब 5 मिनट में नहीं है। डूम के पास अभी भी 2 मिनट चाहिए और उनके पास 1700 पैसे की कमी है, 1700 गोल्ड की। एम्बर के पास बाईबैक है और ये लोग रोशन के इंतजार में है पूरा। और इसके साथ वीवर आउट, वीवर डिलीटेड। वीवर के पास बाईबैक नहीं है 5 मिनट तक। वीवर गए, वीवर ने लाइक सक्सेसफुल हुआ एक स्मोक तोड़ने के लिए। इस सिचुएशन में मैं बताऊंगा हाँ वीवर फेयर ट्रेड है। एक्चुअली वीवर फेयर ट्रेड नहीं है, लाइक चूतिया है, कुछ नहीं कर सकता वो। वार्ड ही प्लेस कर सकता है खाली और कुछ नहीं कर सकता है, उसका कोई इम्पैक्ट नहीं है गेम में। भाग गया। ओके 30 सेकंड के अंदर रोशन रिस्पॉन होने वाला है और ये रोशन वीवर इस रोशन में नहीं रहेंगे। लाइक 46 मिनट का गेम है और हम इस गेम में देख सकते हैं कि वार्ड की अभी कमी है मार्केट में दोनों टीम के लिए। लुक एट दिस लाइक 0-0-0 1 सेंटी बचा है। उनके तरफ 4 है, इनके पास 1 है। लाइक हर 0-0 पे है। दिस इज कॉल्ड अ प्रो गेम। लाइक हमारे गेम में मैं और बेगम सपोर्ट खेलते हैं, लाइक हमारे पास वार्ड ही नहीं रहता है।
IG's refresher shard and Akhanim scepter. Who gets it?
बहुत बुरा लगता है, नहीं देखना है मेरे को।
Ember already had he
और इसके साथ रोशन हाथ धोने चला गया।
Doom Ags is for break mostly, and in duration I guess it's kind of met here. Lion, you have 8 charges of Finger of Death.
Wait, what's am I stupid? What's happening with Roche? Oh, there we are.
रोशन आ चुका है, रोशन के पास रिफ्रेशर एग्नम एंड चीज। अरे चीज रोशन दिख चुका है। ओके, सीखे का इल्यूजन आ रहा है। तो एक चीज मैं बताता हूँ, अगर लायन कभी भी मतलब एग्नम शार्ट खरीद लेता है, वो इंस्टा सीखे का इल्यूजन खा सकता है, इंस्टा।
Like engagement regardless at some point, and it's all about second Roche. Can Team Spirit again hold on? Will IG extend this to game number 3? It's looking likely, but after last game, I'm not ready to call it one way or the other.
And this is essentially
ओ, ये IG को मालूम है कि वो लोग इस साइड पे है और दिख चुका है। नहीं, इनका वर्ड नहीं है। और इनको भी मालूम पड़ गया रोशन का एचपी कितना है। इसी के साथ स्नैपफायर का अल्टी मॉर्टिमर केस आ चुका है और मुझे नहीं लगता टीम स्प्रिट यहाँ पे बैठ के कुछ फाइट लेंगे। ये लोग रोशन लेने के लिए सोचेंगे और जिसका हाथ ज्यादा तेज है उसी का आइटम स्नैच। Oh, I think it's a GG, guys. It's a GG. GG कॉल हो चुका है टीम की तरफ से। What a game! What a game! Like the Roshan fight is so, और मेरा इसी के साथ एक ही prediction सही हुआ। मेरा तीसरा उसको दिया था। That was a hugely good game और मैं इसी के साथ खाना लेके आता हूँ।
Just overpower Team Spirit, outplay them on some of the moves. It helps them so much to have that extra damage and wave clear in the game, and ultimately they do solve this puzzle that was starting to have a lot of pieces after 5 minutes. But
I looked at that fight top where Team Spirit tried to push with the Aegis, and IG masterfully kind of just split the fight into 2. They ended up taking out Toronto Tokyo in their base essentially, and
that was a key moment for sure.
That was the big turnaround for me, because that felt like Team Spirit's biggest window for opportunity to actually take the victory themselves. But yeah, this was game number 2, Cinderin, and it's obviously going to go to game 3. That's how a best of 3 works. If you're just joining us, if you've never watched a tournament before, that is how it works indeed.
If they've watched the groups, they might think it was over.
That's true. Those were 2 games. All right, back home you go. 1-1. Thanks. Very nicely done. So we'll be back with game 3 shortly, but first let's see what the panel has to say about this last game.
Thank you very much, Sunspan and Cinderin. All right then, IG leveling things out. So where would you guys like to start? Do you want to start with the draft? Do you want to start with all the Roche fights? I'm giving
IG. They had Lincoln Spheres, they had saves with Bane. Doom started to land some really nice Dooms. He got 2 Dooms. It just like made it a lot harder as the game continued.
I like that IG drafted for the game.
gonna come home for them. I felt like, I don't know, it felt like they were getting like too eager, too excited. I kept seeing like this bloodthirsty, like kill, 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 and then like what's the grand picture? And filling out those final little blocks in their plan obviously became a problem.
Can we talk about this Chaos Knight pick? Because it seems like there's a little bit of snobbery out there towards dear old CK. And I really want you guys to talk me through why, because, you know, there are people watching TI who probably haven't played Chaos Knight and definitely haven't seen him being played in a pro match. So Gods, we'll start with you.
To me, the hero, the biggest issue with the hero is the fact it's an illusion hero. Your illusions can, when they're getting controlled or cleared by AoE damage, you're not doing damage. That's where you're, like, as a
चेक
CK
कर रहा था
team fight, you
माइक्रोफोन
need to
देखो
jump.
बैकग्राउंड में नॉइस आ रहा है ना तेरे में या मेरे में
You have to get in reality refrained. You usually have to buy a blink for that. So it's like you have to plan ahead for the fight to start for like 2 seconds. And that's a giant window for pro players. Like you do not, like they're going to see you coming doing this. I would criticize his item build personally. I think Midas is a bit of a trap on the hero. It gives you a lot of attack speed, doesn't give you much damage. And yeah, like you might have some net worth farming issues on the hero, but it's like the goal on CK where you're most effective is where you win the lane, which he's good at. He's good at winning the lane. Then you like use that big net worth advantage to like be oppressive on the map. And they didn't really do that too well. He got picked off a couple times. Then he started buying Aether Lens and Octarine. It's like it kind of helps the poke easier, but I almost wonder if he just bought like raw damage items, if he would have been stronger in the mid game, and that might have washed them over into late game better.
How did you feel about the combination with Toronto and Tokyo Shadowfiend?
Sort of similar, I guess, in terms of like maybe not the most popular hero we've seen, but also requires a lot of setup, I would guess, because like, you know, you can break up a fight as Shadowfiend. That's great. You can get this like big fear off. Maybe you can chase down everything. But much like CK, you prefer for things to be a bit set up for you as you're coming into the engagement. And they only really had the duel, and we already know that IG had great ways to sort of like peel off or just like disengage from you. So this problem started occurring where like Team Spirit wanted to fight, and IG were just like, let's pull this back a little bit, and we'll fight on our own terms a little bit better.
Gods, do you like numbers?
Absolutely.
Well, you're in luck, my friend. You're prepared to be satisfied because we're going to take a look at the key stats from that match. And as you can see, with the Toro definitely not having the impact that we would expect from him, how did Morphling's Fly-Fi compare to your Toro's take on Morphling? Gods.
I think overall it was kind of similar. I think he took less risk, but that's also a team thing when it comes to IG. Whereas I think Yotaro was, going for that, playing from behind, felt like he had to go for that big game-winning play. I think IG were letting Emo be the one going first, and I think for Fly, he had a much easier game because he had a lot of heroes to initiate for him. It's very hard to play Morphling when you have to start the fight going first or second, but this game, JT, Emo, both his 2 other core heroes can go, and even Kaka to a certain extent on the line's able to set things up for Fly to have an easy time.
And he got to go E-Blade as well, which made it easier to do these like poke fights where he could just blast somebody for a bunch of damage, and all of a sudden Team Spirit had to react. Like that's how Team Spirit lost their top racks advantage, because it was easy to kill Shadowfiend the first time. So that item pivot was well identified by Fly.
Yeah, and then you have like JT able to do such a good job this game because he's playing the Doom, so you get tons of gold on this hero as an offlaner. He almost doubled up on Collapse by the end of that game. Just gives you more options, more choices, and also he just played like an absolute beast on those initiations.
Literally every single person in this studio watching that game was so into JT's Doom. What is it about Doom that makes him such a special pick and such a deadly one?
Well, it's very satisfying. You know, you have so much control in the game, really. One of the most controlling heroes is an offlaner in the simple sense that your team can identify, particularly in Pro Dota, right? PUBG, maybe. But Pro Dota, it's like, okay, we have a condition. We need to kill this guy. All right, how do we kill this guy? Well, he's got a Lincoln. All right, well, someone deal with that. I will blink in. I will doom him. Fight's just won. Then, you just charge after them in the chase down.
Yeah. I would also add, I feel like this patch right now, timings are so important, and Doom, you hit this timing really early on with Blink BKB, and nobody has any answer to that. The enemy carry, you beat BKBs with physical damage, and you get it so early that those carries don't normally have the items to actually burst through a BKB. So BKB Blink Doom in the mid game is just like the king of any team fight.
Well, talking of team fights, should we talk about Roshan? And Spirit's approach to Roshan, because the second Roche fight that we saw, it looked like it was IG's to win. And then the disrespect from Spirit, it seems like to be now the signature move of Spirit is exemplified by that second Roche fight. There is absolutely no respect being shown to the opponents of Team Spirit, is there?
Yeah, Team Spirit did a good job in that sense. Like, they were willing to go in Roche, and that's the reason they won the first game as well. They were willing to go do something, force a fight, basically. I think some of that is also partially IG's heroes. If their support duos like Line and Bane, they have to kind of sit back. They didn't have, like, big, overwhelming team fight like you maybe expect a Ravage or, like, a Mars ulti. So it's, like, pretty easy for them to just put all their minus armor heroes in the pit and just, like, hit it really fast. And, like, if they grab the Aegis in that last fight, maybe it's a different outcome, but they didn't get it in that last fight. But it did work earlier, so it's good to see them taking those risks.
I think it was smart of IG to back off there. As much as it looked like they gave them a free Roche, they don't have any vision scouting heroes, and there was this Snapfire just sitting on the other side of the pit getting ready to kind of make that jump in a Roche. And if they get caught in the pit, that's how they lose the game. So while it was bad they gave Spirit for Roche, it was the safe play.
And then in the final Roche fight, it was Spirit getting caught in the pit when they tried to engage. Do you think the reason they engaged was because they didn't have any other choice, Trent?
Yeah, for sure. It's just, again, they're gambling, right? They've been gambling, they've been winning, for sure. Especially game 1, even parts of game 2. Finally, they lost, but it's like they knew they have to do that, right? It's your only chance to win the game.
So now it's level. How are we feeling about this third and final game? Do we think IG are now firmly feeling comfortable? They've put the boys from Eastern Europe in their place, and now they're ready to dominate?
I would say yes, because this is like one of those series where you can look at multiple games and you're like, IG played better in all 3. Like, with the exception of the laning stage in the previous match, IG consistently seemed like the better team. So I think they should feel confident going into game 3. Maybe Team Spirit just has to be slightly more careful with how they win their match, but I think they'll have a good shot.
Gods?
I'm in the IG camp, but I think Spirit have definitely impressed me. I came in thinking IG were going to have a 2-0, but even that game, we saw something different from Spirit. I thought they were going to be this team that stuck with, picking the same off lane as the Tide, the Mars, and picking the same mid lane as they've been doing, but they really went a different direction with that draft. So to me, there's at least some potential for an upset in game 3.
We need a strong talking to for Team Spirit, right? We got to get to Maposhka. I think Maposhka played very well both games. Unfortunately, had some issues dying a bit in the late game 2. But again, risk, he's going deep with the gem and stuff. But I feel like he's got to kind of bring them together, discuss like the plan, get everyone on the same page, and they can definitely do this. They've bounced back, right? They have experience doing that in the group stage, which is a huge thing to have at this point. But there's no doubt that IG are just straight up looking better.
The Weaver pick then, that we saw in Maposhka. We're seeing Weaver being played everywhere, but currently at TI, at least in the group stage, it seemed like he was mostly being played position 1. So I'm curious, do you think that actually the intent was always playing position 5 in that match?
Definitely not. No, I mean, that's, as you said, that's the whole point, right? We want that flexibility to be there. So 5 is probably the least likely one that you're going to get, but when you can get that Aghanim Scepter, you saw the big save plays coming out there.
All right then, here we go. The teams are coming out. This is it. Whoever wins this remains in the upper bracket. The other team will be sent down to the lower bracket and will be fighting for their survival. But what are we going to see from these teams? Are we going to see Spirit being a little bit more careful, bringing back some of that control they have been said to have in the past? And IG just going to maybe even take a leaf out of Spirit's book and go flashy and firm and say, no, we're still the top seed in this tournament.
I expect IG to do the same thing. I think what I'd like to see Spirit pivot with is put Collapse on like a more traditional teamfight hero. Legion has this like initiator or defensive playstyle. You either save one of your allies that gets gone on, or you have to like blink duel a guy. And that is part of the reason that he got doubled up on net worth by JT, because Doom continues hitting creeps. If you're playing Legion Commander, it's not really the same. If you show anywhere hitting on creep wave, then they know you're not about to duel you on the map. So I think a more traditional hero would allow him to play to his strengths a bit better.
I think they could also maybe consider some of these hard lockdown heroes. Yeah, they had the Jewel, but neither of their supports had like reliable hard lockdown, which is what Kaka, every single game you're going to see Kaka online. I think they either need to ban the line or take it for themselves, or take something similar with like an instant stun, because when they don't have that instant hard disable, Emo has such an easy game. He's playing an Ember Spirit, he died once the entire game, and it's because of the heroes that Spirit have.
Who are you banning if you're Team Spirit?
I mean, I say Lion. I actually completely agree. I feel like other teams went to that in their first phase, and I think Kaka's just way too comfortable, and it gives him so many options as fights start.
You know what? if you have just tuned in, we do want to remind you of something that happened in the first game of TI10, and it involved Yatoro, a Morphling, and a Rampage. So to make things official, obviously, we need a little flashy graphic, so switching from Yatoro's pink hair to a reminder of who else has achieved this feat. I imagine you remember every single one of these Rampages, Gods. Not because you're old, just because you've done a lot of TIs, okay?
I want match IDs, Gods. Game time.
Abhishek,
no, sorry.
who
Okay.
do
Does
you
anyone
think will
remember
win?
these?
I think
Also,
OG.
just looking, we
Nahin,
three of
Karnal,
these players obviously are
we
here
want
at
to-
TI10, right? We've obviously got Thompson, memorably, versus Liquid. Arme is now, well, still playing.
एक choice है OG, दूसरा choice है मेरा VP.
We'll be playing tomorrow in the upper bracket. Do you think we're going to see even more Rampages, Purge?
I mean, the fact that this is the only 5
मैंने चाहता हूँ
TI
कोई,
is
you know,
mind-blowing to me. When somebody said that
ये
stat earlier,
जीते.
oh, that was the 5th Rampage ever on main stage,
Chinese
I
team
could not
जीते.
believe it. But maybe some of it is that like teams are like ready to GG. They don't. I don't know. It's like maybe the games are like cleaner. There's like less messing around or something. But I'm surprised. Will we see another one? Yeah, probably. Maybe one more.
Yeah.
ये क्या दुकान में जाके बोला होगा कि मेरा बाल लाल कर
Less
दो?
likely than Sumail. I think Sumail's a better chance, like 2 to 1 chance that he gets it over Thompson.
So he has more Aegises than Rampages at TI. That's
true.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, for Yatoro's in good company. 3 of those players are TI winners, so, you know, not saying he's going to win TI, but at least you're in a group of 5 players who are some of the best who's played at TI.
Who would you like to see Yatoro play?
अभी तक
in
next
this
match
World
चालू
Cup
नहीं
game?
हुआ. और तुम्हें क्या लगता है अभिषेक कौन जीतेगा?
If it's there, but I don't think it's going to be there.
Yeah, I think it's very draft dependent. I don't think there's like a, you want him on this hero because he's played 12 heroes in the group stage, so he is very flexible. And I think the carry pick and carry role, you have to be able to react and wait till you see what's coming.
हालांकि lower bracket में मुझे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है.
So I don't think there's like a you want to see him on this hero kind of factor for Spirit.
And what about collapse? Because it does seem like the synergy between their position 1 and position 3 is crucial. I mean, that's the same for all of Dota. It's a team game, isn't it? But given that we're probably not going to get to see him play Mars, who would you like to see him play, Purge?
Tide is easily his number 2. He played very well in the group stage on it. Teamfight ulti can farm aggressively. Maybe something a little bit out of left field. Your Timbersaw type of heroes, I could see him doing well in that. May not fit the draft or the meta, but something like that. Something that can be high action. He can push his limits. He's a very talented player. I think he can fight against the best, and so give him something like that.
Yeah, I think even though they lost game 2, I don't want them to abandon this idea of just like aggression. And I feel like Tide, obviously Tide is very good, and they had a massive success
अभी मेरे यहाँ पे
streak
लिखा है
at
ना
the end
3
of the group stage
बजे.
using the Tide Hunter, but I kind of want them to like hold on to this idea of just like the confidence they seem to have in this game and try and go for like that Night Stalker. I feel like that could really suit how well they're playing right now.
the lobby
Kind of
not
make up for some of
founded.
the issues they're having in terms of like the vision game and really give you like full playmaking opportunities throughout the entire match.
Why? Why does it suit the playstyle that you want to see them play?
Because, you know, you gotta throw off these better teams a little bit. You gotta be willing to push things when perhaps they're not expecting it. I think that's why they're finding some success, why this isn't just a 2-0 wash right now. And Tide Hunter, it's much easier to punish because you have this massive long cooldown to deal with. Night Stalker has its own issues because of like the day and the night cycle, but it is still a little bit easier to work with, I would say.
Do you agree, Gods?
Yeah, and I would add on to that, like the majority of the time I feel like when underdog teams cause upsets, it's because they play super aggressive. Very rarely do you see an underdog team win a series against, you know, a more experienced or a stronger team on paper by playing passive, by playing safe and trying to play late game Dota.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's
Totally
exactly
agree.
true. Like, because if you play like passively, they're going to get in their comfort zones, going to do the things they're used to. If you put them on the back foot, you get aggressive. Even if some of your goes are kind of weak, I really agree with what you said about vision. You need vision to make some of those aggressive dives, because some of the times those plays you're doing that are aggressive all the time, you're not going to see the heroes sitting behind them. So some of the times they will be sitting with 4-man. They're going to turn on you when you do go on them. So having extra vision from a Night Stalker would be a great way to give them the ability to make better decisions.
And given that Spirit were able to dominate the laning phase in that last game but still lose the game itself, do you think that we're going to see them maybe have a slightly different focus in their draft that's shortly coming up?
Is IG's focus going to be different as a result of the last one? It's
I
hard
think
to say.
Spirits.
Spirits? I just think the offlane is the
क्या
thing they
पान
might
खा के
most
घुसा है
love
क्या?
that they went for the Legion. It sort of almost worked. Maybe do it again if there's not a Bane in the game. But other than that, I like to see them pivot back to more typical initiating
मुंह
team
फुला
fight
के क्यों
towards
बैठा
the
है?
hero on collapse, so they can be aggressive and scale a little bit better.
Do you want to see Night Stalker?
Night Stalker, I think, has good potential, yeah. Generally, he plays more like stun type heroes. for Lockdown, but because Night Stalker requires a little bit more coordination. Like, he'll jump in and disrupt enemy team fights, certainly, but he doesn't really, like, set up your team. It's more like lock out the supports from the fight while your team gets the rest of them, and that maybe isn't quite what he typically does in a game, but it could work.
Is it bad for me to say that I want to see Underlord and I know we're not going to? But I'm holding out for some point in the main
true.
stage. Really?
Get some tools.
You're
Yes,
so
every
nice to
hero.
me.
रिकी आ जाए ऑफलाइन में.
The Dire get a ban.
Here's the Radiant ban.
And welcome back to the draft panel. As we're getting ready for this third draft, I'm going to ask my wonderful co-panelists what we should be looking out for in Sania.
I think an interesting thing about the last game, and our panel touched on it
हाँ
earlier,
तो
is
सोले.
Tidehunter, right? This is a hero I think they want to get their hands on, and they banned it in the first game, and they banned it in the second game, but I think in the third game you're kind of in a position where you're willing to switch up your initial bans, because now you've read both teams. Game 3 has like its own meta now, and now you're no longer playing the meta game of the tournament, you're playing IG versus Team Spirit. They both had a chance to feel each other out, so it might be open here. I think it could be an interesting hero.
मेरे को अपना माइक चेक करना है.
In this one, and there's a reason why this
इसे
hero is the fifth
साउंड
most
वाउंड आ रहा है क्या नहीं?
hero. We see now Tidehunter, he's just gone. Like, no one wants to play against him, especially if the enemy has the first pick. So no surprise there.
And the Iowa's well this time.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think sounds सही आ रहा है.
The games is that the Elder Titan from Team Spirit was
Yes.
not that strong. It wasn't like the best hero of the tournament. You know, it's been really highly contested and first picked a lot, and I think they're willing to give.
Now we can go and jump in this game. Once again, it's the third game of Team Spirit versus IG. इस बार टीम स्पिरिट ने कोई मौका नहीं छोड़ा, सीधा टाइनी को पिक कर लिया. टाइनी पिक बहुत अच्छा है इस सीजन में. टाइनी के पास अच्छा विन रेट है. हालांकि 100% नहीं है किसी भी हीरो के पास विन रेट, बट टाइनी के पास थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा है. एवरेज से ज़्यादा है, लाइक 50%. 2 मैच में एक हारा नहीं, 3 मैच में शायद एक हारा है. 75% होगा.
He just cannot kill Timbersaw, and then you're forcing Team Spirit to possibly play him as a position 4 role, which
4 मैच में 3 जीता.
they play it on the mid.
3 मैच में 2 जीता is like 66%.
Would you still like the Timbersaws?
66 to 75.
Now that they have Mars, I don't. Yeah, it's not an option anymore. Even though I believe there was Thunder Predator who ran a position 5 Mars.
Like 9 मैच में is like,
Phoenix combo, which is
you know,
interesting. Actually, that's one of the favorite combos of the Eastern European region.
12 मैच में ये लोग 4 हारेंगे और उसमें like 12 मैच में 3 हारेंगे तो 75. That's how we compare.
Against Tiny, because the reduced attack speed is one of Tiny's biggest issues, right? This hero hits super slowly. Anyone that has played Tiny feels like so. You're not touching the egg, and you're getting Fire Spirit on top of that. And then as a third added bonus, Tiny's very tanky and he has a lot of armor. Phoenix is dealing sunray damage, which is percentage based. So Phoenix is one of the heroes that probably hurts Tiny the most. And Snapfire is a good response from Team Spirit. This basically increases the execution for IG. This Mars is going to have to really be on top of his arenas to protect the egg, or that egg isn't going off.
पटाखा फूट रहा है मेरे यहाँ पे.
Ollie is a very, very good Phoenix player, so I think that they also got that going for themselves.
Tata plays it actually. Previous teams used to play it a lot as well, so they can actually flex that from 5 to 4. What do you think of this Snapfire Tiny combination to start off with, especially with the Tiny mid? I guess you have some nice burst, right?
We still don't know where the Tiny is going to go, but it seems like a very strong opener. You have a lot of boxes checked with just these 2 heroes. You always have like a repositioning tool on your allies, on the opponents as well. And Snapfire will Shredder kills egg level 1, so you got to be really careful until you hit that level 12.
There's the Morphling band that we have been speaking about, just a highly contested hero. And actually, interestingly enough, IG gets rid of that Legion Commander. Do you think the performance last game was enough to justify it, or is it just because of the Phoenix this time? And the Mars, actually.
It's a pretty good, we call them steroids, like basically spells that amp up your cores to deal more damage.
Yeah, buffers.
Buffers, exactly. A pretty good buffer for the Tiny. And the Purge and the added save and stuff like that's always very nice. So I think it's just an overall, it's mostly about the Purge ability against the Phoenix and the BKB ability to tank the Sunray.
Yeah. And the attack speed against egg
Oh
is
my
going to
God.
be great. Monkey King, I definitely didn't think coming into this series that Monkey will be either picked or survive through the first big phase.
I think Spirit's just afraid of it to disrupt their laning phase. I think they, after game 1, they realized that they
पता
can't
नहीं
just
किस
let
बात
IG
के
dominate
पटाखे
the
फोड़
pace
रहा
of
है
the game.
लाइक दुर्गा पूजा
Even
है
though they
लाइक
won that
पटाखे
game, I
ऐसे
think
थोड़ी ना
they
फोड़ते
felt it too. Like we saw it, it was a very
विसर्जन पे
clutch
फोड़
win,
दो
and you don't want to be in
दोपहर
that
को कौन
position
पटाखे
where
फोड़ता
you're
है सुबह मेरा
like
नींद
that
टूट
every
गया
single
था
game.
इनका पटाखे
So
फोड़ने
what
से
is it in game 2? So in game 2 they did fix that pace, right?
Right.
What was it about the draft you thought was lacking maybe in game
मेरे
2?
को उतना
I
प्रॉब्लम
think
नहीं होता है
they
बट
had the idea of that we need to have more
इरिटेटिंग
pace,
लगता है
but I
मेरा
feel like the
माउस
heroes
पैड
that they
पूरा
picked were
पिघल
good
रहा है
enough. They
लाइक मेरे को
or
नया
like
माउस
they
पैड
don't
लेना
really make
पड़ेगा
sense to me. Like the Chaos Knight, I think in concept is a
This
good
is
idea.
like
It does
melting
very well
down.
in its lane, and then you have these illusions that are going to fight for you. You don't really have to commit into the Doom. But I just feel like the hero's power level is too weak.
Yeah, they overdid it. Having both Shadowfiend and CK in that game was a bit too much.
एक
Shadowfiend
रूल
static in the mid game. You can't really make that many moves, especially with the build. There was no Shadow Blade.
दिया है साले
That one dodge from Morphling with the waveform, that was top notch. Or top block skill, you can call it, because there was post sentry wards.
So Team Spirit once again banned out the Lina. That makes me just immediately think of Leshrac. I think if you want to pick Lesh though, you're most likely going to play with some sort of save, some sort of support that can keep Leshrac alive.
So you're talking about how this is the Chinese mentality, that like you ban Lina, you pick Lesh. You think Spirit has adapted to that mentality now?
I think it's more, IG are definitely considering Leshrac as an option now that Lina's out of the pool. So this is something that you can do sometimes where the opponents ban certain heroes for you, and that basically gives you another ban. So let's say I'm in IG's position, I see them banning Lina, I'm like, Leshrac has 2 counters. Lina and whatever other hero they consider to be good against it. Like Invoker, for example, that was played against Lesh in the first game. Now you've opened up the door to potentially drafting Leshrac here. Whereas when both Lina and Invoker are open, that's not really a hero that you're considering.
Okay. And do you see this draft initial as a pretty decent Leshrac draft to play?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good Lesh game.
Okay.
You have
There
a
are no
backup of
counters,
Phoenix
you're
and
a
Mars.
natural BKB buyer. I mean, you can go it as your second item, and then you don't care too much about Phoenix nor the Mars spells. Something that they played against Fnatic was ET and Tiny. ET still
वासीपुर पे नहीं रहता हूँ पटाखे फूट रहा है गोली नहीं चल रहा है
removing the basic magic resistance. As you said, the ET didn't look that great.
भाई घर के पीछे फोड़ता है ऊपर से चिल्लाया है
Have another way of stopping a team fight.
So the benefits
लाइक
is
मैंने
I think Mira
बहुत जगह देखा है जहाँ पे पटाखे फोड़ने के लिए अलग से जगह बनाया जाता है नो वहाँ पे फोड़ो घर के पीछे कौन फोड़ता है साले
Miposhka is more of that laning dominating type player. That's the type of hero he
लाइक मेरे घर में 2 सीनियर सिटीजन लाइक 4 सीनियर सिटीजन है मेरे मम्मी मेरे पापा लाइक पापा के बड़े भाई एंड उनके वाइफ
and he can't really fight.
I like your point because
लाइक सब सीनियर सिटीजन के कैटेगरी में आते हैं मम्मी अभी तक नहीं आई बट पापा सीनियर सिटीजन में
what other heroes could we see that are lane dominators that you think would fit into his hero pool? Come to mind.
I mean, Bane was one of the ones.
नॉट ओनली मेरे पापा सीनियर सिटीजन में उसके साथ से तो हैंडीकैप भी है
CIS. Or sorry, the East European. Yeah, Disruptor, absolutely. Doesn't really fit the
हैंडीकैप की बात करो मैं भी अगर हैंडीकैप में ये कर सकता हूँ
I'm not actually sure.
लाइक मेरे को उतना हार्ड हैंडीकैप नहीं मिलेगा लाइक लो हैंडीकैप मिलूंगा
Match it up into the Phoenix.
Or they could just swap the lane and play Snapfire position 5 from the safe lane and match it up against Phoenix potentially.
We've seen Bane now multiple times actually by IG. I feel like it's been picked every game. What do you see the strength of this pick here?
I feel the hero is just not picked enough. I expected this hero to be like super highly contested in the group stage, picked or banned every single time he is the lane dominator. You have this
Okay.
small
The
bucket
game
save built
began.
in and also BKB piercing ability. You don't necessarily
लाइक
need to
टीम
get
स्पिरिट को इस बार थोड़ा सा ये करना पड़ेगा मैं बैठ के दूसरे थंबनेल भी बना सकता हूँ कुछ भी को मैच है बट इस मैच के बाद बनाऊंगा बैठ
as we've seen in the game number 1.
लाइक
was
सबका
pretty
थंबनेल
clutch.
बना
So,
लूंगा
yeah, positioning is key. I think he's very similar to Oracle in terms of positioning, where you make like 200 range ahead and then you straight up die.
Oh, interesting. There's a lane dominator that we haven't seen in a long time, which is the CM, and a classic combo with the Juggernaut. Is this a pocket strat we might be seeing here?
I think it's a response to the Phoenix Mars. I was thinking personally, PL I know is one of Yatoro's better heroes. So I was considering the PL when I saw the Bane, but they go with the Juggernaut. It's great against the Mars and Phoenix and lane. Now they have kill potential during the level 1. I think especially level 1 Phoenix now needs to be extremely careful.
ओह स्टॉर्म आ गया आईजी की तरफ से आईजी का स्टॉर्म वन ऑफ द पावरफुल हीरो है
Crystal Maiden overall fits pretty
ज़्यादा
well with other
पावरफुल हीरो
heroes.
अभी तक मैंने देखा
I
नहीं
know AUI thinks this hero is very, very strong right now.
इस सीजन में स्टॉर्म भी काफी पावरफुल है एंड स्टॉर्म का एग्नम जिप्टर बिल्ड ओपी है
Fiend scripting the Juggernaut while he's spinning and stopping him completely.
It's one of the threats that they need to consider, but I think with how Juggernaut usually plays nowadays, you have both the Ags and you have the Omni Slash to get around, and you have the Healing Ward, right? So if the Healing Ward's alive,
Phoenix versus Snapfire so Snapfire apparently not good like Phoenix is not good against a Snapfire
strength about Eno.
स्नैपफायर का थर्ड स्किल फिनिक्स को मार सकता है, फिनिक्स के लाइक अंडे को फोड़ सकता है.
Like comparing him to some other Storm Spirit players, I think the farming patterns in general for Storm Spirits got better. We see this
लाइक फिनिक्स का अंडा जो है वो ऐसा होना चाहिए, फिनिक्स जब मरेगा तब उसका अंडा खुलेगा, एजेस की तरह. उसकी तरह क्या बोलते हैं, रेड किंग की तरह. फिनिक्स का अंडा फूटेगा देन ये चीज खुलेगा, तो मजा आएगा देखने में.
Storm Spirit.
Are you still seeing this as tiny mid right now, or do you think it's still an open flex?
I think there's potential to run the Snapfire 3 and Tiny 4.
Oh.
It doesn't really strike me as something that I would imagine Team Spirit does very often, but it could be a good way to answer like the problems of laning against Bane, because you get a much stronger hero in the lane there.
Could you Tiny 3 here, potentially?
Yeah, you could.
I think you could Tiny 3, but I think against Bane a lot of the time, like, I'm not sure. Actually, yeah, you could. I don't dislike it. The more I think about it, it just feels a bit weird in the current meta of like how Tiny's built with the item build that Tiny likes to go for.
Because Collapse has done it in the past, the Tiny 3.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
And you have mana, that's what's important. Tiny consumes a lot of mana when he's played either as a position 4 or a position 3, and this time around you have Crystal Maiden, so that's going to help out quite a lot.
Yeah.
You banned out, that's a Night Stalker, isn't it?
Yeah, IG thinks that it's going to be position 4 Tiny, banning out Night Stalker and Lycan.
Or 2 Tiny, right? And they're banning partners or
Yeah.
Yes,
could be either.
exactly. What heroes would you were talking about the bans that they got to protect Leshrac, but it also protects the Storm in the same way. Is there any other hero you're thinking about right now? Like, okay, let's get rid of that in case they, or that you think would be really good against the Storm?
A lot of, like, Virtus Pro, when they play Storm Spirit, Queen of Pain is the one band that they get rid of, Puck is the other one, and Lina. Like, these are the bands that they protect the Storm Spirit pick with. So, yeah, Team Spirit, the leash mechanic. I don't think I've seen a single game from the games that have been casted throughout the group stage. Puck was not picked at all. It was banned out, always against the Storm Spirit, but never picked.
I actually saw this matchup quite a few times, and I think while the Puck is good with the Dream Coil, now with how Storms can buy Kaya Sanj and Bloodstone, they have a way to really survive through it. They can tank through it, and I think between the Nightmare Sleep and the Phoenix heals, it might be enough to keep the Storm alive. But other than that, there's no stunts on Spirit. It's very hard for Spirit to kill the Puck. They did buff the Bane Fiend script cast time.
Oh, for IG.
For IG, sorry, yeah. Killing the Puck for IG is going to be difficult in this game.
Okay.
And I think like now, it's really up to the Bane, right? You got to grip either the Puck or the Juggernaut. So I think that might be something that's tricky for them. Spectre Storm is a very, very strong combo. So Storm Spirit, generally speaking, wants to find the right target and jump them. So one of the hardest things of your game is you need to have vision of the backlines. But with Spectre, it's very easy. You press one button and your Storm sees everything. And he can jump safely knowing that there's no heroes close by, or you can choose the target that he wants to go on. So really like this pick.
So that's the strength of IG's draft, right? I have to summarize that draft.
I think their team fight is going to be very, very strong. And look for Emo to make some aggressive jumps off of Haunt initiations.
What about IG, for Team Spirit, sorry?
Team Spirit, this is going to be position 3 Tiny, which can scale. As you mentioned, there are no real stun silences for Puck, so that's going to be a bit problematic for Invictus Gaming. And Toronto, Tokyo, especially with the help from Crystal Maiden, could completely pop off on this Puck.
All right. Well, before we get into the game, we got to hear the last word from BSJ, so he can guide us as to what we should be looking for in this game number 3 between Team Spirit and IG.
क्या हुआ?
Fantastic cheer, if I had to guess. I'm not sure if the spectators got to hear
मुझे
the
लगा
same
तू सो
thing.
गया, चला गया.
That was very
हाँ?
We do have game 3 center between IG and Team Spirit.
Oh, इतना जल्दी हो गया 20
I've
मिनट.
gotten to cast the new.
साला पिक करते करते 20 मिनट हो भी गया.
Hoping for some time now. Your thoughts on this game number 3?
Spectre, the player, the team with IG.
He just hit the
Player
nail on the
with
head
the
about what's
most
going to
kill
happen
in a
this game.
10
It's an
minute
assassination game.
storm.
And
The
these games
total
are super
number
fun
of
to
tower
watch
kill
because
before
they're so explosive. There's
25.
like two, like he put it, there's two assassins on either team, right?
एक तो उड़ जाता है, 3 उड़ जाता है, 4 उड़ जाता है, 5वां
To me
छोटा
indicates
उड़ने
that
में
this could
टाइम
indeed
लगता
be
है.
a game where you see that newer
0 to
meta
5.
Spectre build where you go for an earlier Aghanims. I think sometimes we see them go Echo Saber first.
0 to 5 भी हो सकता है and 6 to 10 भी हो सकता है. Confusion है.
Straight away, but it does feel like the build of item is probably worth it. Yeah, Falcon Blade.
अब 6 to 10 पे देना चाहता
I
हूँ.
think it's going to be Tread's Falcon X, to be honest.
6 to 10.
But, could opt for the Echo Saber if he sees value in it here. I'm gonna see. A little bit of a fight potentially breaking.
6 टावर उड़ाना है. दोनों टीम का काउंटेड भाई. Tier 1 का टावर तो उड़ जाता है ना एक बार उड़ना चालू हो जाए तो.
See if they can secure the bounty runes as well, although I don't think they're
करो बवाल, फाइट करो.
in all likelihood. Maybe just leave Poshka there for now.
खत्म कर दो जल्दी जल्दी खत्म कर दो. GG लिख दो.
Another illusory orb just scouting things out.
Team speed
So
team speed लिख दे.
BSJ just talked about
Troll कर दे, throw कर दे.
a lot of low cooldowns for Team Spirit versus the long ones from IG. And for sure, it's all about execution, which IG during this tournament.
इसका ज़्यादा मतलब बाउंड्री. दोनों टीम को इक्वली बाउंड्री मिला.
They were top of their groups, along with LGD and the opposing one, and that's why they're favored in this match. But they have been extended to a game 3 here by Team Spirit.
I feel like when I look at this Spirit lineup, it reminds me a little bit of some strategies that Virtus Pro have run in the past with success, where they have this Juggernaut carry and they just play around hyper early aggression with all of these heroes that really thrive. And then you try to get the first Roshan and then you look to maybe even go high ground. I don't know if that's going to work out with an offlane Tiny in particular. A lot of the times those Juggernaut strategies will be coupled with something like a Dragon Knight or a Lone Druid or whatever, you know, that wants to hit towers, or even Pugna in some cases. So I think maybe that's what IG's read was in getting these greedier late game heroes, is that, well, even if Spirit do well early on, we think we can bridge the gap to a late game and then ultimately just overpower them with, you know, arguably the single best late game support in the whole game, played by Kaka position 4. And then you have
इस बार टाइनी ऑफलाइन है. टाइनी ऑफलाइन का एक फायदा है क्योंकि वो सपोर्ट किसी को भी डिलीट कर सकते हैं कभी भी. एंड टाइनी का स्किल का कूलडाउन भी कम है, सो ऐसा नहीं है कि लाइक बेन की तरह बहुत लंबा कूलडाउन या फिर सीएम की तरह बहुत लंबा कूलडाउन या फिर दूसरे ऑफलाइनर की ले लो मार्स. लाइक मार्स के पास स्किल कूलडाउन है बट किल पोटेंशियल बहुत कम है, बट वहीं पे टाइनी के पास किल पोटेंशियल बहुत ज़्यादा है. Collapse can collapse anytime.
I was not expecting that. Not gonna lie.
It won every game so far.
ब्लिंग डैगर आ जाए टाइनी के पास, आराम से फाड़ना चालू कर देगा.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, if there's one thing Dota loves, it's in the bag. Literally every hero has a voice line for predicting victory.
Skyrath has 10 that they
CM versus
actually
Phoenix,
split up
CM
into
मारा
separate
जाएगा.
ones, and it's now just one elongated.
CM हिट ही नहीं कर सकता इसके
Emo
ऊपर.
destroying mid this hard? I just realized.
फिनिक्स के पास हालांकि फर्स्ट किल नहीं है. फिनिक्स तो वो कहाँ तक लेके जा सकते हैं कुरियर को. फाइनली CM kill Phoenix.
So yeah, mid lane at 17-1 to 10-0.
This is not that Storm favorite of the lane. Emo's just outplaying here. Toronto, Tokyo by a decent amount in the first few waves.
अब याद है TI 19 में वो कर्नल के ऑपोजिट जाके पुणे में जाके देखा था TI 19. TI 9 sorry 19 की बोल रहा हूँ, TI 19.
But like we talked again previously,
2019 को जो TI हुआ था TI 9.
Slightly, I don't know if you want to call them face palm moments during. I think it was one of our games we cast where Emo just went way too crazy on Storm. I think they ended up winning anyway. But he is prone to a little bit of over-aggression at times.
इस बार भी इन्होंने पैसा कमाया, बट इस बार का जो पैसा था वो TI में नहीं डाला.
They're just going to get salved and we'll be good to go. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this. We were just kind of overconfidence from Emo at times, but I mean,
इस बार के बैटल पास से जो पैसा कमाया.
Tokyo's puck is really freaking good. We've impress a lot of his games, and some of them were pre-nerf, right? He's been nerfed since then, so that's true. A lot of games we've been seeing.
Last hit wise देखे तो टीम IG के पास last hit ज़्यादा है.
Looks so good, so interested to see if Toronto
Mars के पास last hit कम है.
game 1 where he was split pushing
Spectre के
with
पास कम है.
does a lot
रोकना
of
भी
that
पीछे
with
नहीं
Puck,
है अलग.
especially if he's behind, so we'll see.
Mid lane में से काफी ज़्यादा पीछे है.
Mid
lane से 10 आधा पीछे है, like literally.
One of the big upsides to Bane that I think is underappreciated maybe
Spectre.
sometimes if everyone is very much focused around the the laning. Oh, hang on.
हाँ इसके साथ Ben out होते हुए एक आसमान में चढ़ा, नीचे उतरा और सीधा गोली खाया. इसी को बोलते होगा आसमान से गिरा और सीधा मुंह पे गोली खाया.
Full HP though. He's facing a really powerful lane here with Snapfire being one of the worst matchups the hero has in my opinion in lane. But yeah, what Bane usually brings to the table, it's the pseudo save of Nightmare, it's the grip, but also just the ability to, because you don't have the ability to wave clear, you never really need to show mid-late game at all. Like you can sit in a tree line and wait for someone to go for the play we just talked about where Puck starts cutting waves, and then
like एक चीज को ज़्यादा खींच दो ना, उस चीज में से मजा निकल जाता है. Like ये वाला मैच मतलब थर्ड मैच में वो मतलब ज़्यादा खींच रहा है, तो इसमें like उतना मजा नहीं आएगा. एंड कोई एक्सपेक्ट IG जीते, क्योंकि IG को प्रेडिक्ट किया है हम लोगों ने कि ये राउंड पे IG जीते हैं, सेकंड राउंड पे IG नीचे आ जाए.
that's substantial.
It is. Toronto Tokyo is still getting pretty good farm. Like this is probably normal.
And OG versus Team Secret में OG जीतेगा.
It feels like.
Toronto Tokyo is still ahead on net worth, but that's because he got first blood.
And lower bracket में अगर कोई है तो मैं Beast Coast को चाहता हूँ कि वो lower bracket से के आए ऊपर.
I don't know if I want to call it losing to Emo here, but Emo is definitely still having a great time. So very well done by him.
Now we're gonna see another Ava into the top, back into Mira.
Not a good cookie, unfortunately.
Will fall as a result of this.
Spectre ने मारने में कामयाब.
Damage from collapse in the meantime, but they'll have to just
Spectre के लिए अच्छा है, लेकिन Spectre के लिए गेम काफी अच्छा हो सकता है. पक के पीछे कभी भी जा सकता है. CM को Spectre अल्टी मारेगा तो CM को टारगेट करके फिनिश कर सकता है. CM इजी टारगेट है Spectre के लिए. और इसके साथ पक ने फिनिक्स को पकड़ने में कामयाब. मार्स यार होगा मार्स के पास, और फिनिक्स बचते हुए पक का अल्टी पे काम नहीं आया. एक पटाखे का साउंड पड़ चुका है क्या जोर साला. और स्पेक्टर बाल बचते हुए, खुद को बचाते हुए, लाइक बेन ने स्पेक्टर को बचाने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ा. बचाने में कामयाब भी हो गया. और भी बाल से एक बाल means is like so narrow. Doesn't means like like सर के बाल, like narrow. Like in a Bengali, oh, बेन बचता था बट क्रीप को भेज दिया, लग जा मार के अपने मालिक को. Like हिंदी में बाल बचना and बंगाली में चूल छेड़ा विश्लेषण.
We can just call it a wash just because of that first blood.
Pretty much.
मतलब
and again, I think the two
एक
heroes on IG
मतलब बंगाली में से बोलता है कि actually में चूल means Bengali is like बाल ही है. सर के बाल को चूल बोला जाता है, हाथ के बाल को बाल नहीं बोलते, लोम बोलते हैं. लाइक शरीर का कहीं पे भी बाल है उसको लोम बोलते बंगाली में. हिंदी में बाल ही बोलते होंगे, मेरे को नहीं मालूम. तो लाइक हम लोग जब बचपन में ये खेलते थे लाइक कंचे एक्सेट्रा, तो वैसा होता है कि लाइक बहुत टाइम पे ऐसा सीन था कि वहाँ पे लग गया कंचा एक दूसरे से. बट कभी कभी ऐसा भी होता था कि कंचा लगता नहीं था, है ना, दूर से दिख के लगता था, तो ऐसे लग गया. तो ऐसे एक बंदे को खींचते थे, उसके ऐसे बाल तोड़ते थे, उसके अंदर से फिर मापते थे. अगर बाल रुक जाए बीच में तो लग गया, अगर नहीं लगा तो नहीं लगा. अद्भुत था उस जमाने में.
Toronto Tokyo used the silence there. He was very patient. He saw the Bane TP coming. Okay.
Oh, यहाँ पे फिनिक्स भी मारा जाएगा, no doubt. Nominating में चला गया पक. स्पेक्टर आते हुए, स्पेक्टर पक के ऊपर जा रहा है. Why? पक आराम से बच के निकल सकता है, बट पक बच के नहीं निकला. स्टॉर्म तो फुल ऑन बदले के मूड पे. स्टॉर्म को लगा और नहीं दे सकता बदला. स्टॉर्म को लाइक वापस जाना है. ओह क्या बचा स्टॉर्म स्टॉर्म वो उसी का इंतजार में था लाइक स्पेक्टर टीपी कर सकता है या स्पेक्टर ने टीपी करेगा लाइक उसके पास जंप का कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है स्पेक्टर ने एक बहुत ही अच्छा किया कि जगन्नाथ को लेन से हटाया बट स्पेक्टर भी लेन से हट गया स्पेक्टर को वापस आने में टाइम लगेगा लेन में और उसी के साथ स्टॉर्म वापस आते हुए यहाँ पे टाइनी दिखते हुए एंड टाइनी मुझे नहीं लगता सरवाइव कर पाएंगे काफ़ी अच्छा अल्टी था टाइनी को फ्री फार्म नहीं देना है टाइनी का सिर्फ 2 आइटम चाहिए एक है उसका ब्लिंक डैगर एंड दूसरा उसका इकोसेवर ये 2 आइटम चाहिए टाइनी को टाइनी आराम से बहुत लंबे समय तक फाइट ले सकता है बहुत लंबे समय तक खेल सकता है और सपोर्ट को मारना टाइनी के लिए आसान हो जाएगा बेन यार फिनिक्स को
You just gotta wonder what's gonna happen as soon as the first round of items comes in, right?
By the way, इस साल का I think आर्केना का वोट नहीं हुआ।
Routes of travel it looks like here from
Last year आर्केना इस साल मैंने बैटल पास नहीं खरीदा तो मुझे नहीं मालूम आर्केना का वोट हुआ है क्या नहीं हुआ है like election। और इतना मालूम है कि election में बहुत कुछ हुआ इस बार। और इस बंगाल में like lockdown के अंदर election।
I mean, he's definitely made it work in many games that we've casted him in the past, so.
I don't know, like exam cancel हो सकता है, election भी cancel हो सकता है.
Toronto Tokyo about to hit level 9 here. Has his coil available.
Like आज से 10 साल बाद like 10-20 साल बाद जब like you know काफी अच्छा अल्टी है, but मुझे नहीं लगता अल्टी से कुछ फायदा होगा, but यहाँ पे oh he survived barely. आज like almost बच गया था, but एंड में जाके नहीं बच पाया एंड मेरा एक चीज़ रॉन्ग हो चुका है कि स्टॉर्म स्पीड के पास उतना ज़्यादा किल नहीं था जितना पक के पास है। पक्का किल काफ़ी ज़्यादा है 5 किल पे एक एंटायर टीम के पास 8 किल है और पक्का अकेले के पास 5 किल है। अभी तक 10 मिनट के अंदर एक भी टावर नहीं उड़ा बट 12 मिनट पे एक टावर उड़ने का चांसेस सबसे ज़्यादा है एंड टॉप सेफ लेन का टावर उड़ जाएगा। अभी मार्च वापस आते हुए सेफ लेन में Mars level 7 पे है and Phoenix level.
It looks like IG is going to defend here. They will be successful. But yeah, Yataro is farming really well, actually. I mean, Spectre is one of those heroes that farms a little bit slower, at least the beginning stages, than Juggernaut, but they're basically on the same footing right now. But yeah, it will be Aghanim Scepter for Fly eventually after the Falcon Blade, so. He will not be going for, well, maybe Orchid after, we'll see. Yeah, collapse, gonna get the avalanche into the cookie, into the toss as well. Scatterbox turns him off there. You see another coil expended for JP, gets off his ult, his TP support are on their way. He's gonna get bursted down though. And Emo with Fly coming in on that hot. They're gonna be able to clean up 2 kills right off the bat, but it's just 2 supports. Double kill for Fly. Now Toronto Tokyo's here with the double damage. Of course, no coil, 60 seconds on the deck here, but gets the waning rift. Not sure he's going to finish this off. Toss onto Emo. Yataro has a healing ward. He's going to try to spin here. He's taking a ton of damage in the meantime, though. He's just going to get right click down very casually by Emo. You can see the egg on the backside here, but won't end up resulting in any kind of stun. So a little bit too aggressive, perhaps. They're staying too long for Team Spirit.
What is it with TI and tossing people from your own team into trouble, huh? That's a pretty...
It's so tempting.
Memorable moment from a different year. I don't think that one was on purpose, though. This one was. But that toss did not work out the way they wanted it to. And they even got a really good avalanche because Jugger got Fiend Script and immediately Avalanche cancelled the Fiend Script and he still couldn't get the Omni Slash off.
Yeah. You can see the replay here. So they
What a bounty!
End up killing the Phoenix, who, the fact that he eggs at the end of this fight just shows how long it went here. A very extended fight overall.
And this is what IG's lineup can do. The moment you start committing, this global presence of Storm Spec can always come in and punish when cooldowns are out. And it's very understandable that Spirit wants to chase here, right? You have a DD puck, you know the enemy team is somewhat out of resources.
तो फिर से जा गया मुझे सोने का बोल रहा था
And now Collapse will take that top tower, obviously with those
तो
cooldowns
इसका
not
स्टाइल भी
ready
अच्छा है.
for IG. They're not interested in trying to defend
चल
without
रहा है ये.
Supernova or Haunt, so a little bit of a silver lining there, at least that they grabbed the first tower of the
हाँ.
game, but the question is if they're going to be able to defend their own bottom as well, or if it's just going to be a trade in the end. Kaga's eyeing up a Yule. I think it's probably a pretty good choice here. Maybe he's worried about the puck silence, and he wants to make sure that he can get his Supernova off. Just TPing going, yeah, it's going to be a tower trade. They're making very sure here. TPing Phoenix bottom here is basically them saying, all right, we take no risk here, just in case Spirit want to defend. Since they have Omni, we're going to have as many heroes as possible in the neighborhood, and now they realize, okay, defense is not coming, so they're going to rotate. And Kaka will maybe stack a little bit of Ancients here. I don't know if they want to do that. Seems like that's a yes.
यहाँ पर इन्होंने ग्रुप स्टेज लिख के रखा है, मेन इवेंट है. ओए देख रहा था अपना स्टीम फोन पे, कर्नल कर रहा था, तो एक जन का वो दिखा जिनका वो लोगो मतलब अच्छा है इनका भी लाइक वर्सेस का मतलब थंबनेल वाला, तो थंबनेल पे मतलब पुराना थंबनेल यूज़ करे तो वो पे ग्रुप स्टेज भी लिखा है. ये लाइक थर्ड मैच होता है ना तो बहुत बोरिंग लगता है. अगर अच्छे टीम का हो तो लाइक है ना ओजी इजी का हो रहा है तो अच्छा है, बट थर्ड मैच मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम बोरिंग ही होता है.
And then they get in and get the counterplay with a great Supernova arena combo, and they instantly fiend script the Snapfire as well, who was part of coming in close for the extra burst, but that obviously means that there's no Mortimer Kisses. That's one of the problems with this hero in some situations, is that you always need to gauge what distance you want to play at, right? It's rare that you find a fight where all of your spells get used well. It's generally either the up-close ones or the long-range one, and that situation for Mira, it would probably be better to stand further back and get that ult off for a massive...
Like इंडिया में डोटा करना ही नहीं चाहिए किसी को.
Made that an easy hold for IG.
इंडिया में डोटा का व्यूअर नहीं है. They all
I believe Aghanim Scepter is being
इंडिया में डोटा का व्यूअर like all gone. YouTube में like Valorant में शिफ्ट हो गए.
A single what do I actually call it? A
shadow step. How about that? What do you think? Do you think that's a good name?
Yeah.
Single haunt is better.
Like इंडिया में हो तो don't go for that Indian content. Like मुझे इंडिया के नाम उज्जवल करना है, रोशन करना है, content इंडिया के बेस पे बनना है. अंग्रेजी में बात करो, अभी एक्सेंट मार के देखो व्यू कैसे मिलता है. Like तुमसे कोई पूछेगा कहाँ रहते हो, like तुम ऐसे घाट को पर नहीं बोलोगे. इंग्लिश में बोल दो. I live in a beach. Floated beach. हाँ तो टाइनी तो इसीलिए उठाया ना, floated beach. Like घाट को पर घाट मतलब क्या होगा उसका इंग्लिश में क्या होता है? Like dock. हाँ? Dock. और कोपर like ऐसे बोलना पड़ेगा तुमको. Like लोगों को बताओ कि मैं इंडिया में नहीं रहता हूँ. Like व्यू पैसा और क्या चाहिए तेरे को? और क्या चाहिए तेरे को? तेरे को थोड़ी ना डॉलर में जाना है. तू बोलेगा मैं रहता हूँ इधर, लोग खुद ढूंढते रहेंगे, बाद में पता चलेगा अबे तो घाट पोकर चूतिया है. देख तो देखना अंग्रेज साला पिज्जा मतलब इंडियन खाना खाएगा उसमें भी उसको व्यू मिलता है. और ये पे अगर इंडिया को खाना भी नहीं मिलेगा उसमें भी खाना 10 दिन तक खाना भी ना खा के कोशिश करेगा ना उसको व्यू नहीं मिलेगा.
That if the situation is correct, it's very good, and it's kind of just you're just polarizing your play, right? You're saying, okay, in good situations,
और अगर लड़की हुआ तो रिएक्शन चैनल भाई. No, I don't know, like मेरे को कंटेंट बनाना नहीं आता है, मेरे को खुद को कंटेंट बनाना नहीं आता है, अच्छा कंटेंट. मैं खुद बैठ भाई पक को भी डिलीट कर दिया. लाइक मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम करता हूँ, लाइक जो रिएक्शन देते हो देख टाइनी को भी दर्द हो जा. यस लाइक रिएक्शन चैनल को तो कुछ चाहिए ही नहीं, उनको और भी कंटेंट. लाइक मेरा बस थोबड़ा है. लाइक आई थिंक लाइक टैलेंट और यू नो लाइक थोबड़ा लोग बचपन से लेके आके पैदा हुआ है, लाइक पैदा हुआ है थोबड़ा लेके। एक मेरे पास एक गॉड गिफ्टेड सामान है क्या, मैं थोबड़ा। देखो मेरा थोबड़ा। Oh yeah. Yes. मेरे को भरोसा नहीं है, लास्ट टाइम इसने वो खेला था सीके और ये बनाया तो बना ही सकता है एक से बच चुकी है साला।
And that is, for 18.5 minutes, that is a crazy lead. And the fact that you have the Spectre, you have the Storm, that feels...
दोनों टीम में साला डिलीटर है, वो पक फिर से मारा गया। अब भैंस किया।
Toronto, Tokyo evaporates.
स्पेक्टर ने क्या एकदम बनाया क्या?
Win the probability. IG after that game 1, I don't know what you want to call that. That was a very
IG जीतेगा।
win for Spirit.
भाई 6K पे है।
Of course, they
after that, IG have just
देख दोनों साइड पे 4-4 उड़ चुके हैं, लाइक बैर लाइक टावर। अभी और 2 टावर उड़ गया तो 6 पे पहुंच जाएगा। फिर से पकड़ा भाई, सीरियसली उड़ उड़ के आ रहा है स्टॉर्म। स्टॉर्म कुछ नहीं देख रहा है, उड़ उड़ के आ रहा है साला। रोशन इनका मिल जाएगा आईजी को। किया वो उड़ उड़ के आ रहा है ना, वो पक को मारने के लिए अल्टी मारा, मतलब उड़ के आया, मुझे लगा क्या हुआ तो तभी मेरे को समझ में आया। हाँ बोर्ड में अभी डाले थे, लाइक ध्यान नहीं रहता है कि कौन क्या आइटम बना रहा है गेम के देखते। किसको पकड़ा, उसको पकड़ा।
Honestly, I kind of like from them that they went in with this kind of, you know, confidence and mentality in this game. Okay, we see their heroes, we're going to pick something that's good, but in terms of execution requirement, they have so little margin for error in the first 15 minutes with this lineup. They have to be ahead on kills, they have to do better in lanes than they did, and now that we're not at that stage anymore, it just feels like it's kind of cruise control for IG right now. Wait for every time you have what's it called? Sorry, single target haunt ready. Then you use that to kill a hero.
Thank you.
And then you also
have
every target haunt, which is your ulti.
Yeah,
very good.
That's very accurate. I like that.
तो लगे 5 और 6 वो उसमें कंफ्यूजन था, उसमें अगर 6 होता तो आराम से दे सकते थे 6 और 10।
And Spirit just has to play in this type of way where they have a couple heroes just kind of shadowing somebody that's pushing just to be able to save them potentially, or at least create some havoc. But it's going to be an uphill battle overall.
सच मारा, कोई नहीं है उधर। पांचवा उड़ चुका है। ओ इस बार नहीं हुआ, इस बार टाइनी निकल गया। तो बस एजे से तो टाइनी बच्चे निकल रहा था, बट कहाँ जा रहे हो, रुक जाओ भाई। वो देख 2-2 बाउंटी पड़ा है उधर, किसी को फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है। अमीर है, बहुत अमीर है। 3 मिनट में और एक टावर उड़ाना है इनको। ओ तेरी सीरियसली पक को मार, ओ भाई Choo choo, motherfucker!
11K now, and this is without even the tier 2 towers being killed yet. BKB now online for emo.
Like वो सीन वही था, choo choo, like उड़ के आया। Prediction.
Of course, they don't have ages to work with, so we're looking at the replay here.
This is a really good play from Toronto Tokyo, by the way. He phase shifted the initiation, then he gets a 2-hero silence, one of which is the Storm, and then he escapes this.
क्या तूने 5 दिया था क्या?
He could not possibly have done more in that fight on the puck, but again,
तूने 5 दिया है क्या?
who's going to stop the Bane in this situation from Fiends gripping the jug? As soon as all the spells are
उड़ेगा, मैंने 10 दिया है। 6
10
10
really shines, just goes in and takes out the carry from the fight entirely. JT's having a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. But IG sometimes in the past, as we saw in game 1, a little bit too confident sometimes, you know, it happens to the best of us. But I think they've learned their lesson, and I would be surprised if They don't just continue to grow this lead. Ollie gets off the Nightmare.
Is he actually going to escape here?
Looks like that's the case. Basically nullifies a smoke from Team Spirit.
2 मिनट में एक टावर उड़ना है.
IG are aware. As Kaka's working pressure already on the Phoenix. My goodness.
I think he's wrong.
Well, actually, does he even have the mana to support it?
That's a good question.
He barely does.
I'm sure he's done the math. Do they allow calculators in the booths?
Maybe that's the one tool you would be allowed to have in there.
हो गया, पकड़ लिया एक को. ओह, निकल गया. Spectre क्या बच के निकला.
Most of Team Spirit, including the freezing field.
And that's another thing about Spectre when it has this item is if you want to gank
वो एक illusion किसी के ऊपर भी निकाल सकता है.
stun in silence until it dies, or you need to be all 5 heroes there. You can't just press a button and escape globally. It's very, very
इसीलिए तो
annoying.
स्मोक किया है. Spectre कभी भी join कर सकता है.
For Team Spirit to deal with
कोई एक दिख गया, Spectre सीधा ulti मार देगा.
And IG are immediately going to make their own move. I love this. You know, you used Shadow Step, but you're ready to go
Dig
once
gaya.
again. Immediately smoked up the other 4 heroes, and this is a death for somebody. And the question is, are they going to get any more? Hero with a lockdown.
ले भी लिया. Spectre भी उसी को लेने आया.
CM Dunzo.
Invisibility.
And the fact that this shadow
30
step is
seconds
only
नहीं
a
हुआ.
30-second cooldown, kind of crazy.
It's an insane act.
ओह, इधर इसको पकड़ लिया. GG कर दो, हो गया खत्म.
This is getting out of control as IG dominating right now.
Deny.
on their team.
डिनाई कर सकता था. थोड़ा सा और डैमेज होता तो स्पेक्टर को डिनाई कर देता. चलो एक राउंड हो गया और एक दो सही 2 रॉन्ग.
And
do they see Thermaltake? They don't have vision of him right now. He's standing there in the tree line. If Bane were to randomly walk in there, Thermaltake actually dies because Storm has the Orchid, but he obviously does have the vision advantage himself from that high ground ward.
So he does have Kaya Sange now on Thermaltake. So status resist against the Orchid. That's something. It's not a dispel, but we'll be going for the. See, now I actually agree with going like Blink Dagger and all these other items. When you're at this point,
मेरे को लगा ये असली है, but illusion है.
If you go for a defensive build, I don't
पहले एक ही आया
think that
था.
helps you back in the game necessarily. Kind of got to go all in here.
ये पकड़ेगा दोबारा पक को देख. पक अगर विजन में आया पकड़ेगा सीधा.
Like if you wanted to play hyper aggressive with your team, was Travels the choice that enabled that the most? I don't know. I don't have the answer for that, but I do feel like usually the Travels
सब एकदम घात लगा के बैठे हैं.
greedier approach to puck.
ओ सर्च कर लिया. सर्च कर लिया. पता चल गया हमें.
Because they got rolled in all the fights, right?
ओ आ रहा था स्टॉर्म. ओ फिनिश पे ये दिख गया. ये दिख गया. आ गया स्टॉर्म उड़ के.
JC jumps in as well. Lead continues to grow here for IG as they try to get as much map control as possible to starve out Team Spirit, and obviously still waiting for Roche number 2.
मौका नहीं है पक के पास इस गेम में.
In which case we can have a very long discussion.
ओ डीडी मिला टाइनी को.
As is the tradition. Firefly working on a Scotty for himself. And I mean,
बात नहीं देखना है किसको क्या चाहिए.
Discrepancy. Oh boy. Yeah, Nightmare set up.
ओ पक फिर से गया. टाइनी आया था मारने. टाइनी मार ही नहीं पाया उसको ब्रेन को. गेम खत्म है. गेम नहीं जीत सकते. IG win this. IG कोई गलती भी करे उससे पनिशमेंट में गेम खत्म नहीं होगा. और अभी जाके टावर उड़ा 2 मिनट बाद. 2 मिनट पहले उड़ा तो क्या जाता.
Okay, it's fine. But he has Manta, Echo Saber.
ये गया. स्पेक्टर उड़ के आ रहा है.
Last time around, collecting gravestones there. As we'll know,
Silver Edge के लिए. और स्पेक्टर के लिए, बट लेट हो गया जगन्नाथ. बहुत लेट हो गया. नहीं हो सकता अभी. ओह क्या बचा. ये
That's happened in the last 5 minutes. What can Team Spirit do to try to creep back in this game?
Yeah.
Really taking your time here.
Yeah. I'm running the simulations. I'll get back to you in a second.
Okay,
I need a pretty big Monte Carlo sample here. I'm typing to Knoxville as we speak too.
Very good.
How many, what is it in, which movie is it again, where they manipulate time and there's one possibility out of a million, whatever, not Captain, what's it called? You know this, you know movies.
Good discussion, Cinder. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I watched this movie. I can't remember what it's called.
Talking about Inception or something?
No, not Inception.
Okay. Well, you're the one that's only watched 5 movies in your life, so...
तो क्या करेगा? वो जानता है ना, like PUBG Mobile ने सिनेमा हॉल से ये क्या कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया है? हाँ, टूर्नामेंट जब होगा मूवी थिएटर में चलेगा। मतलब किसके दिमाग में ऐसा आइडिया आया था कि मूवी थिएटर में टूर्नामेंट चलेगा? लाइक बार के साथ कांटेक्ट करता मैं फिर भी मान लेता, क्योंकि मैं पीते पीते देखना चाहूंगा गेम प्ले। लाइक डोटा का गेम प्ले बार में हो रहा है, लाइक यू नो मैं जाके देखना पसंद करूंगा कि डोटा का गेम बार में चल रहा है। लाइक PUBG का ना, आई डोंट थिंक सो। लाइक PUBG ऐसा है गेम है जिनके पास लाइक पीसी नहीं है अच्छा, लाइक लोगों के पास मोबाइल है डिसेंट सा, वो लोग खेलते हैं उसमें। और उनको लगता है कि ये लोग जाके देखेंगे थिएटर में, जहाँ भी यूट्यूब में वो फ्री देख सकते हैं।
Like every time you blink, somebody just gets jumped somewhere by Storm or Spectre, right?
Like अगर थिएटर में मैच चलता है तो अलग बात है, दो प्रो टीम खेल रहे हैं। IG दूसरे रोशन में निकल रहे हैं।
How the Dire are playing here, IG make sure to push in all the lanes. So if you want to find that move, generally what sets you up to make aggressive moves is that you push two waves across the river. But every time they split up to try
IG का 5-man wipe भी हो गया तब भी खत्म नहीं कर पाएंगे लोग।
You need to somehow magically dodge the ganks for a
खत्म नहीं कर सकते लोग, उनके पास टावर किलर नहीं है एक भी।
Thank you. So he's gonna get the overload active.
मॉर्ब जैसे टावर उड़ा सकता है वैसे उतना फास्ट कोई उड़ा नहीं सकता है।
I didn't know that had a mana cost actually.
What is the mana cost?
150.
Well, it's actually, it's quite a bit. It's very good though. So
it is.
You get 3 procs on everybody that you cast it on.
Smoke from IG. JT is ready to go in. He has BKB.
Smoke from
Smoke versus
Spirit as well. Maposhka is going to be the
आजा CM आजा।
That is actually an okay scenario for Team
CM like आजा, Storm बोल रहे आजा।
You're happy one guy dies.
Yep.
But there isn't really much need to sugarcoat it. They're just getting owned. Like they got ran over in the stage of the game that they had to win.
पकड़ लिया, पग भी आ जाओ। अबे जीजी लिख दो IG, कोई नहीं होता है, कुछ नहीं है, कुछ रखा नहीं है इस गेम में। उसका भी 4 किलिंग स्टिक था।
He's working his way toward a silver edge. Maybe that's their idea here. It's like, okay, Spectre's too big. We need a silver to have a chance.
Fly comes in. Just doesn't care. Shadow step. 3 heroes the ward, get some free gold.
माना खत्म हो गया Storm का।
Oh, Mira is in trouble.
Mira is dead. Okay, he actually has shard on Mira. Didn't realize that. Easy little shotgun blast.
मैं दूर से Storm उड़ के आया था मारने के लिए, बट बाहर नहीं गया।
And still 3 minutes to go on the Aegis, so expect them to, I would assume, try to go high ground here. They have a gigantic lead.
All right.
Did we do it?
Gaben has called it.
What is it?
Gabe is like, welcome to the international team spirit. I give you 0% chance of winning this game, but remember it is rounded up. So this could be anywhere between 99.5 to 100.
Right.
If there's anything I know,
big difference.
Then I don't know if that's useful here.
That's usually the case, actually. Toronto Tokyo working on a Lincoln Sphere. That'll help them.
गलत वाले को पकड़ा था। गलत वाले के लिए चढ़ा था। ओ क्या टिप आया देख। Shame IG shame। इसके बाद IG को GG लिख देना चाहिए था। तो वो shame है, शर्म के मारे उसको GG लिख देना चाहिए था। पग भी बचेगा, Storm नहीं है आजू बाजू में। इनका टीम आ गया पीछे से, वो देखो BKB 1 हो गया, काट के रख दिया, बट अंडा फूट जाएगा। इस बार नहीं बच सकता है, जिनके पास 10 नहीं होगा, ये चूतिया है क्या? मुझे लगा इनके पास 10 नहीं होगा, ये हमारी तरह थोड़ी ना है।
Is making its way down the lane.
It's a golden cat.
The sole survivor of Team Spirit is a golden cat waving goodbye to the game.
जगन्नाथ ने बहुत अच्छा किया, उसने लाइक ऑपोजिट साइड पे गया।
Even the cat gets killed by the creep wave. Now, if that isn't a metaphor for this game for Team Spirit, then I don't know.
13:37 is the scoreline. You're seeing that correctly. As we see a replay here. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo did a good job of staying alive here, baiting out a bunch of
Yeah, ये गेम खत्म है लाइक।
the open opportunity potentially, but Yataro's ult
भी बना के लाएगा ना, बैशर ला रहा है अभी।
Ultimately does get the Mars, but if you can't connect on multiple heroes, you just don't have enough in the tank for the rest, right?
I mean, having to use that on Mars to begin with, who's already used his
लाइक IG अभी लाइक अपने खाने के साथ खेल रहा है लिटरली।
Spirit in good spirits though, so that's it. Of course, this is not
लाइक लास्ट गेम में जैसे कांटे का टक्कर चल रहा था, इस गेम में वो नहीं है।
and winner continues on, but it is a big deal. Like top 12 is guaranteed right now. If you win this series, you're top 6 guaranteed. That's a
लाइक IG को एक मौका चाहिए, गेम खत्म कर देगा, एंड टीम स्पीड को 4 मौके चाहिए गेम खत्म करने के लिए भी। मिड लेन में इनको 2 टावर उड़ा के फिर और 2 टावर उड़ाना पड़ेगा खत्म करने। ओह पकड़ लिया, तो हमने पूरा जंगल काट रहा है, जंगल काटने का कॉन्टेक्ट मिला है, स्टॉर्म के जा रहा है। ओह क्या ब्लिंक था। आज स्टॉर्म पकड़ के मार के जाएगा इसको। ओ तेरी भाई बैक कर गया है, आ रहा है स्टॉर्म। ओ उससे कैंसिल हो गया टीवी बैशर। वो जंगल ही नहीं है, साफ हो चुका है। मुझे कोई नहीं देख सकता। टाइडी का ऐसा था, दुनिया मुझे नहीं देख पाएगा, मैं आंखें बंद कर लूंगा। पबजी मैं भी जीत रहा हूँ, स्टॉर्म ही डाला, फिर से पक गया। लाइक उधर टाइनी का वही था, पबजी में लाइक मेरे को हम नहीं देख सकते तो वो भी मेरे को नहीं देख सकता। FTP कैंप भी कर रहा है, क्रिप को काट रहा है। और शिप स्टिक आ गया। अब उसको जो करना था उसने कर दिया, उसको उसका अल्टी खाना था, उसको उसका अल्टी खाना था, हो गया। नहीं लोअर ब्रैकेट में बहुत ज़्यादा रिस्क हो जाता है, बहुत रिस्की है लोअर ब्रैकेट। हाँ तेरी ये मत चढ़ गए, नहीं लिखेगा जी धोते रहूंगा।
Actually,
0% chance of winning probability। 0% होता है कभी किसी को देखा, 1% भी रहता है, बट अभी 0% है।
target.
बच गया Tiny.
Will not reach the abyssal here in time.
That's a big cooldown. All right, so they can only get the melee racks top, but that's good enough. And obviously they weren't able to push more than that because.
तो TI की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, दे दो इनको कप. घर चले जाओ.
They have a bunch of diebacks. And by a bunch I mean one.
Like TI होने का कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, गेम वहीं पे खत्म करो, घर जाओ. जी लिख दो ना, खत्म करो.
Significant amount of damage if he's able to just walk up with silver levels from killing the enemies before. He's going to get sheep for his troubles. And fly with the spectral dagger. And another kill goes JT's way. But if they had a team that could push towers, this game would have been over 20 minutes ago.
मैं IG तू ही लिख दे.
Building hitters are not anything special. So the game shall go on, it seems.
नहीं खत्म कर यार.
I feel like the elephant game actually that we cast earlier. That was a 65k net worth lead though, so maybe not quite. At the
end it was, yeah. But
इनका मिड टावर अभी भी है, शायद इसी का इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
Moves non-stop. They're not just sitting back farming, right? Yeah. They're actually just killing the enemy team over and over and over and over again. They're just not worth very much anymore.
Yeah, we have the abyssal blade initiation. Mira gets a beautiful cookie.
फिर उधर उड़ते आया Storm.
If the farm was a little bit more max, that could have made all the difference. But they are just so far behind right now.
चलो tier 3 में बैठ के fight कर रहे हो लोग.
Literally 20 times in a row now. It's actually just the same play over and over.
Tier
30-second cooldown on Shadows. It's crazy. It's so
true.
good.
20 times in a row is just 10 minutes if he uses it every time it's ready. So kind of checks out.
When it first came out, it was we're gonna see it used again. Okay. Into yet another kill. Now we're fountain farming, it seems, for IG. Spirit still holding on. Miposhka is going to ult in his fountain for good rapport and morale.
Let's quickly talk predictions. So what are we at right now? We're at 70 kills. It's GG Cinder.
नहीं अब ये जो 5 मिनट तक बकचोदी पहला है, इसका खजाना कौन देगा? Longest killing streak उसका हो गया. None है. Oh मेरा pick none था. Oh मैंने pick ही नहीं दिया था.
They're definitely still alive. I think it's
मैंने Storm को देने वाला था.
They are against the number
मैं
one
भूल गया था
placement from
pick
the other
करने के लिए.
group. They took a game off them in a really cool play. In all fairness, when you look across the entire series, they are outmatched. So, I mean, if you want to look at it from the positive, they did grab that one win. It doesn't really earn them anything except a third game. That one win, it doesn't really earn them anything except a third game here, but gives them some more experience, some more data to look at, some more replays to analyze, and IG definitely, you know, they didn't crumble, which is a good look for them. That game one loss has got to feel pretty terrible.
If anything, the game one loss probably helps them going forward.
Probably.
Because now you got that out of the way, right? All right, I screwed up. Now I won't screw up next time.
Yeah, you're shaking that off. You avoid a similar mistake when you get in a similar situation somewhere later down the tournament. You pay a little bit more attention. You already saw that adjustment in game number 2, where they started hiding in their base when things could have gone awry. So, yeah, great showing from IG overall. Absolutely dominant in this game 3.
All right, let's see what the panel has to say about this Gaben level shellacking.
Well, you know what? That's something I call a bladder buster. It is a game that you know is ready to be finished. So you're like, I don't want to miss the ending, so I'm just going to hold on. Even though I've had 5 cups of tea and I really need the loo, I'm just going to hold in there. And then the game keeps going. And it keeps going. And it keeps going. And your mum, can I get that empty plastic bottle, please? I really don't want to leave this because they're going to end the game anytime soon. And before you know it, you're on Amazon or other sites and you're just looking up adult diapers. Because you didn't want to leave that. You didn't want to leave that. And yet, by the end of it, you could even hear it in Suntan's and in Cinderbin's voices. Yes, you're playing carefully. Yes, this is TI. We understand you want top 6, IG. But please, for the love of God, you won this at the end of the laning phase. Purge, do you agree? Was there ever a chance of a comeback for Spirit?
Yeah, there was a part where they took a team fight and Haunt was used, and then after it, Tiny's sitting on the back, full HP, full mana. He got his blink interrupted, and I was like, this is going to happen all game. It's going to be really hard for Collapse to get into the fight with Tiny because he is like a guy that has to jump on the right guy and be in melee range. So it's a little finicky, but if you go first, it's great. So at that moment, I kind of realized like this was not the hero I had in mind for Collapse, and it really cost him a lot.
We have to look back to the draft because I don't know if any of you guys can remember or noticed, but it feels like the bans from IG's side were all focused on the offlane, Trent.
Yeah, Collapse had a rough go there. They took the Mars early, and then after that, we lost the Tide. We eventually lost the Legion, the Night Stalker. They would kind of went down those. They wouldn't give them the combination with like the Wolf Bite, with the Juggernaut and the Lycan. So yeah, Collapse had to be given that first pick overall. Have shifted over to the offlane, and I would say it's probably my least favorite of the 3 core roles for the Tiny. I'm much more into the mid and the position 1.
Did you get quite excited though, Gods, when you saw that combo of Phoenix and Mars come out on IG's side?
Yeah, seen it a lot. It's definitely something where against the Tiny, it's really good. It almost made them not want to play the Tiny in that 1 or 2 position role because the Fire Spirits and the Sunray is so bad for Tiny's game. And I think IG just drafted so well. The Phoenix-Mars combo, and then this Spectre-Storm synergy was just so powerful this game.
I think you just need to look at your Toro's numbers to really know how hard a game Team Spirit had. Jug, he was picked as the counter to that Mars and Phoenix combo, Trent, and yet he still wasn't able to get into the game and do what he needed to do.
It would be very embarrassing if you put him on your fantasy roster today, hoping for a big upset to also save your bracket at the same time. That definitely would not be what I did.
Definitely not.
That would be a problem. I would probably
you were smart.
Be in trouble.
You
I was smart. I took Emo and Fly. You know,
exactly.
22, 0, and 27. That's like all the wise people. That's what a TI panelist would probably do.
But would you like some more numbers that we've been given by stats specialist Leo?
Not if they hurt my fantasy even further.
You know what? I think it's going to be okay. This is a fly stat for Spectre. So Spectre has broken the record for the fastest Aghanim Scepter bought at a TI game. The record for Spectre, the record was previously 1613. It's now 1550. And again, a number that kind of just sums up how successful IG were in that game, and especially getting back into it after Spirit seemed to take some early advantages.
It does. It's also a pretty new build. Ag Spectre, I don't even remember what it did. Like, I feel like it's been changed a lot in the last 2 years, but I don't remember what it used to do. But yeah, it's an item you rush right away because you just get on the map so oppressively. Like the casters point out, they're like, I feel like we said this already. It's because anytime a hero shows, they just jump on him. So he goes disable items, and when you're ahead, it's like the best thing to have. When you're winning by a lot, you want to just be able to catch people relentlessly, and they did that.
And the beauty with the Storm is that the 2 strongest heroes in the game can back each other up. So if the Storm sees someone they can jump, Spectre can jump from the other side of the map, and vice versa. So I think the fact they had these 2 heroes that had almost this global presence was really powerful.
So if you're Spirit right now, facing the lower bracket and potentially an early exit here at the main event of TI, Trent, what is the thing that you're learning from and focusing on after this match?
Probably seeing how their draft got a little bit dismantled. I don't think they wanted to go that deep in terms of the carry pool. I know he's been playing a lot of different heroes for both of those teams, for both IG and Team Spirit, but I mean, Juggernaut and Chaos Knight are probably not where I want to wind up in the upper bracket TI right now. Obviously, if you win, you look like geniuses, right? So it's really easy for us to be like, oh, well, you know, those heroes haven't performed that well, and now you're losing games, but it speaks to me like they're trying to fix their draft at a very late point.
I also think they need to pick Collapses here in the first phase. Like, I think he's so key for their game. Tide Mars being the big 2, but, you know, even the Night Stalker, because it's going to get banned. And if you end up in this situation where his 3 best heroes are banned out and he's on a Tiny, Team Spirit just don't look as strong.
I think the other issue as well is that, like, on the other side, JT just buys a really fast hood, and his entire enemy lineup is all, like, magic damage.
So good.
So it was like he just stands in the front, and every time they went on him, they used, like, Dream Coil and Snapfire ulti and everything, and he almost lived. So it just created this, like, giant buffer. Jug isn't very easy to get into those fights either, so maybe a carry that could get in easier or just go on the back line somehow. It's hard. It's hard against good teams. They won't give you that opportunity. They'll just keep JT in the front.
Well, we've given Sir Action Slacks an opportunity now to talk to a winner because he is on the sidelines with the wonderful JT.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Yes, it is indeed
ये
an
लोग तो
honor
इंग्लिश
to be
में भी नहीं
sitting next to
बोलेंगे.
you, JT. It has been a minute, my friend. We haven't seen each other since like Summit 11. You were this new kid on the block on IG, and here we are at the International. How you feeling, bud?
Oh, इंग्लिश में बोल रहा है.
Quite nervous though. This is my first time TI, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna enjoy the tournament. Just gonna enjoy. Like,
Well, it seems you've been enjoying it so far. I mean, you guys dominated the group stage. You didn't lose a single series. You tied. You won. I'm imagining you went into that game pretty confident.
group stage is still different from the elimination group, right? I mean, it's still different, right? You feel quite pressure when you're like, when you lose one game, you're gonna like, it's so important like every game. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But let's talk about that pressure. You know, you go in, game one, you guys are winning, trying to go high ground. You get hit. Morph gets a DD, slams through, steals the Ancient. Most teams, that would have broke them, but you guys kept your composure. How did you do it?
I think we still did not manage the game well. I think we still do a lot of mistake, and then that's why I think we still gotta improve more. You know, we did not perform our best.
Yeah, well, you sure performed your best after in Game 2 and Game 3. So, you know, you guys, it seemed like a little bit of, if you can do it, we can do it better. Game 1, they beat you with Morph. You snagged the Morph. Game 3, you guys, the Team Spirit loves the Mars Phoenix. You guys kind of steal the Mars Phoenix. Was that on purpose, by the way?
Not really. Mars and Phoenix is like our comfort pick also. So we're just gonna pick them against them.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there a better Mars at this event than you?
Yeah.
Who?
The Team Spirit guy quite good. Like to be honest. Yeah.
So it was a bit of a deny, but I get you. All right, so very, very interesting route to get here, especially for you, my friend. How are you feeling now? Are you feeling recovered? You feeling 100%?
Not 100%, but like almost fully recovered though. So I'm feel okay now.
All right, good. So
thanks for caring.
what was that like, having to play the most important games of your match at the most important tournament of your match in the group stage and being sick?
I mean, you cannot do anything about it, right? You just have to take medicine and then try to recover as fast as you can. And then, yeah, I mean, Wolf did a good thing to for all for those who get the COVID, right? They let us attend the event. I mean, attend the tournament. So yeah, I mean, we really appreciate about it.
Well, we're honestly happy to have you. We couldn't have asked for a better first series. And I'll ask you one more quickie, very short. Next series, OG Secret. Who do you want to face coming up? You got to take the winner, buddy.
Maybe I prefer Secret. I mean, both of them are good team, but maybe we play against Secret. We got like more comfortable like against them. Yeah.
Well, not a lot of people want to play against OG in general with the chat line spam.
Yeah, OG TI 2-time champion, so too scary.
All right, well, thank you so much, JT. A really fantastic series. Couldn't ask for a better one to open up this main event, and we'll shoot it back over to you, Frankie.
I don't think we could have asked for a better interviewee either. I absolutely love JT. First TI, absolutely straight out the gate with the confidence in the interview. And yeah, that Team Spirit Mars guy, he is quite good. I would absolutely agree, but there you go, JT, you're quite good as well. Should we take a look at the brackets and see where we're at after that opening series? Not much has changed, but Invictus Gaming, they are still in the upper bracket as expected. They've made top 6 at TI, and then Team Spirit, they're going to be facing the loser of Undying and Fnatic. So we'll speed over to the lower bracket so you can see that close up. Who do you think is going to be their next competition? Is it going to be NA or is it going to be SEA? God, I can see you straining with thought.
Struggling. That is one of the more hard.
These are his 2 fanboy regions. He doesn't know where to go. You see, you've caught him in something here.
I'm going to upset one of the fan base.
You already upset Undying earlier by pledging allegiance to Quincy Crew, let's face it.
I'm going with Fnatic on that one. That's who I have in my bracket. So I think either way, Spirit got to feel at least pretty happy with their matchup. They don't get like the EG Elephant, like whichever team wins that's best of one, that's a tough opponent. So, you know, Spirit do find themselves with at least a very winnable BO3 down there.
Badger agreeing, do you think we're going to see Spirit moving on?
Well, I mean, I think Fnatic is slightly more likely to win that best of one, but Undyne has really impressed basically everybody. The other underdog story that did well, so I can go either way. I think Spirit is better than both of those teams, though, so I think Spirit still has a good chance to go a little deeper. TI.
And finally, Trent, your final
100%.
thoughts.
I think what we saw there, and you saw what IG said, they pushed us to our comfort pick, right? There's only one other team they picked Mars Phoenix versus. That was EG in the group stage. Something that we know they love from the Mage and everything. They brought that out versus Team Spirit. That shows a lot of respect. So I would be very worried to face them in the lower bracket.
Well, we've got to show some respect now to the next team, because after this short video, we are going to have Sumi, Aoi, Lizard, and Jenkins coming up. But before then, we've got something quite cozy for you. It's the community talking about why they Dota.
I play Dota because I enjoy the competition.
I play Dota too because its complexity intrigues me.
I play Dota to see my perfect team every day.
当然，最后也因为 Dota 2认识了超多新的朋友，收获了宝贵的友情。
Я люблю Доту за страсть, за комьюнити и за ощущение, что я в своей тарелке.
I play Dota because I want to make my family proud.
这款游戏的魅力就在于，即使你变成了云玩家，也在关心着这个游戏。
我玩 Dota 2的话，是因为，毕业之后也可以跟朋友们在一起有事可做吧，才有活。上呀，老头，别怂呀！
我打造它是因为爱玩游戏。
Why do I play Dota? I don't know. Why am I here?
Я играю в Dota 2, потому что это легкий способ завести новых друзей. Или потерять старых.
I play Dota because otherwise I would need to get a real job.
我玩 Dota 是因为这是款很好的游戏，你越玩它会越为它着迷。
为什么喜欢 Dota 2？因为在 Dota 游戏里认识了许多志同道合、能一起快乐玩耍的小伙伴。
I play Dota.
साला गेम डोटा खेलते हैं मजा के क्या कभी नहीं खेला है
Потому что это помогает мне эмоционально разгрузиться.
I like Dota because it's a reflection of the bad and good in life.
I play Dota to get time off from my wife.
ये वाला मस्त है
Why I Dota? That is a really great message, because there's a lot of things that bring people to Dota 2. How about we talk a little bit about you guys? AUI, what brings you to Dota 2?
I've played Dota for so long, I can't remember.
All right, Jenkins, how about you?
And I can tell you. Dota has the lowest lows of any game, but also the highest highs. Dota is euphoric. It can be depressing, but it is the best game in terms of emotion. I've never had a better, more emotional experience than like a throne race in a 70-minute game. That is unbeatable, 100%.
What about you, Lizard?
It's most certainly competition.
Competition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love to lose a lot, so I chose Dota, lost a lot. Here I am on the panel now. It's a perfect game.
Well, I would say then that's a good path, because now you're here with us. For those of you at home who would like to tell us why you Dota, remember that you can find us on social media. Use the hashtag TI10. Find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook for all of your TI10 needs. Gentlemen, it is now time to talk about the second series. It's Secret versus OG. Widely considered one of the highest anticipated matches of the early main event. Tell me a little bit about what do you think about this matchup so far, Lizard?
What can I even say? How do you start introducing OG versus Secret matchup? This is one that documentaries can be made of, and an hour of documentary wouldn't be enough. So this panel is crammed with time to actually talk about Secret and OG. Just looking forward to this amazing match.
But yet at the same time, it's like so hard to do that because they haven't played each other at TI before, right? This is the first time.
That is true. Actually, the stats are very interesting because it goes beyond that. So in the previous 3 TIs, Liquid actually knocked out Secret every single time. In TI 7, Secret got 9th through 10th, and then 5th through 6th, and then 4th. So every single time they met Liquid in the lower bracket at a later point, and every single time they lost at a later point. So now, Kuro is not in TI. The kryptonite to Puppy is not at TI. And Puppy's actually quoted as saying in an interview that Kuro is his kryptonite. And so the question that I have is that, is No Tail also Puppy's kryptonite, and we just haven't been able to see it yet?
Interesting. Why is that though? Why is Puppy, or sorry, why are Kuro and No Tail potentially Puppy's kryptonite, AUI?
So I think they have a lot of history together, right? Like Kuroki and Puppy, they played on so many teams together, even go back to Dota 1, your KSint, all this time. And No Tail, he was actually on a team with Puppy on the original Team Secret. And it seems to be like the more you know about Team Secret, the more you can sort of counter-strat them. Or so it appears with Kuroki doing so at previous TIs.
Right. The original Team Secret, the first ever Team Secret in 2014, was Puppy, Kuro, S4, No Tail, and Fly, who are now all prestigious captains. So it's almost like there are too many cooks with that team, but now they're all captaining teams, and the question is like,
Dota 1 at KSN is where they started. No Tail, however, you know, he played on, he came into this game, he joined Secret with Fly. It was, he didn't have as much time and as much exposure to Puppy, but he definitely did share a lot of time together, and he probably has very good insights on how to play versus Secrets, especially at the grand stage such as TI, because what he said through TI8 through TI9, it's a mental warfare. And that's something, that's a thing where Secret hasn't really been stellar in the past, at least.
There's also like a lot of info on Puppy, right? Like Puppy has been at all 10 TIs. We actually have a little bit of statistics on him. Let's take a look. So he's appeared, as I mentioned, all 10 times. So first rank for that. He's had 214 matches with 121 wins, which is impressive. Very, very impressive. 2,443 assists, and also 8 hours and 2 minutes total time dead. He spent
8
a lot
hours.
of time dead.
8 hours. 1/3 of a day.
One whole third of a day, and that puts him in 3rd place in the rankings. And AY, tell me a little bit about how that how does that matter to you? Like, you spend a lot of time dead, but you know he's Puppy, right? He's the Puppy wall.
More than the time dead, he has such a high number in that because he's played so many games. And honestly, it's a testament to how good Puppy is that he's first in games played and wins, and only 3rd on time dead, right?
Die back, and then you die again, then you spend all that time
that
dead
is true,
anyway,
which
right?
is why he's 3rd. So that's why he's up there as well.
He's actually not only played every single TI, but he's been the position 5 for the majority of the time, right?
That's true.
Not the whole time.
Yeah, only not like TI, maybe like TI1. Was Kuro 4 or 5? I can't actually remember.
I think he was. I don't even.
Sorry, we should actually know this.
In any
That's
case,
a long time
as
ago.
a support, as a 5, you die a lot. Specifically, the way he plays, the fact that he always waits on the high grounds that want not break smokes.
That's true.
Is very sacrificial. This old school position 5, such as Solo from Virtus Pro and Puppy from back in the day, Navi, they would always be the first ones that go in like an Ogre or Elder Titan, just running in, breaking smoke.
That's actually one really common thing between OG and Secret, is that both No Tail and Puppy do that, right? I think Puppy does it. Usually he's the wall that's standing on the high ground. And when No Tail is doing that, well, of course, he's occasionally doing that. But other times it's like to make space for his team in the early game so that way they can hit their timing.
Well, we now have the teams ready, so let's first bring out OG onto the stage. to fight for their third TI championship in a row. Unveiling a new roster that includes TI champion Sumail and experienced TI competitor Saksa, they had an impressive third place finish with a 10-6-4 in the TI 10 group stage after qualifying through the Western Europe qualifier. Puppy himself said, OG is a well-respected team and great to practice with, and he has always wanted to meet them on the TI stage. And now it is becoming a reality. Known for their aggressive plays and momentum capitalization, OG is widely considered a top contender at the International 10. Team Secret has, over several years, proven that they are one of the best performing teams, taking first place at 8 major tournaments in a row. And now, they're here to prove that they can take that skill from majors to the international stage as they compete against the champions of the last 2 years. While OG is known for their aggressive plays, Team Secret is known for their diversity and their patience. Finishing out group stage in second place with a 10-6, will the puppy wall be the thing that sends OG to the lower bracket? That is the question of this matchup. It's two very unique play styles that directly contrast each other. Gentlemen, we will take a quick look at a recap of Secret's journey to the International.
Time has been bought for Secret to turn up. Matthew's going again straight for Notel. Notel actually has to separate himself this time around. They've got the silence out of Matthew. Can they kill him off? Matthew wants the enrage. He's still got the BKB. He's going to pop it. Standing down. Turner will step. Puppy comes in with the tether. Keeping him alive. The snowball comes out for Yapto. Matthew.
Oh my God, he's alive.
Finally, he's going to be able to live. He's going to be able to live. He gets out of there. Puppy with the save. They've killed off a fourth. The Saxa goes down. I mean, it's just too much for OG. God. It's too much. They cannot deal with Secret here. Can they kill this PA? No.
He's jumping away.
He's away once more. Over towards Puppy. He goes. Matu's out. Now they're ready to turn. Woo! Matu's back in. Ravage out. Edzai is ready to go for more. There's the backup required as they jump in onto S4. A Wukong's command comes immediately to an end. As it's getting messy.
Into the fourth staff. Okay, they're going in
as
well.
They're going in deep here under the tier 4s. They've got the control on Nico Baby. Playing around with his morph. He's trying to get back towards his fountain. They're not going to let him. They're not going to let him. As Matu's in with the bashes, they're calling it. They want the pain to end here, Alliance. As game 3, it was another game 1 hit. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, with Team Secret taking the game, taking the series, they are the champions here at Dream League Season 14, this EU Upper Division. Team Secret, your champions once again.
Really good foresight play by Puppy here.
Tusk might be in trouble too. He's got shards maybe to get some distance in a snowball on the high ground. That's well done.
Do you see a combo play? He know about the creeps to get vision, and then he managed to snowball up there because of it.
See the walk by onto Matuma-man. Matuma-man is ready to go, but onto the side. Dwarmo goes straight in with the charge. Over towards Puppy. Nisha down towards the 2 of them. This is going to be the invis for now. Keeping Dwarmo safe. He gets away with the Trickster Cloak over to the side. They're on top of Dead. Dead. He's being bashed up in control for Dead. He's able to get the G's off. He gets a second chance at living here. Dead. Still alive. Finally falls to the side, but as Dead's gone, buys back over to the side. Play
Matu on Vend Ranger.
Onto Yapso. If they're able to push back Yopatch continuing to be chased down by Matuma-man. Matuma-man stuck in the bashes there. Yopatch taken down. Dwarwell is well in trouble. The Secret, the final third. Flyback's coming out for the 3 of them, but Skev, he needs help and he needs it now.
Where's the bat?
BKB, the 4 of them focusing down. Skev's trying to go for the TP out. Is he able to make it in time? He isn't. The stone comes in as the BKB comes to an end.
Earthling on the run here, low on mana, doesn't have a way out of this one. He's just going to be slowly burned down. Maybe App Store as well. He's got enough to be able to jump out with a waveform. Call going in. Now with the egg on the side here. Oh dear, Zai, he actually gets the call and he runs away. He's still alive through all of this one, Nico Baby. He charges in with the Ink Swell, but that's just an Aeon Disc on App Store. He's going to continue to slow down Nico Baby. Zai, he meets him around the corner and says, "Are you looking for me, punk?"
Team Secret had 950 points in the DPC, but what is it that really, really makes them truly powerful? There's a little, not only are they great Dota players, but there's also like that mental game also in play here. Lizard, tell me a little bit about how the mental game works here for both OG and Team Secret.
So I already said that mental warfare is probably the most important thing coming into TI more than any other tournament, right? Because your emotions get over you. It doesn't matter like who you're playing against, and when you're playing versus a team that's as strong as Secret, it can get tough for OG, especially as they don't have the same roster that was lifting them up. If you remember Jerax and Tiny Airlines and whatnot, that lightens the mood always. But what I've seen from Secret, not in this walkout, like when they were going to the booth, they looked very serious. However, in their games, I've seen some clowny business. I've seen some mechs being dropped on the ground in middle of team fights, laughter, just enjoying themselves a lot. And I think there's something changed about them. This might be the TI.
Yeah, on the flip side, you know, you could argue OG is the type of team that I think NoTail tweeted that like he really wanted the crowd to be there because it amplifies them. And something that I've noticed with OG too is that they, I think as a result of that, knowing that they feed off of that, they're upping their game for mental warfare. They're using, you know, I think they used Arteezy's significant other's chat line in a game, I believe, against them. There's also, you know, they're like question marking in all chat, and it sounds so goofy, and it sounds so silly, but it's not, because they won 2 TIs doing this. They're a team that started this trend of people taking mental coaching a lot more seriously. So you could argue that OG has also upped the ante this time around as well, even with no crowd.
Oh, do you think it's more about propping yourself up, right, than anything else?
I think
TI8 में तो नहीं था ना Matumba.
It's seen as sort of like clowny or even
TI8 में तो दाढ़ी वाड़ी नहीं था ना उसका.
Enjoying the game, loving the game, and having fun. I think that's really what propels them. I think you were mentioning Team Secret. They always come into TI's favorites, or most years. This year there's no crowd, and they've sort of taken a bit of a break, right? Mentally reset themselves.
Right.
And you mentioned they're having more fun in the games. I think we might see like a different Secret at TI, at least for the playoffs.
A different kind of Secret. What do you mean by that? How are they different?
Team Secret, like I think for the past few years, I think they're the best team in the world
outside of the TI.
Like they dominate the meta for so much. Like when I was trying to learn what was like the groundbreaking Dota strategies, I would always look at Team Secret. And then they always, you know, they go to TI, they get 5th, and then they get 4th, and these would be disappointing placements for them. Like 5th and 4th are very respectable, but not what you expect out of a squad that shows this level of caliber throughout the year.
Yeah, they had 8 like major tournaments in a row that they won. Not DPC major, but like major in terms of, you know, $100,000 to $500,000 prizes, something like that. They won 8 in a row.
And the finals were stomps too.
Yeah, it's like complete stomps. Yeah.
3-0 grand finals, one grand final after another. I was paneling most of them and felt
like,
okay, here we go. Secret comes in. It's a 3-0, going home early tonight, I suppose. But coming into this series, Slack says something interesting. He has this conspiracy theory that they were 4 months away from tournaments in order to hide their strategies and also to give themselves that mental break and change something, come into the TI in a little bit of a different way. I think they've accomplished that.
I actually remember watching some major at some point, and they were interviewing Zai, and he was saying that for that major, they hadn't actually been scrimming up until like the 2 weeks before, other than boot camp. And so like the two week boot camp. And so it seems like
अबे फोड़ना रास्ते पे जाके फोड़ना पटाखे भोसड़ी के घर के पीछे आके कौन फोड़ता है
they're actually doing that for TI rather than just these other tournaments. Perhaps it's because they took TI way more seriously, so they like changed it up and now they're like, you know what, we're just gonna do what we did to win all of the other tournaments.
Yeah, actually, I remember, I think MDO Disneyland, they won that major. I don't think they played a single scrim before that tournament.
Yeah, that might have, that was actually, I think that was probably
they did scrim before the tournament.
Yeah.
That's some confidence. Is that a confidence thing, or is that like the super secret strat about being secret?
Did they scrim a lot before any major? Because they went out in the wild cards.
It's hard to say. That's hard to say. We didn't get many interviews.
I mean, the MDO Disneyland one, that was like 2018. Yeah. I don't know. I think after they got fourth in Singapore, they're sort of qualified for TI. They decided to like straight set their eyes on TI. I think they're very goal-oriented.
I think that's something very similar to IG. You could see their games in DPC Season 2. They would even end them really quickly if things go wrong, just because they're focusing on the games, on the future.
I like that we can see OG in there just looking up at the monstrous versions of themselves. Like, they're really enjoying the moment, and that's good to see for a team that, you know, obviously does incredibly well.
They're enjoying the moment. I like that so much, though. Like, you're...
Thompson ज़्यादा लड़की लग रहा है या फिर Notel?
They've won 2 TIs. They're still enjoying the moment.
Yeah,
like,
that's good. It's so important.
Like, look at where we are. Remember how we got here, and
remember
like, believe in each other.
I feel like they made Saxa a little bit smaller, actually.
They may have.
Yeah, they may have.
I think
he is a giant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to
Photo में भी बड़ा है साला.
There is actually, if you rewatch True Sight,
छोटे में भी height में बड़ा है.
Into the grand finals, he says, "Guys, we already won this. Just enjoy yourself," and that's it, right? If you enjoy what you're doing, it's so much easier to play because that's how you defeat fear. That's how you defeat anxiety, and just go all in.
Yeah, it's
channel
true.
the energy.
It's true. OG is 100% a mental team. I remember there was something in the Omega League. We actually interviewed Seb and we talked to him about like the nature of language, and he went off for like 3 minutes explaining that, you know, jokingly, like other teams literally steal the words that they use because they're so important for winning the game, bringing these extremely complicated concepts and making them very simple. So OG is all about the out-of-game stuff.
Tell me a little bit about their in-game stuff as well, because they're, as we mentioned earlier, they have 2 completely different play styles, with Secret maybe being a little bit more patient and OG being maybe a little bit more aggressive.
इधर तो सभी चश्मा पहन के बैठे हैं टीम OG में.
So I think Team Secret this tournament more than any other team, just
सुहेल नहीं पहना है अभी.
Historically, I'll see an enemy team run up the high ground into all 5 of their heroes. Puppy will be in front. They'll kill him. He'll buy back and they'll win the fight.
Yeah.
Thompson कैसा दिख रहा है?
They're less of a
timing
team,
नहीं है.
They're more like waiting for their good fight. They will always wait for the perfect fight. OG, on the other hand, I think they're honestly a bit of a misunderstood team. People see them as this hyper aggro team, which they are. But
अबे तो साक्सा का हाइट देख और उसका देख. बाल भी देख. कलर देख बाल का.
They're ready to go and they never stop. As long as you can pressure your opponent, they're down to like bring all the numbers in.
Yeah, I remember watching a clip from No Tail stream where he was breaking down their TI-8 win, and this also goes back to the nature of the language that they use, and I absolutely loved it. Like half the stream was him just memeing because he's a huge memer, but then the other half was like golden nuggets where basically he was like, yeah, so basically in this game, like, well, just Dota in general is like a game of cat and mouse, and as the game progressed, he was explaining the points where they were the cats and when they were the mice.
Corona है हाथ धो ले.
Words that it sounds so silly and like almost childish, but it gives you a perfect idea of what their goal was at that point in the game.
Like ये बहुत young लग रहा है यार, literally.
That you spoke about. What they do is they'll have top
Save का look थोड़ा बहुत उसकी तरह लग रहा है, Harry Potter
जैसा. Not going for
जैसा.
kills necessarily because he couldn't full to 0 the heroes he's trying to go for, but just to make space. Literally just to make space until they can get to that point where they become the cats, and then when they become the cats, they're just vicious killers.
Interesting. And Lizard, what about the roster changes? We talked about it very briefly earlier, but now that OG is not the same OG that we've seen the last 2 years, what are the effects on that?
इसके घर में चावल नहीं है.
If it's just them keeping its own brand, right? Scrap up, find the last.
बोल रहा है मेरे को खिला दे, मैं सबको धो डालूंगा.
Go into the qualifier, win the qualifier, go on to the TI.
Barely win the qualifier.
Barely win.
Yeah.
Both TIs, like the storyline is literally repeating
Thompson बोल रहा है इन्वोकर आ जाए सबकी मार दूंगा
इसे. Sucks. I remember during Dream League.
किसी को नहीं छोड़ूंगा.
Major, they still didn't even announce him, and Notel was talking to us a little bit. He was there, and he said, "Yeah, this is a perfect player for us. Why? He doesn't have to think the same way we do. We will change that. We will adjust him.
उसके लिए कैमरा को
However,
ऊपर करना
he's
पड़ेगा.
mechanically incredibly skilled. That's why he was top 2 on another TI, right, with DC before. So makes a ton of sense. He brings a ton of
सुमेल का
stability
मॉनिटर
as
देख
well
कहाँ
to
पे
the
लेके
team.
आ गया.
But in comparison to Jerax, maybe he does not necessarily have as much flair, and perhaps he doesn't bring as much when it comes to.
सुमेल को बोला होगा, अरे रुक जाओ क्या कर रहा है. सुमेल बोला मेरे को आगे चाहिए मॉनिटर, कुछ भी कर ले.
As relaxed on a big stage as Jerax.
Well, here's the thing though. The more you doubt, the more power it gives OG. I remember listening to Elon Musk speak about the simulation. I was thinking, man, this guy may have smoked a little too much with Joe Rogan, but now that OG is so doubted to win TI, and more doubted than before, I am 100% convinced we do indeed live in a simulation. You can't write a better storyline than this. You're doubting them live on the panel right before their game. This fuels them. I hope you realize this travels through the ether of reality and gives them power. Look at Sumail.
So it's Kyle predictions and panel doubting.
अबे दाढ़ी उगा नहीं है, पहले उग जाए उसके बाद बड़ा करियो साले.
Worldly doubt fuels OG.
Honestly, oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, OG looks pretty poised for a third-time fluke in a row, you know?
Well, he called it fluke, so that still counts as doubting. You have to really mean it.
I mean, it's not flukes. I'm just saying, like, when you watch OG, you understand that they know things about Dota that I feel like they do better than any other team consistently.
All right, so AUI, give me like your 10-second description of Secret's biggest strength. We've talked a little bit about OG, but what about Secret?
I think Secret's biggest strength is that when they're waiting for the right fight, they're very patient, and they move around the map before and after fights the best out of any team at the turn, I think. Like, Puppy will literally use, like, cardinal directions and just move his teammates around till you get the right angle. Even if it doesn't seem obvious at first, you'll be like, oh, wow, that was a really good move.
Yeah, it's like Puppy's moving them all at once, basically.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it stems all the way back to the old school captains. You can really see the same thing in QQQ and ROTK and all these. They do the same thing.
अगर मुँहता है तो यही बॉटल ही इस्तेमाल करना पड़ेगा.
That I just have to ask. One of the things that we mentioned while we were talking over dinner about this series is that Secret was an informational-based team. Tell me about that.
बोला अगर गांड मारे फ्लाइज आते तो यही मैं गांड मार दूंगा.
Well, I think a big thing is, like, Secret doesn't necessarily look for timings. It's not like, oh, you know, obviously to a degree they will. Every single team at TI will. It's like, oh, we have a BKB, they don't, let's go fight. But Secret is the type of team where, like, you'll have like 10 seconds left on your Ravage cooldown, and they will be smoked waiting on a high ground for you to walk up, and they'll fight you. Okay. So they use information better than a lot of other
Hotel
teams.
बोल रहा है अगर इस बार जीत गया तो मैं ये खरीदूंगा.
Beat you when you don't have something.
देश खरीद लूंगा पूरा.
And to add on to that, I think Secret as a team, they get the most information and they react to information the fastest. This team traditionally they push out the most waves.
नहीं देश खरीद लूंगा पूरा एक.
They'll make the enemy show, you know, they'll get impatient, and that's why the enemy's actually running into them in the high.
I think बांग्लादेश या श्रीलंका ऐसा देश आ जाएगा इसके जितना पैसा है. पाकिस्तान तो आ ही जाएगा कम से कम.
I mean, this is all hearsay because I've never been there. But everyone on that team talks a lot and provides a lot of information. I saw this one series, I think it was with Vici, where they decided to put
lobby बनाया उसमें घुस रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं?
Just so they could deward the camp. They get the hard pull off, which allows Yapsor to be freed up, and then they save their glyph so that their puck can get 6 before the enemy storm. They coil him and Yapsor's there because the lane's in good position for Zai. These sorts of plays are all set up by your communications. Like, you have to execute as well, but it's really good planning and
it's definitely communication, but it has to come from somewhere. Experience. The amount of experience that Puppy brings to the team, that these big captains bring to teams, it's difficult to beat because he has multiple mental models on a way that he can direct his team to play a different style in every single game. And he's surrounded by such talent that they're able to actually conform and move into different directions of different strategies. I think that's extremely important for them. If they're losing, they will never bow down and make these silly mistakes. They won't even desperately out. They will continuously try to split push to buy themselves some more time, and they're the best.
Notel बोल रहा है बांध ले. अरे ये rubber band है क्या?
That has me wondering is how the current state of affairs of the world has affected TI for both of these teams. As you mentioned earlier, OG has no audience that No-Tail can feed off of, but at the same time.
आ जाओ अभी तक ज्वाइन नहीं हुआ बोला माइक्रोफोन तो हेडफोन तो जस्ट कहानी था अपना बाल सही करने था
So important for every single team.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a question of like, for different individuals, this would matter more or less. You know, going back to EG, I see EG as a team that they are, you know, desperate for number ones. They want to break the curse, whereas I feel like Team Secret, if they're coming into this with any mentality that's close to their major mentalities, well, it's the same. You know, there's no crowd, there's a lot of money on the line. It's the same thing. And so that's the one argument. Like, I don't remember who it was that said it, but it wasn't me, just so I don't get in trouble for this. But somebody said, I think it was Slacks, that Puppy isn't necessarily the type of guy that you would want to cry on his shoulder if you're losing the game. He's a great captain. He can, you know, tell you exactly what to do, but perhaps he rules with a bit of an iron fist. You know, No-Tail on the other side, Seb as well. These are the types of guys that they will, you know, pick you up. They'll deal with your emotions and fix them perhaps. And so the question is, will Team Secret just not need their emotions to be picked up because there are less of them now, and it's so similar to majors? Are they different from EG in that way? And I guess
फाइनल में बुला लेता सीधा आके खेल के चला जाता
AUI, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just thinking, it's because Puppy, he has this image of this
it's like
very scary captain. I've worked with him before. He's actually sort of a goofball.
He's a nice guy.
No, when you run into like when you see Team Secret sitting together, they actually sit together and they make animal noises at each other.
What?
Like, I don't know, for
what
fun.
type of animal?
I don't know. Like
orangutans?
Yeah, you know, just anything to have fun.
Monkeys are fun.
It's less public facing, but what did you say?
I said monkeys are great. Continue.
I think it's true that maybe the team dynamic from the outside doesn't look like Secret will be as comforting. But the one topic I wanted to touch on is the coaches of the two teams. Because for me, I think it's super interesting that for OG, they've changed their coach after every TI win. Like some fresh ideas, something coming in. And Team Secret, they have Heen, who I believe he got second with Team Nigma, or they were Team Liquid at the time, and then he jumped over to Secret, right?
Yep.
A couple years ago. He's been there for a long time, more stable.
He also tweeted that he will make the president of, is it Denmark?
नहीं उसका नाक अच्छा नहीं है देखने में
No. Matumbo Man. Finland? Okay.
लगा दो कान के बाली वाली लगा दो देखो बाल को पीछे में बांध दो
Make that president.
ये चूतिया लगेगा
Is it a king?
I think maybe
whatever
they
the leader
both,
is there,
whatever.
they will know Matumba Man's name.
Because they met
by the
JRX
end of the year.
Hobson, right?
They did.
But they did not meet Matu.
No.
And he was very sad about that.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say that for all of you at home who aren't as lucky as me, I can look at Cinderin like a few feet away from me at the drafter's
shaking
desk,
his head.
and he's shaking his head at Jenkins right now, and he was the one that told us it was Finland. What an expert!
Thank you, Sin. Thank you.
ये वही हंसी था ना?
When it comes to the coaches that you were talking about, actually did talk to Soshka a little bit. He said that he didn't manage to get here on TI, but he's still the side coach. They didn't abandon him. He's still with the team, as much as I understand. But
all right, cool. Well, it looks like we are ready for the first game of the series. Let's get it started.
Lobby not found. Not found.
OG versus Team Secret. Game.
चालू हो गया उसका ओडी पिक्सल कर रहा है इस बार इंग्लिश में
Welcome to the draft panel once again, this time with OG versus Secret. Two teams with such high-skilled captains and drafters
bathroom mein
that
बैठ के
almost
casting
feels
कर रहे
like
हैं
the
क्या?
draft is a game in and of itself. To analyze this draft, my name is L+, and I'm joined this time by two excellent members of the panel. It's going to be the high MMR player, Effie, even higher MMR as a person, and the stoic and ex-pro, Syndrome.
Hello.
Hello. So, I'm going to start with you, Syndrome. As you have this incredible competitive experience, I want to hear about you. I want to hear
मुझे
about
लग रहा है
the
बाथरूम में
these
बैठे
two
साला
teams.
जगह नहीं मिला स्टेडियम में पानी भी कहता हूँ
has, at least in the last couple of events. Obviously, they have 2 victories under their belt, so this could be a correlation there, that if you're the teams that come in with a lot of the cool strategies and have good ideas, you can go far. And something that OG have always been really good at TI is something I would call like combos. So they have this understanding, they figure out, I don't know how they do it, they like drill the game into absolute detail and figure out what is the really strong mechanic of this patch. Like TI8, they were playing on healing, at TI9 they were playing on regen, and now let's see what it is at TI10, and if they have that advantage over the other teams. Because usually they kind of hold their cards a little bit close to themselves until the main event, and then they're gonna go all out and show what they've got. So far, nothing too surprising here, though.
Okay.
I really like what Syndrome said about a meta dictating kind of team always succeeding, because as we've seen earlier this season with PSG LGD in particular, they were the ones who kind of set the trend for the Animator, right? They innovated the carry axe, they were playing all kinds of different styles, and they won it, right? So the teams that are willing to be more creative and actually bust out the new heroes and the strange builds are always the ones that go further on the big stage.
And then what can you tell about Secret then, their philosophy?
I would say Secret overall.
Okay, OG का first pick आयो
How to say that?
second pick now time lost Mars
In a sense, I think, how to put this? So sometimes OG's strategies can be absolutely incredible, and other times it's almost like they're like over creative and almost shoot themselves in the foot because they try to do too many things at once. And they kind of like try to tame. From my perspective, it seems like sometimes they need to tame themselves a little bit because they love to be crazy and wacky. And
ये वाला भी 3 मैच चलेगा
So you've had drafts with OG during qualifiers as well. People are like, what are you doing? Like, what is this? What is this strategy? How is it meant to work? And other times you see the strategy and you don't understand, and you see a game play out, and you're like, wow, okay, they were like thinking at this 3 levels higher than I was imagining, right? And then all the pieces come together. Secret, it's a little bit more stable. I would say Secret's bottom level in drafting is probably higher than OG's, but I think their ceiling is also a little bit lower. So it depends who gets to, like if OG is at absolute echelon tier for themselves, I see them having an advantage.
save साला हमेशा चालू रखता
So
है
for Secret, it's about sticking to their guns, getting something stable. And
ये OG की वजह से cool down रखा है उसमें
to OG, and making them, get out of their comfort zone a little bit.
For now, we don't see much of a curveball. We see one of the most picked heroes, or most contested, which is going to be the Monkey King. Actually, one of the best teams that play Monkey King, because they have multiple of the best Monkey King players in the team. Thoughts on the start, Effie, of Monkey King Ancient Apparition?
So the thing about Monkey King is that out of all the popular and more contested heroes recently, I think he might provide the most value in the first phase, just because he can be flexed to every single role and played well, right? Typically these first
इधर साउंड सही आ रहा है उधर साउंड साला लग रहा है बाथरूम में बैठा है
core roles, maybe on one support role, but with Monkey King you can have him play 1 through 5, and depending on if you have players who excel at it, you can adjust it to
ये वही है जिसका हस्ती है
so that hero in of itself in that regard provides value. The AA pick is pretty obvious, right? Because we saw Io being picked up by OG, so they just go for the typical
देखने में भी अच्छी है
but the Io that OG has currently is a little bit more interesting, because if you saw this on another team, you'd probably think it's a support, but OG have already played it twice on the offlane, so
Yep. And talk about Unorthodox. I mean, OG, they start with Io Mars. We've seen a lot of Mars, some sort of combo in the arena. That's the most obvious thing people see. But what is the strength of this
क्या नाम है
That's a good question. I think so. Something that OG use.
Rida, Mari Rida, Mari Rida.
I'm not putting this offlane right now. I think it could be multiple different roles. I think it could be a mid hero for Thompson. I think it could even be a 5 for No-Tail, just because they haven't shied away from doing these things and specifically like planning a draft based on the expectation of the opponent. So they will pick a hero, anticipate that the opponent thinks it's this role, and then they round out the draft in the end, so that in a way it's not even picked as a flex pick. In their minds,
पाकिस्तानी दोनों टीम में रूबिक मास्टर है
and then in the end they just know what core they want because they've planned for it to be support the whole way, and the enemy team has counterpicked as a core, and then they just swap things around. where it might seem like, wow, that was a really great snap last-minute decision, and they might have, planned it 5 minutes ago. So that's what I think when I see this. That Mars is just.
हाँ उसका mobility बढ़ा देता है ना Mars का.
In this tournament, I think maybe they are the team in theory that has
Mars
the
को
most
blink
flexibility
dagger
in
पे
monkey
invest
king.
नहीं करना
I
पड़ेगा
genuinely
early में.
think all 5 of their players could play this in this game. But when you pick AA, that corners it a little bit more, so it's probably not 5.
But Mars मेरे को पसंद नहीं है hero.
Right now, I guess it needs no introduction.
वाला मेरे टीम में जब भी आया एक बार भी नहीं जीत पाया.
Yapsar has played at this tournament already. He went for a build that we've seen a couple people play with, like the 8.
मैं भी खेलूं तब भी नहीं जीत सकता.
And Zai.
जैसे तो टाइनी को ले ले, टाइनी जाके किसी को भी मार सकता है. मार्स किसी को किल नहीं कर सकता. टाइड अंडर का इम्पैक्ट भी बहुत ज्यादा है, बट मार्स का इम्पैक्ट नहीं है. लाइक बीके भी खोल के निकल सकता है.
That's funny, Ava, because I was looking at it just now, and I thought it was interesting as well, but it does make sense.
ये उसी का हंसी है.
Really, OG did place this IO in high regard because instead of caring about a potential Monkey King, they just chose to protect their IO. So IO is a hero who can provide so much utility for a team, but his biggest issue is just getting jumped, right? And a lot of teams are not afraid of first
3 घंटे ही लेट हुआ है.
The hero does get countered quite easily, but he can be played
3 घंटे ही
regardless
बस.
of that. And
यार हम इंडिया है, हमको उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता है 3 घंटे का.
have to do versus specific teams who like drafts like the IO, right?
ये हम लोग तो ट्रेन में सफर करते हैं ना.
And the storm out who both excel at killing him.
अरे बहुत जल्दी आ गया ट्रेन. 24 घंटे लेट. अरे ट्रेन तो टाइम पे आ गया. वाह वाह, जाके ड्राइवर को धन्यवाद देते हैं ट्रेन. मतलब क्या बोल रहे हो भैया, 24 घंटे लेट है ट्रेन. नहीं, वो बंदा ट्रेन प्लेटफॉर्म में बैठा है एंड लाइक ट्रेन एकदम टाइम पे आ गया. तो जल्दी है जाके ड्राइवर को धन्यवाद देते हैं, ट्रेन एकदम टाइम पे आ गया. ड्राइवर बोलते हैं क्या बोल रहे हो, ऐसे 24 घंटे लेट हो गया ट्रेन. ये तो इसका पिक है, सास्का का पिक है.
So that could be part of it. Another thing is you might open up the Monkey King for Secret specifically because when I think
ये भी खेल सकता है. टॉपसन बोला मैं खेलूंगा.
Secret is probably the team that in my view is least successful with IO.
मैं खेलेगा.
Many different times and different variations over the years. They've had Puppy play it, Yapsar play it.
टॉपसन लाइक गाड़ी तेरा भाई चलाएगा.
You know, like what if there's all these what if feelings. So I think OG being super experienced both with and against the hero are fine with just leaving in the pool. You know what?
सामने वाला भी कुछ कमजोर नहीं है भाई, दोनों टीआई टीम है. आज चेकर मॉर्फिंग कॉम्बो, आज चेकर मॉर्फिंग कॉम्बो. आओ आओ.
Team Secret, a tried and true combo. Usually it's SCA teams that love this combo the most, but it's the Earthshaker Morphling. For those of you at home that don't know, Morphling will get an Ags, he'll turn into Shaker, he'll crit you for 1000 damage, and you go, where's my HP?
Oh, आ गया.
You can't stop him, he moves around the map, it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Can you tell me, do you think this is the game for an Earthshaker combo, or Morph Shaker combo?
So I want to talk about this combo in particular because it was a nightmare a few months ago, not like a year ago or something, right? In pubs where it just felt incredibly strong. It felt
क्या लेगा सुमेल बता.
It fell out of favor because of nerfs to
टीए.
Earthshaker.
अगर टीए बैन नहीं किया तो.
Nerfs to Morphling as well, but specifically Earthshaker's airtime.
या फिर क्लिंक्स.
But recently
Clinks.
they reverted that change. So now when Earthshaker buys an Ags, he does his
अरे
airtime much lower, which was a direct buff to this combo.
सुन नहीं पाऊंगा लगता है कास्टिंग है. लड़की बहुत ज्यादा क्यूट है.
When he lands, the totem, so
That also works on Morphling ranged attack.
इसकी साउंड बहुत ज्यादा क्यूट है. कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
You don't have to do any swap.
हाँ.
Like, you can just do it as ranged.
Ranged attack has clear.
That's absurd.
So when people realize
ये वो दिल्ली वाला भैया
this is good again, I expected it to be probably the two most
तीखा ज्यादा देना. भैया नहीं, भैया नहीं, भैया. और मुंबई का बड़े लोग क्या बोल, कौन सा साइड है? ये जो मतलब मुंबई का भी है ना, साउथ मुंबई या नॉर्थ मुंबई. नहीं, साउथ दिल्ली और नॉर्थ दिल्ली होता है ना. साउथ दिल्ली लाइक वो भैया भैया. मतलब ऐसे ऐसे लड़की अगर तुमको गाली भी देना, मदद चौथ भी बोल देना, या तुमको बुरा नहीं लगेगा.
plus carry safe lane. It sounds kind of weak against Morph, so I think Secret or
उनको बुरा भी नहीं लगेगा सुनने में, ऐसा है लड़की का वॉइस.
As far as Secret goes, they want a last pick that is probably just their mid hero. They could put Monkey King mid against Invoker.
लूना और ये बैंड किया उन लोगों ने.
Grab an offlaner here for Zai.
Like AoE silence दोनों का बैंड किया देख. अबे चुप हो जा, रत्ता करी जा रहा है. No tell us save. मतलब ओजी का जब मतलब ये लोग टीम में नए बंदे हायर कर रहे हैं तब ये क्या देखते होगे क्राइटेरिया? लाइक तुम्हारा एमएमआर टॉप है? नहीं. तुम बहुत अच्छा प्लेयर हो? नहीं. तुम कितनी बार स्पैम करते हो? या और कितनी बार स्पैम करते हो उस ऑडियो ट्यून को?
Versus Invoker. Monkey King is actually quite nice because when Quasox Invoker attempts to rotate around
yes.
the map, Monkey King can match his pace.
That's such a banchod. अपना आवाज में नहीं आएगा. Oh my god.
He can do that, but he can also join these side lane fights very early on. The concern for that is just he's playing versus Mars and Arena. Constant is counter in that regard, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be too.
Wow.
With the draft finalized, I'd like to ask you.
Save खेलेगा.
Pick whichever team and tell me the weaknesses and the strengths of that draft.
भाई मार्स का सेट देख.
So I'm trying to think about them in like larger context, but this Ember pick is quite good, right? Because what did they lack versus this IO?
नहीं support ही खेलेगा.
Shaker and Morphling later on in the game, but they do need that hero who can go in first. And because of having this
Dobson का सेट देख.
actually enables Ancient Apparition, because Ancient Apparition is a hero that likes to shoot his ults out whenever he has them. So in order for that to happen, they can't just.
नहीं आज शेकर का सेट उतना अच्छा नहीं है.
Timing, right? So
Ember का अच्छा है.
For Shaker's weaknesses in that sense.
अभी तक पिक नहीं किया ना किसी ने.
Closing thoughts on
Monkey and 5 Mars.
Closing thoughts on what you love about OG.
लगा रहा था सेट खरीद रहा था.
They can play super fast. Crosswix Invoker, Ursa Wisp. There's so much tempo. Tusk. Secret's lineup needs a little bit more time to build up, so I think OG are going to play super hyper aggressive in this game. Play very explosive Dota. If Secret can weather the storm and get later, I think their strategy is most likely going to win this game. So a very clear like contrast between the two styles here with aggression.
अबे ये कौन बोल रहा है? इसको हटा ना, उधर ओडी को लगा ना.
And you asked about weaknesses in particular. I would just say that OG does have to play
लड़की बोलेगा चलेगा.
first couple of Aegises.
So you heard my panelist conclusions, but there's one man that I can't have on panel because it's just a bit too valuable. His name is BSJ, and he'll be giving you the last word for today.
शुरू करो. हेलो भाया. बट जीता वो भी देख. 15. ओके टोटल नंबर ऑफ स्मोक गैंग किल मैं तो सब डाल देता. 13+ डाल देता हूँ. 30+. प्लेयर विद द फास्ट लास्ट हिट. ये टॉपसन को ही दे सकता हूँ. टॉपसन भी जा सकता है, ये भी जा सकता है साला. हाँ बट प्लेयर विद द फर्स्ट ट्रिपल किल.
Secret versus OG up here in the upper bracket.
Yes.
We've had the draft in front of us. What are you excited to see? I'm already seeing so much that I'm sure the fans of both teams at home are going to be very excited for this match.
Lots of combo plays, lots of speed, especially from the side of OG, as the panel has been saying. Like Brian did tick it off.
शुरू हो गया.
Different styles that we'll be going for. Obviously, OG is going to be looking to set pace with this Ursa, with this Invoker moving around the map. But it's different. It's this fun that we're starting to get to see from them so much.
मैंने किसको म्यूट करके रखा था? म्यूट करने का ऑप्शन हटा दिया इन लोगों ने.
We saw sort of course OG do this before, and And this game again, why do you feel it works so well for them here in this first match against Secret?
I think it's just something they're super comfortable with. Seb's been playing it so many times, and they've always been a team about amping up their carries, right? What better than having like an IO that gets these high levels, fast-paced, like level 4 overcharge online, tether as well. You get items faster, your mech, your holy lock it. You set the tempo even faster as a 3-position IO than you were like a 5. Sure, mech is really cheap, so we see it picked up very early anyway on those like 5 IOs, but now it's like Seb is going to have it, and he's going to have these crazy levels that increases the healing as well, because that's what tether does when you get levels. So.
And you do sort of agree with Cinder in the sentiment, really. He says very much, you know, you're looking at this game, this draft, and we know, of course, how OG likes to play.
Yeah.
OG this game, they are going to want to, and they kind of need to play fast, because down the line with this more shakers, you just don't want to sort of get yourself into territory where you're having to deal with the fact that one of your heroes might get one shot.
Absolutely, and they're just going to get this crazy scaling. The team fight also, if you just look from Secret, it's a bit stronger as the game does progress. Once you start getting these levels on that shaker, the AA, even the support Monkey King, it just starts to make everything a bit of a disaster for OG. But if they get a good tempo set, they have a good gold lead, then they're going to be able to still chain these kills. But we'll see if they can do that. But they do have the lineup to be able to, and tag team, Overcharge, Ursa, Alacrity. You know, Roche is going to die quite a lot of times in this game.
Absolutely, and we're definitely going to see OG get a lot of usage, as you say, out of those sort of early brawling abilities that are really going to amp them up and make it rather hard for Secret to go toe-to-toe with them in the sort of the earlier half of the game. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a brief pause. I believe that the teams are just getting themselves ready and all sorted so we can get tucked in for a whole complete game of Dota 2, which, as I say, you know, we're going to have action from the minute 1, really.
Yes, exactly. I'm wondering if, let's see, we'll probably see level 1 smoke from OG.
First जीता है तेरे Navi, second Alliance, third EG, sorry, second IG.
And you're running to like Shaker. There's a Monkey King and an AI on the other side. There's a Morphling on the other side. So
Third में
OG's gonna
Alliance,
look to hit hard right from the start of this game.
Newbie.
And let's see if they do some like maybe
नहीं सुमेल तो नहीं था Alliance पे.
or anything like that, but maybe just for the start, get a quick early kill.
15 में. 16 में Wings, मैं confused था Wings या IG.
The Tusk and the Mars, and Tusk just works so good when you have so many more heroes for tag team.
Like जो भी even number है वो सब में चाइना जीता सिवाय इसके 2018 T8 में लोग बोल रहे थे चाइना जीतेगा.
Thompson's not going to be too upset with the matchup, right? He's going to. He should be okay. Invoker, you can play around with the Ember quite a bit.
Yeah, you've got a little bit of, you got like good base damage. Sure, your Flame Guard's going to get dispelled in some situations, but you should be able to get these last hits. You're going to be able to pull creeps back, and you know, water runes are a thing. So all these heroes that can still go for the
ये क्या
bottom, Ember Spirit,
कौन सा है Miracle?
you're going to have that good sustain.
Amir Ali बात किया.
I know Brian was heavily talking about Soxon in this upcoming
क्या
game.
वो भी वो पाकिस्तान से है क्या?
A lot of times looking to make those moves around those water runes early on, even the 6-minute rune.
सुमेल का नाम क्या है? सैयद सुमेल हसन.
Needed in the lane, really. Is he going to have as much freedom as Saxa is to sort of roam around and look towards that mid?
वो उनका ही देख रहा हूँ वो TI पे.
Matchup in their favor.
I think it's more going to be
मैच में वो बोर्ड है ना एक
he'll check as well on Yapsor.
TI वाला.
Like to stay with the shaker just as melee
फाउंटेन के अंदर.
You don't want to leave him completely alone, right? So even though Shaker has done really well versus most of these melee matchups, Ursa can take advantage.
नोटेल का कि शॉन सुडिस्टियन आथपम ऐसे के साथ चालू हो गया.
Here we go.
Well, indeed, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The G has been called in chat. We are getting this match underway. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Secret versus OG here in the upper bracket. And indeed, of course, smokes up
OG.
both teams has a lot of potential.
दोनों टीम का स्मोक देगा.
Let's see if anybody scouts, if anybody breaks it. Of course, we have Yapsor as this
courier पे ज़्यादा movement speed रहता है ना. उधर कहाँ वार्ड लगा दिया.
To allow them to dodge that quick aggression that's going to come. And let's see.
को भी देगा सेफ लेन को ऐसे वार्ड लगाते हुए.
Coming for the long way round here. They could get the good
Mid laner को sorry. दिख गया वार्ड लगाने का कामयाब हो गया निशा. Stream sniper है निशा. I am उसको पहले हिट नहीं करना है, पहले स्प्रे करना है जमीन पे सेफ को.
And Secret doesn't want to fight. They know they're too strong.
No, you don't want to run into OG level 1, especially when they've got the heroes they do this game.
See Yapsor also continuing. He's the courier form. He brings his courier out so that he's going to be able to turn back into courier form as well.
आयो का taunt था क्या?
Keep using that. That's why you see it pulled out of the base so early. Something we're seeing a lot more players do.
And overall as well, you know, this game, what's sort of your feeling from the drafts? Like, do you
घास छुपा हुआ था, दो डालता आज.
I've been a bigger fan of of speed.
वो देख monkey एकदम courier बना हुआ है.
It's gonna have to be speed and few mistakes though, because I've seen very similar drafts like this also from you know, we got to cast that LGD Elephant game where they had that.
ये दो caster tier like tier top tier caster है.
The morphling and the combo just ends up taking. That one was a morph and a willow.
बाकी किसी को top tier ऐसे count नहीं करता है, but इन दोनों को top tier count करता है.
So for me, it's. I mean, it's pretty easy. Even
Oh, they can block कर दिया.
Because if OG gets ahead, they can dictate pace and play around.
Yeah, can block कर चुका है OG ने.
Early, then I think it might be a little tough for OG to bring it back. Level 1 puppy gets
वो भी अच्छा hero.
Back to the lane.
That sort of eyes, as I say. Both side lanes. I mean, which side lane is the most volatile, do you think? Who's got to be the most careful on this first couple of levels?
I feel like top has crazy potential of kills just because it's the double melee. Yeah, so it just makes one or two wrong steps. Same thing for No Tail. There's Jingu skilled right away on the Monkey King too, so that's probably the most volatile for me. Bottom, the Island Tusk have great kill potential on the AA. However, on the I think Matu should be able to hold get to level 3. He's going to have a disengage. And he's also just going to have that incredible attribute shift.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. This top lane, yeah, the fact that this Monkey King shaker against the two melees, I guess same could be said for the
Nisha की हालत खराब कर चुका है.
Should have battle back, but for sure you're going to see both teams taking early swipes at each other.
Yeah.
Stick is going to be really valuable up there for his eye. He's
नहीं, उसका invoker ही signature hero है.
Even we expect that Earth Shock to come out from the Ursa early on too, so they're going to have a lot of mana to work with. And yeah,
माना नहीं है.
I give them a slight edge in the lane
माना नहीं है ना.
with their heroes the way it's set up at the moment.
So far top. Yeah, have to be careful there. Good Fisher. Just going to put a stop to any aggressive chase there from the two of OG. Mid lane Nisha having to play a little careful. He's got some regen out on the way, but rather low at the moment in that matchup so far. 8 for 2, 7 for 1. Pretty even here in the mid.
Thompson's gone just straight for damage. Doesn't finish up the null, just finished up a Robe of the Magi. I feel like he might go something like a drum. We've been seeing it from him quite a lot this tournament, and when he has an IO, and it's all about pace, I think that's something he might be thinking.
वो नहीं मारता है, सास का नहीं मारता है.
He's the one to get first blood. Is he actually going to get Saxa out as well? He is. The heals are enough. Saxa doesn't even go down.
Bottom में भी थोड़ा ला ही उन्हें.
Both side lanes pretty much kicking off at the same time, but of course
दोनों कैप्टन एक ही साथ मरे.
Bit of a slip up there. I think Matu missed the waveform onto Saxa to get that trade kill. And as we said, Puppy, he's the one who's going to eat the brunt of the force most of the time from this tag team. He is securing the farm for Matu, but he's going to die most likely a lot of the times he does go down there.
Matu definitely having to be careful, but so far the first wave, see though, losing the support by his side. Free farm for the morph down here, 14 for 5.
And Sumail's struggling since he's got that double melee versus the Monkey King who's holding skill point too. Yapsor maybe deciding if he has another opportunity to.
Just get pushed back by the spear there. Won't latch though. The Fisher out. Sumail and Nota, they
Oh, Yapsor mara. Oh, nice turn. Oh. अच्छे कर. माना नहीं है. Cooldown होता तो follow करता उसको.
Struggling to come to the lane for CS, struggling the most out of all the cores here in the early game, Sumail.
And Zai's always got mana to work with. That's what we're mentioning. These stick charges, he's always got a fissure, he's always got enchant totems. It's a tough one for Sumail.
And Yapsor,
Bottle.
but of course able to head over towards the mid.
Best friend forever.
That's where those deaths are kind of valuable. When you have bottle mids, you can always fill them up. Unlike for the Invoker, they can't fill up Thompson's. Because he doesn't have one, obviously.
I mean,
Oh.
Okay.
What can they do about this top lane, OG? Can they make any sort of alterations to get this better for Sumail, or do they just have to tank this really rough stuff?
कोशिश नहीं कर रहे सुमेल इसके ऊपर. दोनों मतलब बहुत इसमें खेल रहे. और फिर से पपी मरा. ओह क्या किल लिया सेव ने. Last hit. सकते हो ही रीजन कर लेता है. इनवोकर मारा जाएगा. माना नहीं है इसके पास.
Thompson's still alive for now, Nisha. And he's still getting this. 11 of a slight chains in about 8
Oh.
seconds. Thompson's still hanging around. In fact, he's got a stock, but he has enough to get into the Ghost Walk. Thompson will stay alive.
Really pushing the limit there, though.
Yeah, he
reveals himself.
Oh, Denisha's going to want to dive back in. He's got the slide chains.
Thompson is dead.
Thompson there making a bit of a mistake, getting
Mistake. वो बन चुका है Thompson का item.
but he had no regen and no chance against Nisha with the second round of spells on the abilities of the Ember.
And Nisha's able, after that kill, walks into the enemy high ground on the triangle and also gets himself a bounty. So that's very fortunate for him. And yeah, big mistake there from Thompson.
I mean, it's, so far, just a 1k lead, but you saw it there in the CS. All three of Secret's cores across the board getting solid farm in the lanes, whereas OG, they're having a bit of a slower time in the mid and that top lane.
And Secret's the one who, as we
वो इस बार एक गोल मतलब होल्ड करके रखने से ज़्यादा चिल्लाता है.
Way better start than the Ursa. It's definitely some concern. So I think Saksa is
देखा
going
तूने?
to be the one that we look at to kind of fix these lanes up for the team. Seb's done pretty damn good, but he's going to have to especially help out Sumail up top.
Absolutely, we've got to see big moves from Saksa.
Yeah. It's only level 3 too. It's not like he has this insane type of level advantage where you see some of these 4 positions have. Yapzor is actually level 4 before Saksa hits it, so a little bit harder to make all those aggressive moves when you don't have all three of your early abilities, like the snowball, especially versus something like Earthshaker and Monkey King. Snowball, very useful.
Oh, deny.
Nice deny.
To get in and take that away from Nisha. Looking for the ball.
Thompson का टीम का किसी का TP नहीं आया था.
Yeah, just not slowing down Makamba, man. A definite concern.
Sumail starting to get a bit more space. The pressure's definitely begun to lessen a little bit top with Yapzor making those movements over towards the mid. So a bit of breathing room for the Ursa here.
Only for a second or so. Zai is going to hit 6 really soon. We'll see the big move, Matu.
Now going to try and go on Matu. Not quite enough damage there to stop him from shifting. Still have the chase down with the tag team. It's not enough. He's got the strength built up. Matu will be able to walk away.
Ulti होता तो मार
Zai
देता.
likely to be 6 after this lane, and that's where Sumail's going to have a lot of difficulty. He's still not level 6 on the Ursa.
Oh, absolutely.
He's double melees up there.
The walk in for a potential slam could be deadly.
Does have his treads picked up, so he's a little bit tankier once he's got them on strength.
On no tail. Just struggling to sort of trade with Yapzor. Spears off the mark. TP's coming in here.
Tornado.
He's in with the backup.
ये पे और इन्वोकर को ये मिल गया, चार्ज मिल गया.
Patch onto Yapzor. He'll set up for a kill between the 3 of them, and this very much needed. OG, they've got to try and get this top lane in a better condition.
And he's got the urn picked up at a perfect time, so he can make that move. And
उनका चार्ज जस्ट के लिए आ गया टॉप लेन में साला हराम.
You know, we've seen him do it a couple times now, especially when they have the IO lineup. And as we said, OG, the slow start is here, but the pace of the game is
आए तो थे ना वो लोग, मान नहीं पाया. आयो तक बैठ के फार्म कर रहे हैं. Oh, trusty someone, OP item.
So it could absolutely still happen here in this early game. Still early days. 7 minutes in, 3 to 4, less than 1k.
आयो के लिए OP item है ये.
There's still absolutely potential for OG to just explode in these early moments.
Yapzor making the move to the bottom. They see him with the wards, but he's here.
Monkey भी आया.
Jumping onto the 2 of them. Nice.
Oh.
Separate them a little bit, but now see if they get
Oh. मर गया.
OG closes in on Zeb, gets the kill, and Yapzor might even be done. He's got another
मुझे लगा बच जाएगा सेव.
Does he want to go up into the triangle? He does. He's keeping his eyes on Saksa. Not quite land with the slow though, and Saksa will manage to make it back to the safety of his tower with that. But still, as to Seb, the off-lane IO taken out of the lane here.
More space for Matu to heal back up to full from the Morbid Mask. Zai playing careful top, level 7 already. Very close to his blink tag already. 800 off with the treads. Sumail's just had to leave the lane. I don't think he wants to be up there anyway, and they need to start getting better levels on the 2 supports for the side of OG. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to do that.
वो आयो पकड़ सकता है monkey को.
In the next few moments.
आयो के उससे बच्चे से.
Already been quite the nuisance for OG here, just sort of jumping around with the vision he's giving, and OG, at least with the 2 of them, Saksa and Seb, struggling to really get their hands on this Monkey King in the trees, bouncing around.
Seb already has Holy Locket done, so that's what we were talking about, where you get these items so much faster as this offlane. Gotta be able to make some nice aggressive moves, but they're on him.
He's gonna try and go, but a quick tether over to Saksa will break the distance. He's gonna burst. Doesn't even want to commit further there. Yapzor knows, even with the boundless strike, they just don't quite have the damage. Even with the 3 of them to blow up Seb once he had Saksa by his side.
Not quite yet. Puppy still only level 5. I thought they were going to actually move the Morphling out of the lane and then send the AA bottom to get that 6 early on to deter.
दोनों कुरियर लेके आ गए चेक करने के लिए वाड़े के लिए ऊपर.
Also, you know, Holy Locket is online for IO, but that's going to be counteracted quite heavily when Puppy does get 6.
Absolutely, yeah. If he can land these blasts, will be a complete thorn in the side here for the way that OG want to fight in that mid game.
And they have setup, right? They have Shaker Fissure, they have Chains, they have Monkey King Bound the Strike, a lot of different ways for them to set up that blast.
See?
10 minutes.
Looking over towards Nisha, but Nisha, she's going to be able to set up anything on them. No, doesn't want to try. Thompson, just get the initial grab here. Nice.
Oh, Asra hoy chada hai.
He was ready.
ये चीज तो देखा नहीं, सुबह लोही में खड़ा था, बोला रुक. Oh my god. ये लेके निकल भी गया.
Zai used Echo up there too, and they were able to sustain up from the IOTP. Then now it's going to be on cooldown for a very long time, which is going to be a signal to OG. I mean, this is to run.
Look at Samao now.
मैं रुक उसको उधर से धक्का मार, भागेगा तो मैं इधर से धोऊंगा उसको.
Huge kill on Nisha in the mid.
And they're pressuring bottom now with the 5 position Mars with the IO. Matu's had to leave the lane.
You can feel it, that the pressure is building up from OG. It really is. Thompson getting deep in the jungle. Has his mana gone? Has he got enough damage on his own?
क्या Thompson खुद बच पाएगा?
He gets the kill, Thompson, but it looks like he's probably going to die for this, as he's trying to escape them, but they're from Zai, Nisha, and Yaptor. So he gets in, he gets a kill, but maybe a little too deep that time from Thompson.
He did force 4 heroes there, though.
I guess that's space.
Space for IO to get the finished farm bottom, Tux to get the levels top, Ursa to get more farm too. So at the end of the day, it's a Thompson move. Because that's what he likes to do. Sacrifice himself for the greater good. Zai does have a Blink Dagger finished up, though, off of that kill. So there is going to be some responses that come out from Secret after they get those kills. Also, a Maelstrom finished up on the Ember. So Secret does have a bit of a timing where they can fight back. That's the one thing, is we were talking about how OG is looking to set tempo constantly with this fast-paced draft, but it's not like Secret isn't going to be able to fight back with their heroes.
Absolutely not. Yeah, Secret, they'll certainly be ready to have a shot back at them. Let's see if they can set up to sort of make a jump and a good reveal with that Blink Dagger on Zai's Shaker. Smoke up already. In fact, from Yapsor and Nisha, they're leading the way up top. It's just Saxter up here at the moment, soaking up some XP around the tower. Matu starting to take the tower. They'll dive in straight away. Instead of filling with the chains, in with the remnant. TP's coming in. It's actually going to continue. He does want to try and look for the counterplay.
बच गया.
Jump off the side. Nisha is able to break away with that last bit of mana.
Oh, आयो मरा.
Headshot there from Puppy. As he lands it on the iron, no healing for Saxter.
Oh, देख दो वर्ड लग गया उधर. दो सेंट्री लग गया instantly.
Secret up on the top lane, and that's the move you said. They knew that OG, despite losing Saxter at the start, OG's the kind of team that will turn up and try and fight around that tier 1.
Oh, Roshan.
They were prepared completely for that.
And look at the pace. They're smoking again instantly, though. The smoke's going to break.
It is. They know
वो देख अंदर ही रोशन के अंदर खड़े पपी भाई. पपी को पता चल गया. Oh, एक फॉग स्लैम, एक को माजा जमा, जो भी बोल लो, माजा मा.
And it's half HP. They might consider even going for it themselves if they get some more follow kills.
He's ready to chase up to the high ground. Thompson and Seth will be able to hold them back. Quick slide for Nisha, keeps them low, but Seth will heal the two.
रोशन half HP पे.
It's in a bit of a juicy position here for Secret. It's still not too easy for them to really go for it, though.
Yeah. Big hit though, Nisha with some really nice individual plays there, dodging out the EMP, dodging out the Mart, everything around that tower, setting them up now for a 2K
रोकर बोला भाग.
He's trying to set things up there, no tell. Quick poke stops Matu from being able to lead in.
That hurts OG quite a lot.
I mean, it was a risky play there, trying for that Roche. A very, very risky move. Does not pay off. Secret shut it down.
And they weren't even looking for the Roche. They were just smoking to move across the map, and they're like, oh, wait a minute, look at that. So very fortunate for the side of Team Secret, having a Haster now on the Ember Spirit. Zai, as we mentioned, Echo Slam still on cooldown, but they've responded in great force versus the aggression of OG. Even though the relocating the numbers are attempted to be there from OG, Secret was ready. And as you mentioned, the snipe, of course. Puppy getting that big AA blast on the IO. That's going to be the crucial
He's
thing
going to do every time, yeah.
This IO, if you look at 20 Holy Locket plus mech, he's going to be able to let full heal anybody they do go on, unless that AA Blast does come over.
Absolutely, all about Puppey getting that hit in. I see OG. I think they pretty much have the defusal done on Samael, so yeah, it's just a few hundred gold off. Any sort of other items at this stage that each team is waiting upon to have their sort of next power spike?
I don't think so at all. I think that Secret is extremely happy with this pace of the game right now. Morphling, like Matu's just getting the free farm while they're also still defending towers. I think OG just needs to keep looking to make these plays. I think if they sit back and look to wait for something, the game's going to quickly fall out of their favor. I mean, well, yeah, as you say, you're seeing more for the top net worth here, and if that's happening, Secret's happy. Yeah, they've got defusal now. They got a medallion also on the Invoker. This is another go time. Smoke up, look for a play immediately with this.
There we go, in immediately from OG, Seb. Samael and Notail. Seb, of course, ready to take Samael in with a relocate if Notail finds a solid setup for the arena.
They have to start finding these big kills. Slow down the Morphling, slow down the Ember Spirit. Still difficult, though.
Go for the D ward here, so Secret will be aware that they're coming in from the side. Secret grouping up here in preparation for some sort of jump from OG.
And they've got the big ultis. That's the one thing that's Secret, especially if they've got the high ground advantage. They have those humongous team fight ultimates in comparison. OG a lot more limited because it's a 5-position Mars who has to walk his way in to try to place his arena.
I mean, some nice little moves there from Saxon, moving himself and all illusions independently there. So Secret did have to guess a bit what was happening. Samael, he's trying for the Roche again. He's in the pit. He's getting bashed. He will be able to jump out there away from the Fisher, but I mean, they really want to try. But again, it's just such a risk when Secret's all up at the moment. As you say, Secret, they're more than happy to jump in for the fight.
मरो खुद आपस में उसके बाद मेरे से लड़ने वाला.
But they have to. That's the lineup. They need to get that Roshan advantage for the Ursa. That's why you see both teams just heavily emphasizing in the area. But yeah,
Secret's not going to let him.
Secret's got this Ice Vortex, 40 mana. I mean, Puppey can pretty much infinitely throw it in there to get the scout if he's in the area.
It's very hard for OG to find. They need to get some sort of action first.
Showing the IO top, Seb. So have to be a bit careful of his positioning. He's split away from the Ursa too, so that means the relocate play is not going to be available for OG to get the numbers. So Secret, they're looking to catch him when he's split away.
If they can get the setup a little too deep here, TP immediately comes in from Saxa. Rest of OG starting to head up as well. So Secret, they won't dive any further. Yeah, as long as Secret can sort of keep the pressure on, keep OG distracted and away from Matu, they're only going to be able to increase that lead that Matu has. Already about 1k ahead of the farmer Samael. Matu much more happier to just spend time hitting the creeps. He is going to step up OG, they're right on the shadow here. And Matu knows, he's keeping it cautious, keeping it cool, and making sure that OG can't get the jump on it.
He's going to have his Manta done any second now. And then he's going to go straight for that Aghanims afterwards, as we expect with that Earthshaker combo. And as we've seen to expect, and come to expect from Topson when he's playing this Invoker, he sometimes does go for this more buff-up strategy, just the Alacrity plus that Solar Crest to make his Ursa, or whichever edge carry that much stronger.
Absolutely, just give Samael the best game he can possibly give him.
Yeah. Notail sneaking in, but he's under vision.
Start things on him, he'll put the arena, but a quick jump from Nisha, dodges the spear, backup's coming in from the side, Thompson bumped up by 7, they look to lead in.
Oh, अच्छे कर को रोक लिया उधर.
Time again this game, dodging the spears, dodging the Marbles.
उसने उधर रोक लिया था सास्का ने उसको, नहीं तो सास्का अगर इधर कूद जाता ना सब मर जाते.
That fight could definitely have gone a whole lot worse for OG Saxa, just making sure that he can find Zai's Shaker at every possibility.
Zai's resetting though, going back to base, healing up, and he's still got Echo Slam. They didn't have to commit.
अबे बोला रोशन नहीं जाने का.
Still cool down for 30 though.
I mean, OG is still trying to fight into it. Saxa and Thompson coming right back down, he's gonna jump start the fight.
फायदा नहीं है, आ रहा है यो. भाई कास्ट भी नहीं कर पा रहा है ओडी पिक्सल भी. स्पीड काट दिया. आशा वापस. फाइट जीत गए रोशन मेरा मैं रोशन बोला आ जा भोसड़ी के
And Thompson ate the brunt of the force, but the AA blast, as we mentioned, it's got it nerfed so many times in the past, was still on cooldown for a good 20 seconds when they initially jumped Thompson. The heals come out, and then they're able to pretty decently turn the fight.
रोटल तो सैक्रिफाइस किया वो इधर खड़ी था क्योंकि रोशन को इतना नहीं छोड़ना था
But a pretty solid fight for OG, all things considered. When it's a BKB reveal on Nisha, and the Wukong's command was there layered from the whole fight.
I mean, it looked like
वो
it was
इधर
going to
सीक्रेट को दे नहीं रहा है मैं सीक्रेट को दे देता हूँ कुछ
was a cool moves here as Tusk trying to control somehow, but he couldn't. Good control as well, taking Yapso out of the trees, stopping that spring jump forward, which would have allowed them to kill Thompson off much quicker.
That spear was huge.
As OG, that was exactly the fight they needed here to begin to get that momentum, that sort of power back under their wings.
And look at this, Sumeli's going to go straight for that Aghanims build on the Ursa. Just more survivability. He's going to be able to constantly be that rightful nuisance inside the fights. Stick on targets. Again, no bottom.
Oh, Invoker God.
Reload.
He might be in trouble as well.
वैसे नहीं पर गया तो लगा से उधर ये लिंक कर पाएगा
They got to get out of there. The rest of OG, no he had as a bit of a slip up, and Seb getting baited into it as well.
Can't make too many of those mistakes. Even though you've got this Aegis and all that, you know, you've got this quick pace lineup, you don't want this game to drag on. You don't want to allow this Morphling to finish up and farm that Aghanims, which he is going to get eventually in this game. He's already got one component. So they've got the blink now on No-Tail, so just keep going. That's the one thing, is they have to still look to keep making these plays, even if they do lose Thompson every now and then.
मैच का ऊपर नीचे चल रहा है
do with their draft. Otherwise, as we say, they will get outscaled.
Well, let's see how much they can get done with this Aegis.
See how much they can get done.
Blink. 3 minutes to really push the issue here for OG.
See what No-Tail finds with his blink review.
Oh, मर गया ये उसमें तो यार पर फायदा नहीं हुआ आ गया आयो
South bit, checking out the high ground, and with the sun strikes him out, close to the gap again. Yaps on the barrage for the trees,
मार के ही जाना है जिसको हाथ से कर वापस भी आ गया
underneath the tower, it's a little deep here for OG. Jump forward, see Samel, get Zai here, he's got the heel of Seb, Samel.
Oh, उतार दिया Ultra
They've still got that Aegis ready for another round. Samael getting some huge kills there. Level 18. And now we can look to start working on that BKB.
Look at the damage he was able to do in the fight. It looked a little weird because No-Tail starts the fight and they didn't back up initially, but in the midst of the fight, don't know if everybody saw it on the side of the camera, as the Io Spirits clipped the Shaker. Zai actually echoed the floor when they were trying to make the big go onto Ursa. Either way though, they were still in Aegis, they were still getting all the full heal. OG getting this big ramp up going for them, and I do believe needs to be a little bit more careful with their ice blasts. They just throw it onto Thompson every single time, but it's got a 60-second cooldown. There's likely only one going to be in every single one of these team fights. They have to prioritize it on the big heals. As we've seen Seb now just chunk up his teammates with that. And Thompson is the sacrifice.
There we go. OG. No slowing down, of course, from this squad.
Nope.
Oh, Invoker को दिख गया वो मौका ही दे oh nice तो सुमेल घुस के मारेगा एजेस किस लिए रखा है
He's got his blink now. Oh boy. OG OG really starting to find their footing, and with the blink too, now there's more ways to save his teammates from combo plays. With Aghanims on Ursa, how are they going to combo Sumail now? On the Enrage every single time when he's getting gone on. This is going to be a bit of a problem because they don't have any forms of silence at all on their team. So Enrage, of course, could be able to be popped whenever you are stunned up because of that Ags. This is problematic for Secret.
He's
such a big Ursa.
He really is. He played it so cool in the early game. That's that pent-up rage from suffering in that sort of laning phase where he couldn't hit the CS. It's coming out now for Sumail.
Level fighting already at this point, and he's not letting Matu have a fun time in the fights. Even though Matu did have such a good time in the early game, the Ursa just staking on his defusal is a problem.
Yeah, Matu has to run every time. He cannot fight back against this Ursa. Thompson. Not going to be able to get the catch. Nisha is prepared for this.
Didn't get to touch on this either. If we look at Yapzor, he's going for a very group build. We've seen a couple times the Atoses into Gleipnirs. I think we saw a couple Orchid rushes, I think on Crit as this 4 position. He's going for the late game. He's going for the Scotty. He's going to be able to apply it to everybody. The slow, the reduced healing as well from the IO2 in the team fight. So as it progresses, as we mentioned, Secret's going to be strong, but
Saxon's going to find him up. He's got a fair bit of damage as well. Saxon, yeah, that's on the cold feet here with a snowball. Thompson, he'll be able to put a stop to the TP. No escape for Puppy.
Secret's trying to, I think, slow down a little bit here and get those items finished up, in particular the Ags on Morphling as well. It's very close to it.
Morphling का एकदम से पर आ गया तो गेम चेंज हो जाएगा फिर.
It's pretty close. Seb now has his own BKB, so it's gonna be tough to focus fire him anyway. If they can get the AA blast coverage, if they can get a stun initially on him, then it'll work. But if he gets the BKB off pre-initiations, then it's probably gonna be really hard for Secret to bring down the main focus targets that he's tethered to.
I mean, for OG, is it sort of waiting for the next rush? Do they need to go before, or can they afford to sort of wait, get that Aegis, and then look to make the move again?
No, I think just keep looking for fights. If they run into you, you look for the battle. You've got so many ways to protect your core. Sumail likely won't die no matter what happens because they can't initiate on him cleaning now because of that Ags that he went for. I really like the pickup this time around that he went for it, since there is no silence that he has to worry about. Always can get your enrage off, always can allow your IO and your teammates to come back you up.
Got their eyes on No-Tail bottom.
Cool. Bit patient for him. And there's the Axe. So Matu, only level 17, so not quite that permanent uptime that we always talk about from level 18 plus that morph timing, where he will always be in Shaker form.
I love the little pickup as well for Sumail getting the Mindbreaker. Yeah, can be a great one.
Also, I didn't point this one out, but now we got the Fake Grenade on the Shaker 17. So now we have a lot of potential for some massive burst damage that's coming up from their sides from double, triple totems and whatnot. But OG, as we said, not slowing down.
Absolutely. As soon as someone shows in a lane and they feel that they're alone, they're making moves over there. See top Puppy. It's pretty out of the area though.
How do you go for Sumail? BKB Ags with a tethered IO behind him.
It's so hard.
It's going to be such a difficult target. They have to prioritize the fight set, but it's been very difficult for them. And with the BKB, how does Nisha focus fire him? Because that was Nisha's job for the most part of this game.
Yeah, it's pretty much impossible to kill Seven to start unless they open up with some sort of stun lockdown.
Which they have. They've got that Ags morphling. Yep. And he's got a Titan Sliver too, so even stronger with that base damage increase.
Let's see if they can delete first.
Puppy says hello.
He's just got to walk. You know this. He's going to get hit by the Mindbreaker. He needs help, but he needs it now. Puppy, give the Ice Blast over. The Tim's already put the BKB on. Off to the side he goes. They lose No-Tail on the side of OG. A Secret out to get to the back of him. So they're going to be in a chase. Both teams come out.
1 minute के बाद रोशन रिस्पॉन होगा.
It will separate though. They back off. And just an awkward way really for Secret to start the fight. Puppy just heading up on the front lines.
I don't think he expected them to be there that soon. Just walk. I'm most surprised that he's the one that walked up so quick himself. As around the Roche pit, most important timing now for the next few minutes. About 35 seconds until that will spawn. We see OG sitting in the pit waiting.
What's this? Dire fortified their structures? Dire's middle tower is drowning.
There we go, Secret. Rather far out here then. We'll finish off the tower. Sumail. He's going to try and jump straight onto Nisha. Nisha pops the BKB remnant off the side. Everybody's trying to straight away. Everything thrown down off the eye. They're taking him down. So for Saxon. Saxon does come out with Tina. They pop the ult. Ready to go over for more. Chasing down Yapzor. He'll remove the monkey. Double kill for Sumail. Now ready to go. Something else to the side as he's on top.
हमारा नहीं इन्वोकर अभी भी.
Waveform out. Sumail
is gone. GG. Roshan is there.
From the engagement, and suddenly everything becomes a lot harder for OG. Samel, he still wants to be able to charge in, but he hasn't quite got that same level of sustain that he had before.
And it was them just clear understanding. He used BKB earlier. They knew it was still on cooldown. If they just commit onto him immediately, that Io's dead. Mars used buyback earlier. No Mars, no Earth for 50.
Just look at this, Sam.
Look how quick they were on him.
Everything just onto this Io, deleted from the team fight.
And then Matu can do whatever the hell he wants inside the fight because now he's got that hag shaker. He can just come in and start one-shotting these heroes as now with an Aegis in a very comfortable spot. Secret as it's only a 1k lead, but I feel like it's going to start accelerating and building up very quickly for Secret. So OG has to be very careful how they take those fights when BKB are on cooldown.
Absolutely, it's just so much stun, so much AoE in control. It's not easy, even with the enrage alone, for Samel to fight through.
It's just such an explosive amount of damage that's coming out. It's like anybody gets seen and they're just dead from these totems. As Matu's just hunting.
He's trying to go
the headband mid-air. It's a cute little interaction. And of course we do have the IO shard. That's also something that will be coming into play. These little mini stuns that are kind of come out onto our Morphling and our Shaker that OG does still have. But yeah, with this much more comfortable position, Secret to look to make more aggressive plays, and an E-Blade now finished for Matu.
So much blasted.
Monkey मर गया खोलने नहीं दिया
Self-E-Blade here as Matu looks to separate himself from the fight. OG, if they got any further chase, Samel.
The BKBs are
ओह क्या असरा क्या बचाया खुद को सेव ओ सेव निकल आया
Not enough mana to keep chasing onto the Io, but meanwhile Nisha and Huppy, they do get Samel as he's separated from the rest of his team.
There's too much that they have to deal with in the fight. They're trying to focus fire Matu, but then he jumps left. They're trying to focus fire Zai, and he jumps right. Then there's Anisha zipping around the back lines, killing the supports with fire remnants. It's just so much elusiveness coming out from Secret, and OG does not have the same amount of control that comes out either. They don't have double shakers. They don't have chains and roots coming out anywhere. Much harder fights for them as we're seeing them progress.
And of course, Matu had the Aegis. He's still going to have it for another 3 minutes. Couldn't even get him the once. Definitely the concern starting to show with the sort of draft OG has now that the minutes are passing. 32 minutes in, 5k lead. OG, they've got to look for some phenomenal maneuvers to get Secret knocked back down.
They have the Hex on Thompson, so that'll at least allow them to hold one of those targets down and focus fire them. But yeah, as I was saying, it's just, there's so many things moving around. There's a Monkey King jumping, Amber Remnants, there's so much different chaos that Secret's causing in the fight, and OG has to try to find a way to weather it. But not really seeing too many options as these, Morphling gets
भी नहीं जा सकता कहीं पे
you've lost so much control on the side of OG. This is not the way that their draft wants to play.
Lane knocks out. We'll find him for another 3 minutes. But now Nisha jumps in with the remnant. No tail's gonna fall. Over to the side, Zai and Yamso controlling Saxa. Nisha's looking to jump over to help out as well. I'm ready to go back in with another remnant.
लेके निकल
We'll
गया
take the 2 of them out of there.
ओह क्या बचा
This lineup is ridiculous. Once it's timing. I mean, OG is doing some great grabs and trying to get these pickoffs, but there's just too much control. They're too mobile. They're everywhere.
I mean, it's effectively sort of 3 fishes as well. This boundless strike also coming in from
we've seen them just flying all over the place on the map. Always seem to have the numbers. 12k gold lead. It's quickly swung into their advantage.
And there's quite a confident line there, just straight up into their favor. 91% on the win probability right now for Secret.
There's so much. There's just too much going on inside the fights. Too many things they have to focus on, while also trying to dodge AA blasts and keep the BKBs at a good timing so that they don't get clipped by it. It's not easy moving forward. Head back into Shaker form. Gonna continue looking for anything. Any type of battle that they can get now. And yeah, really catching their stride. Lincoln's now on Nisha too, so that Hex that we saw, likely to get countered just because of that.
It's gonna be so hard to lock him down.
Yeah. And they've got, you know, we did mention that Yapsor was going for a very greedy item build. He did finish it off in those last two fights.
Coming in for the side, Fisher out, Smell start things off, Smell will be able to take out the one, jump off for Nisha, and the Thompson, they're on top of the above, Thompson, trying to run, just around with the combo, Iceman, big Matthew, strong as well with the above from Matthew, takes out Thompson, now to Smell, he needs help, he needs it down, Seb, covering him with the tether, relocates Seb, will be able to take Smell out of this fight, but Noto's going to be left behind, as OG they'll still lose two.
This might be the most entertaining lineup I've ever seen in Dota. Everyone's just jumping back and forth, and they're still going to lose Sam out of it. 105 seconds.
That's a long time. This could be the window that Secret have been looking for to break the high ground.
Oh, they're feeling it. They're high-fiving. They're feeling that big confidence now after these last, 4 or 5 fights. They've just decimated OG.
And what can OG do here? 3 dead.
They have to watch. The IO is so crucial for their lineup. Likely to just lose at least 2 sets.
It's the bottom racks cleaned up. Secret straight over to the mid.
The damage from the totems as well.
And look at that diamond in a bit onto Samel. They're tempted. Samel getting quite the poke under the tier 4. I mean, Secret Matsu, he's had enough. He's ready to shut this one down as a second set of racks. I mean, they commit to kill them all. They do get him. I mean, it is in a position now. Matsu dies again. The game might start to get a little bit interesting again.
They still have 30 seconds without the IO, though. They might just be able to commit for the racks.
Are they going to look to try?
Potential that they could. And again, it's too many things they have to deal with in the fights. Like you said there, they full commit for the Morphling, but he's not the only problem by any means.
So much.
Nisha 15, 3, and 20.
And they're also strong right now, Secret.
Grape's starting the base, though. Those Forge Spirits in the mid lane.
And to push him out.
So that buyback, as you mentioned, might be a bit of a win condition here now for OG if they're able to find him. It's a very difficult one, but
it is.
He's got to be careful.
It is there.
Yeah, Matu's just got to be more cautious with his positioning. Oh, look at that. A DD rune. Look at this nice damage on our Morphling. He hasn't even popped the DD yet, but nice little 1300. Actually more, 1500.
Yes. And also knowing that Roshan should be up rather soon again here, so something that is going to offset that risk of Matu using the buyback to get straight back in action.
And finding some big neutral items as well. Timeless Relic picked up on the side of Secret.
Oh my goodness, yeah, give it to these Shakers and the stuns.
Or the Ember Spirit, I mean, I'm fine with that too. He's pretty good with it.
That's a lot of damage.
OG.
Samel, he's found Puppy, he's trying to get in, we'll get pushed back, Samel closes in the hand, puts him on the inside. Takes him for the tap, Samel got the BKB off in time though, as he turns towards the Shaker, takes him out, Matthew, trying to find Noto, waiting for him over to the side, Seb, bringing Samel out to the side for now, he's taken all the way, slams out Samel, Samel hits the deck out for 2 minutes on the Ursa.
Look at that damage. Over 1,800 damage on our Morphling.
That's a big number.
He just smacks Sumail, and now Sam returns as well to his death.
And now 3 dead, no buybacks on OG. Secret with the 4 of them up, they can look to run down mid.
Thompson, he showed himself for a second, but
थोड़ा सा आंखें ये हो रहा था.
He's trying to create distraction, sort of push.
बेगम आया वापस? नहीं.
They're definitely going to have their eyes on the Megas, and maybe even more. Buybacks available on Notel and Saxon, but 90 seconds no Samael, a minute without Seb.
Oh, जी हार गया.
There's the buyback, Notel. they buy any time for their two cores to get back up.
It's gonna be so scary for Thompson.
I mean, Saxa is going to get a jump in. They're able to get the spiral today. I mean, Zotac coming down. Leads to them with the red smatter. He's got too much HP. They can't burst through. Buyback comes out from Thompson, but Saxa will fall. Also, with his buyback, looking to try and hold with just the two of them. The secret, the damage is being done. The top racks are gone. The mega creeps.
This is the match. Dieback हो गया. GG. हाँ GG हो गया. तू चला गया ना इसलिए हार गया. दो सही हुआ, दो गलत हुआ. मैंने 30 से 40 दिया था. हाँ, मस्त मैच था. क्यों?